All right, everyone, welcome to News Now. Today is Monday, November 14th. You guys are looking at some video of the ballots that have yet to be counted. In case you missed it last week, some of the early ballots were not counted by the end of Election Day. In fact, we are 6 days from Election Day, and there are still approximately 112,000 early ballots that are left to be processed and tabulated. Fox 10's Liz Kotelik is live in downtown with an update. Hey Liz, you're live on News Now.
Hey, good morning, Samia. Good morning, everyone. So ballot counting is set to resume again here in a couple of minutes. We have some people who are just getting in there, so they should start counting ballots here in a few seconds. But they were working throughout the weekend, and there is a lot of work left to do. Elizabeth Bartholomew with the County Recorder's Office. Let's talk numbers. What's left?
So we have about 112,000 early ballots left to be processed and tabulated, and then about 55,000 provisional ballots that are still being researched, and any that are deemed valid, those will be tabulated at the end of the week.
So looking in this room here, we have a bunch of boxes. What are all these boxes?
Right, all of those boxes are all of the tabulated early ballots. They cannot leave this room once we start tabulating. They're under camera 24/7, so it allows voters to see that these boxes have not left this room.
So we're almost a week from election night. So Tuesday we had the election, and here we are on Monday, and we still have all these ballots left to be counted. But this, you say, is normal.
Right. This is completely normal. We had our logic and accuracy test October 28th. We started tabulating November 1st. We can tabulate roughly 100,000 a day. So we try to get as many early ballots tabulated before the election as we possibly could. However, on election day, we had over 200,000 early ballots dropped off at the polls. Every single one of those needs to be signature verified. They need to be processed, and then they can be ready for tabulation. So this does take a while.
And we're not the only county here in Maricopa County to be dealing with this issue right now.
Right. I've heard of a couple other counties in Arizona that are not done as well. There are many states, many counties across the country that are not done. So this, again, is completely normal. We want to do everything as accurately as we possibly can because we are not going to risk accuracy for speed. So we are working every day until 10 o'clock. We are working on the weekends until this thing is finished.
Okay. And we have a couple of tight races right now. I'm going to get into that for our viewers here on News Now in just a second. But people are really watching all of this very closely. It was a very interesting election to watch from the very beginning. How could we get a result from everyone here faster, perhaps next time that we have to deal with an issue like this, with a big election like this?
Well, I think if they want any kind of faster results, that's going to have to be legislative changes. We could maybe push the logic and accuracy test up because, again, we cannot start tabulating until that test is done.
And what is that test for people who don't know?
So the logic and accuracy test, the Secretary of State comes to our office and they do tests on all of our machines. And not only these machines, we also have to do tests on every single piece of equipment that goes out to the polling place on election day. So that's a lot of different pieces that we're doing tests on. So they are just ensuring that these machines are tabulating correctly and accurately. So, that could maybe be pushed up. But again, we allow voters to drop off their early ballot at the polls up until 7 p.m. And unless that wasn't a thing, I don't really know how we could speed things along.
Right. And I mean, you were saying, we were talking a little bit earlier, you guys have the capability of tabulating about 100,000 votes a day, but a lot of things take a little bit more time, especially those provisionals.
Right. Before the election, we had plenty of time to get all of those early ballots processed, so they were all ready for tabulation. So once we did start tabulating, we were able to get 100,000 out a day. However, all of the ones that were dropped off at the polls, we didn't get those until maybe midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So we have been processing those and trying to keep up a tabulation, but the processing takes so much longer than the tabulation itself. So we may be able to get 100,000 tabulated, but if we don't have the ballots processed, then we're not going to get that number.
Okay. All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much. Really interesting to hear kind of the behind the scenes of all of this. So, Samia, as I kind of mentioned a little bit, I alluded to this, we have a couple of tight races that we're watching, and as we take a look inside and watch as these workers get to work here tabulating the remaining ballots, I want to let you know about Proposition 205 that would legalize marijuana. Right now, the noes have the lead by about 31,000 votes. Around 690,000 people voted against it so far. More than 650,000 voted for it. Again, 31,000 votes between between these two decisions with more than 100,000 votes left to be counted. The Associated Press actually reported their unofficial count on election night, which they say showed most Arizona counties have collected more yes votes than no votes, but we're just going to have to wait and see what ends up happening there. And then there's another tight race for the position of Maricopa County Recorder, the person in charge of this whole voting process here in this county. Helen Purcell, a Republican, she's in the position right now. She's been holding the office since 1988, but at last check, she's behind her Democratic challenger, Adrian Fontes, by only about 12,000 votes. So the tens of thousands of votes that have yet to be counted could change the way that race goes as well. So how long will this vote counting last? Of course, there isn't a great prediction, but workers were able to count about 73,000 early ballots on Sunday. If they keep at that pace, all the early ballots should be accounted for in another day and a half. But as you just heard Elizabeth explaining that provisionals take a little bit longer. Even the early ballots take a really long time to have to check signatures and do all of that. But hopefully we can have some sort of a conclusion by the end of the week. Until then, the recorder's office they're gonna continue to let us know around 5 o'clock every evening what the updated numbers are. So we'll keep you posted, and you just are gonna have to stay tuned at this point. Samia, back to you.
All right, thanks Liz for that update. And earlier this morning was the supermoon sighting, guys. In case you missed it, we live streamed the supermoon on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. You could watch it in full there. We are going to do a replay for you now in case you missed some of the supermoon sighting. It was a massive moon. I want to go ahead and give you guys some details about what makes this supermoon so unique. Every so often, every few months, every year, you might hear about a supermoon sighting. Everyone hypes this up. Well, this one is extra special. This is actually the largest supermoon, and the closest the moon has been, to Earth since January 1948. That is right. This is something that has not been seen in 68 years. And this morning at exactly 6:52 a.m., that was when the supermoon was at its largest size. I'm going to go ahead and replay this video for you again. This live stream is in full on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. I encourage you, if you haven't done so already, to go to our Facebook page and hit that like button. We also live stream there whenever there's breaking news. But yeah, that is a view of the supermoon. You are looking at hikers on Camelback Mountain, waking up early to hike the mountain and get a great view of the supermoon. Again, this is video from earlier this morning, prior to the sun rising. You're going to watch as the moon reaches its largest size and also get a great view of the sunrise. Five things you need to know about the supermoon. It is the biggest moon since the 1940s. That's right, since January 1948, in fact. Remember that a supermoon occurs when the moon is in its full phase while also passing by Earth at the closest point during its orbit around the Earth. This one is special because of how close the moon will be to the Earth as it passes. The moon will pass at a distance of about 221,523 miles. That is about 8% closer to Earth than the moon normally is, but it's also the closest the moon has been since January 1948. In January 1948, it was 29 miles closer than it was this morning. Now, here's the thing. If you missed the supermoon this morning, you're going to have to wait 18 years before you catch a supermoon that's just as brilliant. Now, every year brings opportunity for supermoons, all of which tend to be bright and brilliant. But those extra special ones, like the ones that happened this morning, do not happen so often. In fact, according to NASA, you'll have to wait another 18 years before you can catch another supermoon. In 2034, the moon will actually be about 38 miles closer to the Earth than it was this morning. So, if you guys have a calendar for the year 2034, then mark them now and start counting down. Now, because we had pretty crystal clear skies, it was relatively easy for those of you here in the valley here in Arizona to see this supermoon this morning. Again, the supermoon is nearly 15% bigger and up to 30% brighter than the average full moon. It lit up the night sky like a spotlight Sunday night. And the moon itself rose at 4:43 p.m. yesterday, but it would not be completely 100% full until just after 8 a.m. Monday morning. Obviously, that's a problem since the moon sets in the morning at 6:36 a.m. Now the supermoon will again rise on Monday evening, that's this evening at 5:30, but there's a pretty decent chance that some clouds and maybe even possible showers could disrupt the view. Now here's something interesting. A full moon in November is sometimes referred to as a beaver moon, taking this name from the olden days when it was considered the final chance for hunters to lay their traps to ensure a good supply of warm furs for the winter. It has also been referred to as the frosty moon, as it is taking as a sign of more frequent frost and the end of a growing season. Now, if you missed the supermoon, don't despair. Another supermoon awaits in December. This one just won't be as close. It'll be about 1,000 miles farther away from the Earth than this supermoon was. And if you missed that supermoon in December, then you're going to have to wait a while, in fact, another year, to see the next supermoon, which is scheduled for December of 2017, the only supermoon of 2017. Again, this is a replay of our live stream feed of the supermoon above Phoenix. Again, you guys are looking at our live feed from earlier this morning. This is a replay of our supermoon feed. Again, the supermoon was at its largest at 6:52 a.m. Phoenix time, at least here in Phoenix. We live stream our supermoon watch on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. Figure some of you guys were still sleeping and may have missed the supermoon, so I thought I'd replay it for you here on News Now. In case you missed it, this was an extra special supermoon. It's the largest supermoon since January 1948. That is pretty crazy. We are not going to see another supermoon of this size for quite a while. We will not see another supermoon like this for 18 years, not till 2034. Once again, we are showing you a replay of the live stream of the supermoon, as the supermoon was spotted earlier this morning. 6:52 a.m. was the time of the day here in Phoenix where you could see the supermoon at its largest point. For those of you who were sleeping or didn't want to go outside, you're in luck because we had a live stream on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. If you guys want to share our supermoon feed on your Facebook page, you can go to our Facebook page and just share it from there. And if you just want to check it out for the first time, continue watching us here on News Now. I am replaying this feed of the supermoon from this morning. We will have another supermoon next month, but it won't be nearly as large as this supermoon. It'll be about 1,000 miles further from the Earth, the moon itself. Now, this is the closest that the moon has been to the Earth since 1948. That's right. The closest the moon has been to the Earth in 68 years. And the next time we see a supermoon this big won't be till the year 2034. 18 years from now. Now you're watching as the moon is setting. The supermoon setting over Phoenix. Again, you're watching what's left of the supermoon as it sets in Phoenix. This is a replay. We had a live feed of the supermoon on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. In case you want to share this supermoon video with your friends, all you need to do is go to our Facebook page and hit the share button. Now that the supermoon has set, there is a look at our beautiful sunrise here in Phoenix. Once again, in case you missed the moon, I'm going to go ahead and rewind our moon coverage now. A replay of the supermoon sighting here in Arizona this morning. You're looking at video of a hiker on Camelback Mountain up early to check out the view of this supermoon this morning. And for those of you just joining us, you are watching a replay of our supermoon coverage from this morning. The supermoon was highly anticipated. This is the biggest moon we've had since the 1940s. That's right, 68 years. We haven't seen a moon this large since January 1948, when the moon was about 29 miles closer to the Earth than it was this morning. A supermoon occurs when the moon is in its full phase while also passing by Earth at the closest point during its orbit around the Earth. The moon this morning passed at a distance of about 221,523 miles. Now, if you missed seeing the supermoon live this morning, don't fret. We have another supermoon next month in December. It just won't be as large or as close. It's going to be about 1,000 miles further away. If you want to see a supermoon that was just as brilliant as the one this morning, you're going to have to wait till the year 2034. That's when the moon will be about 38 miles closer to the Earth than it was this morning. So if you can wait 18 years, then you're going to have to wait. Just another note, a full moon in November is sometimes referred to as a beaver moon, taking the name from the olden days when it was considered the final chance for a hunter to lay their traps to ensure a good supply of warm furs for the winter. It has also been referred to as the frosty moon, as it takes viewers again, sometimes referred to as the frosty moon, as it is taken as a sign of a more frequent frost. Some people view it as the end of the growing season. Again, now you're watching as the supermoon itself sets over Phoenix this morning. Again, this is a replay. If you want to watch it in full, or if you want to share this video with your friends, you can find the supermoon live stream on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. Again, guys, you are looking at the replay of our live feed of the supermoon sighting this morning. This was an extra special supermoon. This is the largest moon we've seen in 68 years. Yes, the largest since January 1948. You're not going to see a supermoon this big again until the year 2034, so 18 years from now. There will indeed be a smaller supermoon next month and again in December 2017. And now you're watching the replay of the moon setting into the horizon just before the sun rises this morning here in Phoenix. And as soon as the moon sets, we are going to switch gears and give you guys a live look at the Ecuadorian embassy, where Julian Assange is being questioned right now. Again, you're watching as the moon, the supermoon, sets this morning. It is setting, it is setting. We are now going to take you live to London. A look at the Ecuadorian embassy. Assange being questioned right now at the embassy. We know that prosecutors questioned the founder of WikiLeaks at the embassy in London, where he has been holed up for 4 years. Prosecutors questioning him in an investigation into allegations that he committed rape in Sweden in 2010. Assange, who enraged Washington by publishing a flood of secret U.S. diplomatic cables, fled to the embassy for fear that, if extradited to Sweden, he could be sent to the United States and face a long prison term there for leaking U.S. secrets. The Swedish chief prosecutor spent around 4 hours in the embassy, where she posed questions through an Ecuadorian prosecutor before leaving without making any comment. Ecuador, which helped Assange avoid extradition by granting him asylum after he fled to its London legation, agreed to help the Swedish prosecutors question him. Assange has denied the rape allegation. Now, a spokesman for WikiLeaks could not be reached for comment, but a member of Assange's legal team said procrastination on the part of the Swedish investigators had denied Assange any right to clear his name. As a result of 6 years of delays and over 4.5 years of illegal and arbitrary detention, Mr. Assange is today faced with a Hobson's choice. Either he gives a statement in which his health, memory, and psychology state are severely impeded, or he is denied once more an opportunity to be heard. Now, the 45-year-old Australian has refused to go to Sweden for questioning, saying that would expose him to further extradition to the U.S., where a criminal investigation into the publication of secret documents by WikiLeaks continues. Back in 2010, WikiLeaks published thousands of classified U.S. military and diplomatic documents in what became one of the largest information leaks in U.S. history. Assange made international headlines in early 2010 when WikiLeaks released classified U.S. military video showing a 2007 attack by Apache helicopters that killed a dozen people in Baghdad, including 2 Reuters News staff members. I see that Jono has asked if there are any updates regarding the protest. Jono, we will go to Protest Watch in a few minutes. I'm going to show you some videos highlighting some of the protests that took place yesterday, as well as give you guys some updates regarding the protest. For now, though, we are going to continue with the Embassy Watch out of London, the Ecuadorian embassy where Julian Assange was questioned today by Swedish authorities. Now, under conditions agreed by Ecuador, Swedish prosecutors and a police investigator ask questions through the Ecuadorian prosecutor, who will then report the findings to Sweden, which will then decide whether to continue the investigation. But Assange's Swedish lawyer said that he had been barred from the meeting at the embassy. Assange's Swedish lawyer said that he had been barred from the meeting at the embassy. He told Reuters that Ecuador refuses to let me in and insists that the questioning will continue without my presence against my client's wishes to have me there. While Assange's Ecuadorian defense lawyer appears to be present, his Swedish lawyer said he still hoped to be admitted if the interview continued. He added, "A good chunk of questioning has already taken place as far as I understand." Now, a Swedish appeals court decided in September to uphold Assange's arrest warrant, saying a strong public interest argument outweighed a case to set it aside based on the lengthy deadlock and a previous lack of impetus in pursuing the case. Assange's request to have the warrant overturned came after a UN panel assessed in February that his stay at the Ecuadorian embassy amounted to arbitrary detention and said he should be let go and be awarded compensation. Now, even if Sweden drops the investigation, Assange could be arrested for breaching bail conditions in Britain. Again, Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks, interviewed over sexual assault allegations, interviewed at the Ecuadorian embassy in London today. An Ecuadorian prosecutor and the Swedish deputy prosecutor in the case against him conducting the interviewer. Now, if Mr. Assange agrees, a DNA sample will also be taken. Again, Assange under investigation for alleged rape in Sweden in 2010. Okay, it looks like we have lost that feed now. I want to go ahead and give you guys a quick look at the stock market feed. And earlier this morning, you may have just missed a climate change conference. Let's watch this now.
Dean Scott. Hi, Jonathan. Dean Scott, Bloomberg BNA. My question is somewhat relevant in terms of what targeting the UNFCCC would do in terms of the U.S. continuing to maintain a seat at the table for a myriad of issues that go well beyond climate, more than 2 decades after the UNFCCC was agreed to.
Hi, this is Crystal Sun, working for Phoenix New Media, which is a news website in China. Mr. Pershing, you've only been on this job for 7 months. Do you think you can lose this job in the following 2 months?
Thank you so much. The last one is actually the easiest one to answer. So thank you very much. Many of you may not know, but the U.S. process is one in which the president appoints a series of individuals who serve in his administration or her administration. I was appointed by the president, and my term, in any event, independent of the outcome of the election, would end on January 20th. So it's independent of the outcome here. And so, yes, it will end then. With regard to the first question, I don't really have any good insight for you. We are not yet in touch with the transition team. As I noted, they have not yet been named for our agency. We're waiting to talk with them. I anticipate that will happen soon after I return to Washington. But in the absence of that, we don't have any information to offer about our expectations for them. They haven't been in touch with us. With regard to the second question on the outcome of the UNFCCC, are there issues beyond climate? Of course there are. This is deeply tied in a broad way, climate, deeply tied in a broad way to the issues of sustainable development. And as we think about what that means, if we don't avoid some of the damages and some of the risks, there are consequences to our economies. If we see them in every part of our system. If I look only at the United States, there's now a substantially increased likelihood because of climate change that we will see flooding such as that affected Louisiana only a couple of months ago. We see an increased likelihood that a storm like Superstorm Sandy, which came through New York, will be more significant and more frequent. We see in the American Southwest and in California an increase in drought. That also seems increasingly tied to the change in climate. So for me, it's not so much the individual institution, it's the question of the damages that we're trying to avoid. It's a question of how we collectively, as a global community, take these next steps. And I believe the U.S. economic community, the business community, state and local government communities, civil society will move in this direction. And I think that that's going to be an imperative for all of us as we take this next years and next decade of action.
All right, guys, we'll go back to the climate change conference in a little bit, but I want to take you back to London now because we have our feedback from the UK. Julian Assange watch. Again, Assange being questioned by authorities at the Ecuadorian embassy. We'll continue to bring you guys this live feed for as long as we have it. All right, this is the latest information we know so far. This, according to the Associated Press. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange was being questioned by prosecutors Monday at the Ecuadorian embassy in London about possible sexual misconduct committed in Sweden back in 2010. Now, Assange was being interviewed at the embassy where he sought refuge more than 4 years ago. The questioning was being led by an Ecuadorian prosecutor in the presence of Swedish prosecutor Ingrid Isren and a Swedish police investigator. Prosecutors plan to ask Assange to consent to providing a DNA sample. Now, Swedish officials are seeking information related to allegations of serious misconduct made by 2 Swedish women he met in 2010. Some of the alleged misconduct is no longer being investigated by police because of the statute of limitations. He is, however, being questioned about a possible rape of one of the women who complained to authorities. He has not been indicted. Now, prosecutors say no immediate decision on the future of Assange's case will be made today. They also said no public statements will be made after the questioning, which may last several days. Now, Assange's Swedish defense lawyer told the media in Sweden that he has high hopes that the case will be closed once prosecutors have completed the interview. His lawyer complained that he has been barred from the hearing despite arguing that Assange's Swedish lawyer must be permitted to take part, saying, "I'm not on the list of persons that Ecuador has drawn up and allowed to be present." An Ecuadorian lawyer has taken up this question as a formal issue in the introduction of the hearing. Now, a civil rights activist said that outside the embassy that he and others had gathered to show solidarity with Assange and WikiLeaks. Let's go ahead and show that crowd that is outside the embassy right now. I just moved our lower third graphic so you guys can see the number of people outside. It looks like it's mostly media outside the embassy. Again, that embassy in London, the Ecuadorian embassy. This civil rights leader, Peter Tachel, said Assange was being hounded because of WikiLeaks' work in shedding light on the terrible things done by the U.S. government and others. Some supporters hoisted pro-Assange banners outside of the embassy. Assange has denied sexual wrongdoing and says he fears being extradited to the U.S. because of his WikiLeaks work. It isn't known if he faces a secret grand jury indictment in the U.S. Now, the sex crime allegations were made shortly after Assange and WikiLeaks became well known worldwide for releasing hundreds of thousands of pages of classified U.S. government documents. Again, the sex crime allegations were made shortly after Assange and WikiLeaks became well known worldwide for releasing hundreds of thousands of pages of classified U.S. government documents. One Swedish woman said Assange intentionally damaged a condom and pinned her down while having sex. A second woman said Assange had sex with her without a condom while she was asleep. In Sweden, having sex with an unconscious, drunk, or sleeping person can lead to a rape conviction punishable by up to 6 years in prison. A Swedish investigation into the crimes was launched, then dropped for lack of evidence, and then started again as prosecutors sought to question Assange about possible molestation and rape. By that time, Assange was in Britain, making it harder for Swedish prosecutors to question him. They sought an international arrest warrant for him that was issued in November 2010. Again, this international arrest warrant was issued in November 2010. Assange surrendered to police in London, was freed on bail, receiving support from a wide range of celebrities, including filmmakers Oliver Stone and Michael Moore. He then moved into the Ecuadorian embassy in London in June 2012, putting him out of reach of British authorities. He has remained in control of WikiLeaks, which released hacked emails relating to the Hillary Clinton campaign in the final weeks of her failed White House run. Also, we're hearing reports of a possible walkout or protest out of Los Angeles. If we get those live images, we'll bring them to you here on News Now. Oh wow, we're already getting a protest. Students walking out in Silver Springs, Maryland. Silver Springs, Maryland, a protest taking place right now. We're going to cut away from Julian Assange Watch to take you live to these protests. Again, guys, you're watching live aerials come in from Silver Spring, Maryland, where students are walking out of class to protest the election of Donald Trump. Again, guys, we just lost the feed of this protest. Stand by. Let's see if we get this feed back. In the meantime, I want to take you back to Julian Assange Watch in London while we wait for that protest feed to return. Again, Julian Assange being questioned by Swedish authorities in connection with allegations of rape. Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, getting worldwide notoriety in 2010 following the release of important U.S. intelligence. Also making headlines this year after the release of hacked emails of the Hillary Clinton team. Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed out of the Ecuadorian embassy in London where Julian Assange is being questioned by Swedish authorities in connection with accusations that he raped a woman in 2010. Again, he is being questioned. They will be asking him for a DNA sample. I want to reiterate these accusations came to light after Assange gained worldwide notoriety as the founder of WikiLeaks. All right, guys, it looks like we're getting a feed of the supermoon live from Berlin, Germany. I'm going to take you there now. Supermoon watch in Germany. And we're going to take you from the supermoon to Julian Assange once again at the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Again, this is Supermoon Watch out of Berlin, Germany, and Julian Assange Watch out of London. Lots of European news today, guys. All right, guys, we're going to bring you back to some local news right now. Looks like we have an investigation underway at the airport. At the airport here in Arizona. Phoenix, specifically, Sky Harbor Airport. Let me go ahead and pull this feed up for you now. Issues of a bomb threat. The airport is evacuating some of the terminals because of a bomb threat. Stand by while I work to get you guys some more information. Okay, everyone, this is what we know so far. Airport evacuating some of the terminals because of a bomb threat. Phoenix police confirmed they are inspecting an unattended package. We know that the B and C checkpoints are closed at Terminal 4. The SkyTrain has stopped, and the airport is advising people to arrive early for flights. Again, if you have a flight at a B or C gate, you may face some issues as police are inspecting an unattended package. Again, B and C checkpoints are closed, the SkyTrain has stopped, and the airport is advising people to arrive early for flights if they're departing out of Sky Harbor. We know Sky Harbor security closed, some people stuck in line, unable to board their flight. According to Phoenix police, officers are inspecting an unattended package at the airport. Again, the B and C checkpoints are closed. SkyTrain has stopped, and the airport is advising people to arrive early for flights. But according to Twitter, we're hearing that some people are just stuck in line, unable to board their flights until this package is thoroughly investigated. All we know is that there is a report of an unattended package at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. Authorities are investigating this unattended package. The B and C checkpoints are closed as a result of this investigation at the airport. B and C checkpoints closed at Terminal 4 at Sky Harbor. Terminal 4, the busiest of the terminals at Sky Harbor. You're looking at a live feed from Sky Harbor. On the screen, you can see people exiting onto the tarmac. Passengers exiting a Southwest plane, deplaning on the tarmac, being transported by a shuttle as they try to keep the terminals clear of individuals there. If you guys have any thoughts you want to share regarding this investigation, you can tweet me at Samia Fox10, SAMIA Fox10. If I see your tweet and it doesn't include profanity, we may just read it live here on air. We do see a number of you tuning in on YouTube as well as on Facebook Live. If you like what you see, we encourage you to hit that like button on Facebook. We go live with breaking news whenever it happens. If you don't want to miss any updates, give us a like on Facebook and you'll get a notification whenever we go live with breaking news. Amalia Fisher wants to know, so is it a package or a bomb threat? Amalia, typically these unattended packages are treated as bomb threats for safety precautions. We know it's an unattended package at the airport. Authorities typically treat these the same way they treat a bomb threat, because the package itself described typically as suspicious. Troy Anderson says this is why people should never leave anything unattended, not even if it's just to go to the bathroom. That's right. There are many signs in the airport that say, "Don't leave your packages unattended. Take everything with you." We don't have a lot of information right now regarding what kind of package it is, why it may be suspicious, where exactly in the terminal it was left. We just know that police are investigating a suspicious package at the airport, Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, a very busy airport. Monday morning, obviously a lot of people traveling for work today. This investigation slowing things down for them as authorities work to make sure this package does not pose a threat. Tom O'Neill says even if the package is attended, history has shown it could be a bomb. Better safe than sorry. We received a tweet from Andrew Codd. Andrew Codd tweeting me, some poor guy is facing terrorism charges because he forgot his carry-on bag of socks. Again, we don't know exactly what this unattended item is. We just know that this item was left at security checkpoint C in Terminal 4. Security checkpoint C at Terminal 4. Terminal 4 serves both Southwest and American Airlines flights, the busiest of the terminals at Sky Harbor International Airport. Travelers in Terminal 4 have called to say that the terminal is on lockdown. We know police are investigating this unattended package at the C checkpoint in Terminal 4 at Sky Harbor. Southwest is currently holding flights in and out at this time. The suspicious item is in the C area of security. The C and B areas of security are nearby each other at Terminal 4. So as a result, this investigation is affecting both B and C areas of the airport, Terminal 4 specifically. 8 southwest gates are closed. Again, guys, you're looking at live images out of Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. You can see live images from Terminal 4. Terminal 4 seems to be the most busy, most popular of the terminals at Sky Harbor. Both Southwest and American Airlines fly out of Terminal 4. We know that this suspicious package, the investigation into the suspicious package, is affecting both the B and C gates, the B and C security checkpoints at Sky Harbor. We know 8 southwest gates have closed as a precaution. Again, the B and C gates are restricted at Terminal 4 while Phoenix police investigate this unattended package. 8 southwest gates have closed. The terminal is on lockdown. Southwest holding flights in and out of the airport at this time. Again, the B and C checkpoints closed at Terminal 4. The SkyTrain has stopped for now. Buses are running. They encourage viewers out there who are flying today from Sky Harbor to arrive extra early, as getting through security will take longer than usual because of the investigation into this unattended package. Rachel Perez commenting on Facebook saying, I bet it's nothing but good to know that my airport is on top of their game. Good job. Keep up the good work keeping everyone safe. Again, a possible bomb threat, an unattended package being investigated at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. The suspicious item left unattended at the C checkpoints. The security checkpoint C. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with Terminal 4, there are 4 security areas: A, B, C, D, and E. A and D are on one side of the terminal, and on the other side of the terminal is B and C. Now, because of this investigation, both the B and C gates are limiting access, as the B and C gates are near each other. The B and C security checkpoints are near each other, and this suspicious package was left at the C security gate. Viewer Jana Good Macheski tuning in on Facebook saying, I'm just glad they're doing their due diligence on an unattended package. And Marine Trout saying, since it's just an unattended package, it could have been anything. Thoughts and prayers for all the employees and customers at the airport. Tom O'Neill saying, this is not a joke for someone who has lost a family member to a bomb. We need to show a little respect. Some of you questioning just how dangerous this can be. The reality of the situation is we have to take every extra effort to make sure that it's not a threat, that it's handled in the proper way to keep all the passengers safe. Patricia Richard Kirk thinks it's not a harmful package, but it's probably people pulling pranks just to see if they can upset people. This is probably what some pranksters doing to try to upset people.
I'm gonna load them in there. What time are we gonna go? 11?
Megan Smith saying, please show respect. Prayers for all involved. Hope it's not serious. Carol Draper saying, I don't know why people are not taking this seriously. You know that all this may be real. You never know what's going to happen nowadays. Will Webster saying, good thing they are following proper protocol. Hope all is safe. Fox 10 reporter Linda Williams is live at the airport right now. She just tweeted that hundreds of passengers were waiting on the concourse while officers investigate this package. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you now. This video that she tweeted just moments ago. This video that she tweeted just moments ago. You can see all the people waiting to get access to the B and C gates. Obviously, this is going to delay the security process quite a bit once police give it all clear. But it's for the greater good and the safety of all the passengers. We know that airplanes are holding off as police investigate this suspicious package. Once again, you can see hundreds of passengers waiting on the concourse near the B and C gates, both of them shut down at Sky Harbor because of the security threat. Lots of people waiting, hoping to get through security soon. Many people wondering, is it just a Samsung Galaxy Note 7 that was left at the security gate? Is that what the threat is? As of right now, we still don't have an update as to details on this threat. We are waiting to get more information from Phoenix Police. Again, Linda Williams tweeting this video of people waiting to get access to the BNC security lines. Everyone waiting on the concourse. Many people affected as a result of this investigation. An unattended package left at the security checkpoint C, Terminal 4 of Sky Harbor International Airport. Hundreds of people waiting, no flights leaving as police investigate. Now we'll go back to our live shot, courtesy of Sky Fox. And it looks like Linda Williams has just sent this update. Passengers now being allowed to access the C gates, Southwest Airlines through other areas. The B gate, however, remains closed. Let's go ahead and show you this tweet from Linda Williams. Linda Williams tweeting, passengers now being allowed to access the C gate, Southwest Airlines through other areas. B gate remains closed as dogs check out the area. Again, this investigation taking place at the Sky Harbor Terminal 4. Both security checkpoints B and C were shut down. According to Linda, passengers are now being allowed access to the C gates, but the B gates remain closed as dogs check out the area. Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed courtesy of Skyfox of Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. We know that a unattended package was being investigated. The B and C gates were closed. Now, according to Linda Williams, who is live inside Terminal 4, passengers are now being allowed access to the C gates through other areas. B gates, though, remain closed as dogs check out the area. As you can see, many planes grounded at Terminal 4. Flights unable to leave as police investigate this unattended package. And I just sent a message to Linda Williams, Fox 10 reporter who is live at the airport. We are hoping that she will be able to call in and give us the phoner an update on the situation at the airport. Stand by. Passengers unable to access some of the gates. We know the B gates inaccessible as dogs sniff the area. Some passengers having to deplane on the tarmac and then be transported via shuttles. Obviously, this investigation into the unattended package will result in many flights being delayed out of Sky Harbor this morning and through the early afternoon. All right, guys, we have touched base with Linda Williams, who is live at the airport. She will be calling in to do a phoner with us momentarily. We'll be doing a phone interview with her, getting an update from Linda Williams, our Fox 10 reporter, who is live at the scene at the airport momentarily. She'll be able to give us a thorough update as to what's happening inside, possibly answer any questions you guys may have. Again, you're looking at shuttles transporting passengers at Sky Harbor International Airport at Terminal 4 specifically. The B and C gates affected by this investigation. Viewer Andrew Codd tweeting me saying that dogs clearing the area is a good sign. That means the package has probably been cleared and now they're scanning for any other possible threats. Andrew adding, we will likely have an anticlimactic conclusion here soon. That comes from one of our viewers who tweeted me, Andrew Codd. I appreciate your tweets. We love sharing your guys' perspective here on News Now. Again, we'll be hearing from Linda Williams momentarily. She should be calling in to give us an update live from the airport. Looks like planes are moving. Looks like we're getting an all clear soon if we haven't gotten one already. Fox 10 photojournalist Rick Davis posted this video from Sky Harbor on our Fox 10 Phoenix Instagram. Flights delayed because of a suspicious package. We want to remind travelers to expect long delays at the airport as a result of this suspicious package that was investigated. Again, expect delays because of the suspicious package that was investigated. I'll take you back now to the live feed out of Sky Harbor International Airport. I know many of you guys tuning in are waiting for an update regarding the situation at Sky Harbor International Airport. We are waiting for Linda Williams to call in so that we can give you a full update from our reporter who is live there on the scene. She would probably have the most information, most up-to-date information as of right now. Stand by while we wait to hear from Linda Williams. All right, everyone, we are live with Linda Williams, who is live inside Sky Harbor International Airport. Linda, what do we know now? People are lining up. Have they been given the all clear?
Well, here's the only thing I can say for sure. This is a nightmarish travel scenario for people here at Sky Harbor on this Monday morning. 2 gates were shut down and evacuated, gates B and C. Now, B, or rather C, because it is Southwest Airlines, tons of people flying out this morning, had to be moved to a different level. What you're looking at right now are those people who are now lined up to go through a totally different gate so they can get on their Southwest Airlines flight through Gate C. But they can't go directly through Gate C. So this is a nightmare security line. They're going to have to check through. Just a couple, I'd say about half hour ago, Sky Harbor tweeted that Southwest Airlines would hold planes. And why not? I mean, all of their passengers are here trapped on this concourse. So they are, it would make sense financially and just logistically to hold planes for all of these people. There's a lot of frustration and just a lot of confusion. Southwest Airlines flies to, a lot of Southern California, San Diego flights, LA flights. There's discussion among passengers, you know what, maybe we should rent a car and drive. Everyone's just looking at their options. But so far, they're just kind of saying, well, this is travel in the modern age right now. But just, I'd say a lot of confusion among passengers right now.
So it looks like people are lining up to go through the A and D gates just to access the
to
C
try
gates?
to get to the C gates. Now, B, where I believe whatever happens, suspicious package, suspicious person with a package, wherever all that happens, B remains totally shut down.
Wow, so no one can even access the gates.
Exactly. And if you come to the airport to park, when we first arrived, all of the elevators, we got off on the west side of the airport. You stand there, you push the button, the light doesn't come on, and everyone's standing going, why aren't the elevators working? I said, I know why. We went to the stairs, and there was just like a little strip, so saying there was no sign saying don't go there. So my photographer and I and other passengers just walked down the stairs, but then you walk out into that B level, and all of a sudden you have a bunch of angry law enforcement people yelling at you, get out of here, how'd you get down here? We're like, the stairs. Because there was no one there to stop us, so I'm sure that they stopped that. So be aware, elevators not working yet on this side. So
these lines are just massive. Oh my goodness,
it's ridiculous. I mean,
well, how long has it been shut down?
Several hundred people, probably approaching 1,000. What?
How long has it been shut down there? When did this report come in, the suspicious package?
I'm going to say it's been 45 minutes to an hour.
Wow.
Since this whole domino effect started.
Right.
And as you know, I mean, this will ripple across the Southwest in terms of if Southwest Airlines holds its planes for these hundreds of people, what about their next stop? What about the people waiting in L.A., San Diego, San Jose to catch a Southwest flight to their next destination? So the ripple effect is not going to be pretty across this region, I suspect. I mean, I hope I'm not overstating it. Who knows? Maybe they have some kind of standby plan with other planes waiting, but I know that the system is very sensitive to ticks like this.
Right.
And the domino effect could be really ugly.
Right. Are you guys near any of those screens that show the departure times, the number of flights leaving?
Let me walk over here.
This is
See what
crazy.
it says. Excuse me.
I'm just
Thank you.
shocked because I really don't give myself that much time when I fly to Sky Harbor. I'll give myself 40 to 50 minutes. And
well, if you're one of those people who runs in late,
yeah, this is
this
just
could be your lucky day because they may be holding your flight for you.
right.
And I'm seeing a lot of flashing on time on that board.
Mhm.
I'm looking at departures. San Jose, San Diego, on time.
Right.
But those are 12:30 flights.
And what
so
gate?
They're on time.
And which gates are they at?
Yeah, gate C. I don't see any D gates.
Right.
But the Southwest Airlines flights, which are the all C gates, I'll
Mhm.
say they're on time or departed.
Right.
Now there's one boarding. That's one. And that's out of a D gate.
right.
So that's not helpful. No one who is flying anywhere in these Southwest areas. Oops, there's an LAX that says it's boarding.
I see.
Heading to LAX at 11 a.m. And they're boarding.
Monday's such a busy travel day too for,
Oh,
work-related,
it
business-related
absolutely is.
travel.
Thank you. It absolutely is. So, but everyone's being upbeat, but I don't think anyone expected to be involved in this kind of a snarl.
Right. Wow.
And it is a snarl.
Yeah, no question. I've
there's-
never seen lines like this at the airport. This is insane
Well,
to me.
and there are, I mean, TSA, all of the employees, you can tell it's all hands on deck.
Right.
There have been no overhead announcements, so you have people standing in the line yelling out instructions. Because I've told several people, they said, oh, we can't fly out Southwest. And I said to them, actually you can, but you see that big, huge line there? You have to go stand there. And they say, nobody told us. So there are a lot of people working with the airport, standing in the middle of the lines, yelling instructions. If you're on a Southwest flight heading to LA, you need to go that way. You need to stand in that line. I mean, it is definitely semi-crisis mode here, I'd say, and a lot of anxious passengers who really just want to get on their way. But I think a lot of them are realizing this is just not going to be a good travel day for them, especially when it starts out looking like this.
Right. It is crazy. Well, Linda, we appreciate you calling in and giving us an update. We're going to continue to take these live pictures of the massive lines, the travel delays at Sky Harbor.
I'll tell Corey to stay on it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I'll call you back if anything happens.
Sounds good, Linda.
And break the log jam here.
Thanks so much. Bye.
You're welcome.
Again, guys, that was Linda Williams live from Sky Harbor. We have these live images of the line, the massive travel delays. Mike Page will be joining you in just a minute to continue with our Sky Harbor coverage here on News Now.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Mike Page covering this now here for you. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours here. You're taking a live look inside of Sky Harbor, and look at these delays here. As I take a look at these delays and see these images coming in, you've got to only think about, luckily, this isn't happening next week with the big Thanksgiving travel season. So, fortunately, this is happening now and not a week from now, where many, many people will be leaving to go to their destination to spend Thanksgiving with family or friends. So we'll see how this happens, but it just goes to show you that one unattended package can really cause a stir for travelers. And moments ago, Sky Harbor tweeting that the B section is now open. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Earlier today, the Terminal 4 B and C checkpoints were closed. And the airport was advising people to arrive early for flights, and you could see why, as there was a massive line there in B and C checkpoints. We've now been told that the B checkpoint has opened. Waiting to get some more details for you here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com. Folks, we just did receive another update that the Phoenix SkyTrain is now resuming service. Once again, this Phoenix SkyTrain is now resuming service. And folks, it was a very busy weekend in sports here in Phoenix. That's why you can see a lot more travelers today. We did have the NASCAR race this weekend, as well as the Arizona Cardinals played yesterday afternoon, taking on the San Francisco 49ers, a game where the Cardinals did win 23-20. All right, everybody, we're going to keep an eye on the story here in Arizona, but now take you out to Washington, D.C., where the RNC is having a press conference. Take you there live.
Not see from where you're seated, but there are little red stars. Those represent where the OFA offices were in 2012. And what's interesting is that they line up almost exactly with our turfs, which showed us after we had done this research was that we had the same basically data as them. We just, again, to my point, we weren't utilizing the data and putting our resources where the data was telling us to. Our fellows program, again, we were operating in 34 states. We had 467 trainings. Very popular program because we had 20,175 applications. It was so popular that we opened up an RNC office in Queens, New York, and one in Southern California. Very diverse program. And another great aspect of this program is that we had a trained pool of operatives to hire our field organizers from. So 58% of our paid field staff came from the RLI program. Just some top lines right here. The number of doors knocked, 24 million. I'll just note to you guys that we did 11.4 volunteer door knocks in 2012. Of this total 24 million doors that we hit this cycle, 9.4 million were done the final 4 days. So we really focused on the remaining voters who had not voted, cast a ballot in absentee or early voting. Phone calls, 26 million. This is another big change, guys. I mean, in the past, it was always the total number of our voter contacts was always 70% phones, 30% doors. You can see it's almost even this cycle, and we did that by design because we knew that door-to-door efforts were far more effective than just the phone calls. This shows the contrast between 2012 staff levels and this past cycle. When you add the fellows and the staff in the target states, it was over 6,000. If you look at all of the 34 states where we had fellows, it's actually over 7,000 organizers that we had in the field, and this compares to 876 that we had in the field in 2012. This is a breakdown of the states of the voter contact. You can just see that we blew away the number of contacts in the battleground states in each of these different states. Voter registration, again, I've been very passionate about voter registration coming from Nevada, which is it's always a voter registration battle there. They have a high number of unregistered voting age population in Nevada, but we took this nationwide into Florida and North Carolina and Ohio. But this just goes to show you how many more Republicans were added to the rolls over the last 2 years. Since June of 2015. And I can tell you guys, I mean, you go back and look at 2012, the voter registration trends, this was the exact opposite for Republicans in 2012. AB and EV, I spoke to a lot of you guys during AB and EV, and we kept hammering away, I think, almost every day when we would do the phone calls on AB and EV. We were successful with AB and EV. Yes, we were behind a lot of these states, but you can see the gap was cut in half. I'll just point out Florida, where Governor Romney and team, we went into Election Day down 168,000. This cycle, we were down 85,000. So I think that was a big testament to our field operation. Chase, not only pushing absentee ballot requests at President-elect Trump's events, but also our Chase program was very effective as well. And now I think it's Garrett Lansing.
So we had a fairly practical problem, which was we had to build this field team. We had to go find a bunch of people to apply and train and go through the whole thing. And so we knew we had a lot of energy out there, and we needed to capture it. So one of the things we did is we built this whole program, an advertising campaign around the hashtag LeadRight2016, which you can go on right now and check it out. People still use it quite often. And so we led with these videos we made, and we'll show one of them right now, and I'll talk through how we utilized it.
I will never forget the date. We finally had a diagnosis. She's on the spectrum. She has autism. I felt there must be other people out there that are going through the same situations, and I needed to be a voice for them. I joined the RLI program. They gave me the tools that I needed to be a better leader in the community.
To all those moms who just make it work, where you lead, others will follow.
The Republican National Committee is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
So, where am I pointing here? Spicer, maybe you figure that out. Oh, there you go. So, we made 5 of those ads in-house. Several of them ran on TV. And we put together this larger program where we wanted to focus on telling stories about people in the field who were doing this. And we, in fact, launched our own Instagram account that exclusively covers the field team. It's not about getting like 1 million likes or 1 million followers. It's just about covering the field team so that people felt like they were involved and that they could relate to people in far away in different states that they were doing the same things. And so we knew, again, that there was a lot of energy, and this is how we came up with capturing it. And so over the course of 5 weeks in January and late December, actually, we would release a teaser, like a 10 to 15 second on Wednesday, and then the full ad on Friday across Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, to a group of people that the data department had modeled for us, but that looked like all of our current volunteers. So it went after a larger audience and then found them on those networks and then delivered them those ads. At the end of 5 weeks, we, through email and cost per acquisition ads, we got people to sign up, actually apply for the program. We got about 10,000 applications in 13 days. And our goal for the spring was 8,000 in 3 months. So again, we think we did a good job of capturing that energy and then delivering it over to Carr, where he could train these people up and then deliver them into those field team models that you saw he just went through. So a big part of what digital has to do is it raises money and win votes online. Those are basically the two things, and we try to avoid everything else. And so we just talked about some of the winning votes online and building that team. Email is involved in both winning the votes and raising the money. In fact, with all the fancy technologies and data out there, it's still the killer app, we like to say. And we wouldn't be able to do nearly as much without it. And so we made a $12 million investment starting in about mid-15 through mid-16 in building up our email file and our email team, along with all the infrastructure behind it. And for a federal committee to be able to do that and put hard dollars behind that it's a big investment. And I credit Katie and Chairman Priebus for following through on that, because it wasn't easy to do, but it ended up paying big dividends on the winning votes and on the money side. So in the 5 months that we teamed up with Team Trump, we raised $250 million online. That's about $1.6 million a day. On the voter side, on vote.gop, where we directed everyone to go request an absentee ballot or look up an early vote location or register, we drove 710,000 actions to vote.gop, and our cost per registration on email was 6 cents. So an incredibly valuable thing to be paired with a large field team that was talking to people in person, but also following up with people on their email and on advertisements. And so this cycle, this sort of ballet where you talk to someone or show them something online and then they see someone in person from the field team either the next day or the next week, let's say, is a pretty complicated thing to put together. And overall, it involves the data team and the technology department and the digital team. And so overall, we saw 2 billion API calls into the RNC data warehouse in 2016, with 600 million alone in October. So that means if you're using RNC tools and data as a city councilman in Oklahoma, let's say, or you're the president-elect of the United States, you're using the same tools and calling into the same data warehouse. And if you are requesting an absentee ballot on vote.gop, but you don't return it, we'll maybe email you, and then if you still don't return it, we'll send someone to your door from your local neighborhood to ask you to actually return it. And so accomplishing all that is pretty complicated. It's kind of the 90% of the iceberg that's underwater you can't really see. But the 2 billion API calls is a good metric to demonstrate the scale of that whole operation. So another large part of the just the fundraising side was what we were doing on Facebook. And so Facebook has really distinguished itself as the key fundraising and advertising platform in digital politics, I would say. We spent $200,000 to $300,000 a day on Facebook for 150 straight days, and we were positive ROI every single day. 2 of our biggest days, we spent over $1.5 million, and again, we were positive ROI every single one of those days. So part of this was, how do you set this up to scale as large as possible? We had a competitive buying structure where there was multiple buying teams competing for a percentage of that day's spend every 24 hours. And every 5 minutes, we would be altering the ads that those buyers would be able to get. And at the end of the day, at usually about 3 in the morning, an API would split the next day's buy based on the performance of the previous day's buyers. So if Sean was one of the buyers and he did really well, he would get more than I did the next day, because he was making better ads or was utilizing the data better, whatever reason it is. And so that adds up to 40 to 60,000 different ad variations in a single day, every day for 150 days. And again, on some of our biggest days, we did over 175,000 different ad variations in one day. And so Facebook rewards people for putting that amount of variations because it wants to show the best content to its people so that people will engage with it. They don't want to show all the users bad stuff or else it's going to ruin the advertising platform. So it rewards you to spend more time and to set up a structure where you're altering the ads and ad combinations at a really high rate every 5 minutes, and again, 40 to 60,000 a day. And that operation was run by Gary Kobe, who's an RNC staffer, in close collaboration with Brad Parscale and his team on the Trump organization.
I'm going to just touch on one quick thing before handing it back over to Bill Skelly. But one of the things Garrett talked about was the 2 billion API calls that goes back to our data warehouse. Those happen because people work, candidates work with us all the way down from the State House to really obviously the nominee and now the president-elect. But this just gives you an idea. I think there are a lot of questions that have come at me the last 2 years about our Senate candidates working with your data. And I can say unequivocally, every single Senate candidate running for Senate this cycle across the map worked with with Bill Skelly in our data warehouse. You can see literally the names of the staff members that we worked with on a daily basis. We had weekly calls over the weekends with them, and then daily, requests would come into Bill Skelly and Liam O'Rourke and Ashley Burns on our data team that would say, hey, can you guys build me a specific universe for my candidate in my state to talk to my voters about this? And then literally Liam and Ashley and Connor and our team would build them a universe, and then they would go send their mail piece out, do their auto dials, put a walk program together, whatever it might be, to make sure that they were talking to the voters that they wanted to be talking to. But I think it's really important. The overall goal, one of Reince's overall goals with this, and something that we've been really forward-leaning on, is that there's no reason that every single time a voter contact is made by a Republican candidate, that every single person running for office as a Republican shouldn't benefit from that voter contact. And so that's the idea here. And so I think you'll have a lot of candidates have realized over the last 4 years, and it really came into focus on Tuesday night, exactly how valuable having all that data stored in one place is, and the only place for that data to live is the Republican National Committee. That's been a major focus of Chairman Priebus's, and it really came to be helpful on Tuesday night for every candidate. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Bill so he can talk to you guys about what we were seeing leading into Tuesday night.
Thanks, Katie. Mm-hmm. Really, what I'll start this point off with was something that Brent Seaborn, who worked with me closely and the team closely, would say over and over again as we were talking to people, that this is indeed predictive analytics, but it's really prescriptive analytics. Our goal was not an academic goal. It wasn't to see how close we could predict the election. It wasn't, it was to give everyone a path moving forward. Now, obviously, accuracy helps with that path, and we'll show you that here shortly. But this wasn't, a study in big data or a study in how we can conduct better survey research. It was how can we use this research to get people elected up and down the ticket, and that was really the outcome we were shooting for. In August, when we sat down, and we're going to walk you through a plan of how we developed some of these universes. This is the battleground map that we were looking at that was plus or minus 3 points in either direction. So as we put this path together with the campaign, working with Brad and others up in New York, this is kind of what we were staring at. By October, the map had shrunk considerably, but the goal was to continue skating to where the puck needed to be. We didn't alter the path. We didn't alter the plan. To everyone's credit, we stuck that we could get people back to where we needed to be. And I'll walk everyone through that here shortly. But the goal was to, we set a goal early. It was going to be data-driven. We knew where we needed to be at the end of the day, and we continued on that path throughout the entire course of the election. By the first week in November, the map had expanded pretty considerably, as you can see. We now had 13 states in play, and we felt confident in all of them. We looked at what we had done. We had built a 50-state voter scoring operation. So when states like Michigan and Wisconsin come into play, we don't have to scramble to put together universes. We didn't have to scramble to build a path to victory. We had a plan in place. We had an incredibly robust data set, and we were able to immediately begin operating and spinning up a path to 50+1 in those states. As you can see, we ended up winning 9 of those 13 states. Excuse me, I skipped ahead here, but here's the U.S. Senate map. Not only were we looking at this from the presidential level and from down ballot, but we were also looking at Senate races. As Katie mentioned, we were working with each of them on pretty much a daily basis. We were very confident in our ability to hold the majority. We had 52 seats in our models, predicted where we would end up, and with Louisiana pending, we should end up in that ballpark of 52 seats. So we're really happy with how the models work to help put that in play. Some of these states, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, were moving so rapidly at the end of this election, we were retraining our data all the way up until Election Day to get a better understanding of exactly who was going to vote for Election Day universes. Here's how we kind of stepped through getting the 50 plus 1%. We started by projecting turnout in every single state, and this is a Florida example as of October 1st, just to kind of walk you through how we got there. At that point in time, we expected turnout to be about 9.4 million, 9.413 to be exact. And we set all of our vote goals at 50 plus 1. And we got asked a lot of times, why did you set them at 50 plus 1? There's third-party candidates in the race. You didn't probably need that. We wanted to set it high. We wanted to set it at what we knew we would need in order if we wanted to win outright. We weren't sure exactly what the third-party candidates were going to get. They always poll higher than they show on Election Day. And so we wanted to make sure that we were giving Chris Carr and the field program a lead enough that they would be able to hold regardless of what those third-party candidates came in at. At that point in time, we had Mr. Trump's vote at about 4,047,000, meaning we were about 753,000 short of the vote goal. We needed to find, in this period of time, about a month and a couple days, we needed to find 753,000 additional votes. Again, just because we showed that we were 753,000 votes short, we weren't saying we were going to lose. We were just saying this is prescriptive analytics. We now need to come up with a path to victory. How do we find these people? And here's what we did. First of all, we started with solidifying the base. We had a large number of what we call underperformed Republicans, people that had maybe shifted 15 points in their support of the Republican Party or of the nominee from February through the end of the election, or maybe they were supporting Senator Rubio more than they were supporting Mr. Trump. And we mapped them out, and we saw that we were performing pretty well up in the Panhandle, North Central Florida, but we had room to improve down in the Southeast. So we turned these underperforming Republicans over to Chris Carr, over to the television buyers, over to the digital team, and we began hammering them to move them home. We felt that was the lowest hanging fruit, and if we could move these people back to where we thought they should have performed in a generic sense, we knew we'd pick up a couple points. From there, we went after what we called the unallocated. These weren't necessarily undecided voters. They were just voters that we felt hadn't come all the way home yet. Again, it's kind of the next iteration of those underperformers. These were Republicans. They were leaning Republican, but they haven't yet committed to supporting the Republican at the top of the ticket. They were pretty well distributed across the state. Again, whereas in the Panhandle and North Central Florida, we felt that we were performing just fine, we still felt that there were some unallocated votes. So as we begin providing these universes, what we might talk about in the southeast part of the state is completely different than what we're talking about in the Panhandle. And as we talked about those walk apps and dynamic scripting, we were able to go door to door, individual to individual, and give them a customized message through the volunteers and through the field organizers that were talking to them. Third step was then, after we've cleaned up that, try and win the remaining unallocated by a 2-to-1 margin. This isn't winning the independents 2-to-1. This isn't winning the undecideds 2-to-1. It's just simply taking the Republican-leaning people that haven't committed and getting 66% of them. We felt that was a completely attainable goal, and we knew that it would net us a couple points at the end. And then really the low-hanging fruit among the lean Democrats, which we handed over to the campaign to begin wedging away, was what we called Hillary change voters. Throughout our models over the course of the year, we identified people that leaned in the direction of Secretary Clinton, but they just repeatedly in our model showed up as wanting change from Obama's policies. So we were able to hand that up to New York, and they were able to hammer away. We felt this was the lowest hanging fruit of lean Democrats. And again, this is where parts of Southeast Florida and Hillsborough and Pinellas counties began to pop. And with that message of this is another 4 more years of the Obama policies, we were really able to wedge away some of these lean Democrats to bolster support where we needed to get across 51%. This was all fed into our television targeting. We had grids that literally broke down the entire electorate by ratings by 15-minute day part across every single network. So all the buys were able to be targeted exactly to who we thought. For example, different parts of the state would maybe want to get an underperform message, whereas different, there would be markets where we would want to talk to the unallocated. There would be markets where we wanted to talk to Hillary change. In fact, it could get as granular that one 15-minute day part of one network would be underperforming a different 15-minute day part of that network would be unallocated. So the teams that we worked with, Deep Root Analytics and Target Point Consulting, did a great job of helping provide us with really targeted television buys that we were able to feed over to the campaign. And as Katie mentioned earlier, we weren't making the creative, but we were using our data to hand that over to all the campaigns so they could understand exactly who they needed to talk to, what day parts they needed to buy, and what messages needed to go into those day parts to be most effective. So really the purpose of this was to turn the data into votes. So what we did, we felt that we really did a really good job of securing the underperform. Chris' team and the people in the field, the campaign, were able to get those Republicans home. The map on the left is what I showed you earlier, where we were really doing just fine in the Panhandle and North Central. By the end of the campaign, you could see we had really brought them home in Miami and Palm Beach and Broward, Hillsborough and Pinellas. We did a really good job of getting the base back, talking to them, getting a message in front of them, and more importantly, getting them to show up and vote, which was an enormous lift by Chris and his team. We also persuaded the unallocated. The left, you could see that the unallocated were pretty well distributed across the state. By the end of the campaign, the remaining unallocated voters we felt were really focused in the Miami DMA, Hillsborough, Pinellas, places that you traditionally have to swing to win Florida. So we had taken care of the low-hanging fruit. We had gotten as much as we could back heading up into the final days. We're able to hand those universes, as I'll show you, over to the campaign and allow them to really get the ball across the finish line. Here's some examples, and they're on your chair and around the room if you want to take a look. But we wanted to give you kind of a rundown of what it was like to be a voter in one of these universes. So we picked a voter, and the names have been changed, obviously, about the individuals. But we picked a voter from the Hillary Change universe, from the GOP Lean universe, and then from the Underperform universe, and followed our voter contact plans step by step as we reached out to each of them. Stephanie P., who is, I think, page 3 of the brochure, I would highlight. She received 12 mail pieces, 20 emails between August 19th and November 6th when she finally voted. So it was a pretty robust operation. We were constantly either at people's doors, in their mailboxes, on their phone, in their inboxes, on their Facebook feeds, continuously at an individually targeted level. We knew what we needed Stephanie P. to do, and we stayed on top of her until we had an opportunity to observe that she had voted, at which case we turned off the fire hose and we moved on to the next voter and began harassing them with our message until the election day. But it was a tremendously streamlined operation. There are times when, if you look through some of these voters, as soon as they voted, the fire hose was turned off and we were able to shift our attention to the next voter. By people using the API, tracking their contacts, by Liam's team, who collected all this data at a clip we'd never done in the past, we were able to make sure we weren't wasting contacts. As soon as an operation happened, we were able to move on to the next voter, get them the contacts they needed, and continue moving on. Garrett, if you want to talk about the kind of the matching for the GOTV.
So these slides concern vote.gop and how we drove people to that site to take an action, and then so that we could go secure that vote. So I think there's a lot of confusion sometimes about how online ads work. These are the 4 blocks on this slide sort of lay that out. So if you start on the left, data gives us an audience of people that we need to turn out. So they go to the voter file and they say these people need to turn out. So we take that data and then we go to all these ad networks like Facebook, Google, LiveRamp, a dozen different places, and we say, do you have these people on your networks? And because of the quality of our data and the maturation of the ad industry online, we were getting an 80% match rate. So if data gave us 100 people for this one precinct in Florida, we could send an advertisement to 80 of those people in that precinct, in that turf. And so you can follow along here where we're getting an 80% match rate, and then we deliver them creative, and then they click on it and go to vote.gop. And so, next slide, where's the clicker? So on vote.gop is a shared party resource. And so people would arrive there, take an action, and then appropriate follow-up would happen, whether online or in person, or often a combination of multiple channels. And so if you're a Republican and you're running for anything in the United States, you can use vote.gop, and you send people there, and we send you the data back, and the field team helps turn them out. And so we've partnered with everyone under the sun to do that. We've sent over 700,000 actions were taken on vote.gop. 85,000 people filled out an absentee ballot application, and 63,000 looked up a voter registration form. So we talked earlier about the value of emails for raising money and winning votes. And so this really started to come to the fore in the last few months when we were driving people to vote.gop. Again, you can see here a cost of registration of 6 cents. And then the national change of address list resulted in over 22,000 registrations in our target states for an average cost of $4.24. Again, an invaluable resource the email file was to be able to take multiple kinds of different actions. So we knew we had to win Florida, so we spent a lot of focus on that state. And in Florida, over 50,000 of those actions were taken on vote.gop. In 1 week, we got over 8,000 early voting location lookups in Florida, an average cost of $10. From email and advertising efforts alone, 25,000 AB applications. And of those 50,000 requests, 31% have already voted, and another 7% requested or been mailed on an absentee ballot. Again, part of that sort of ballet where you can do something online and then an in-person action or a phone call or another mail gets to you. And there's a circular science that goes into all that. Results.
Just pass the baton back and forth. So now I'll go into some of the results, some of the data that we saw, and how we use that to kind of leverage the final couple days in conjunction with the team up in New York with Brad Parscale and with Chris Carr to try and help get across the finish line. As I mentioned earlier, we had 13 battlegrounds that we had identified by the Friday before the election that were within 3 points. We ended up winning 9 of those 13 states. So we were very happy with our ability to really quickly turn on our data program and have the field program that was already in place and had been there for a while and begin executing it at full speed. For turnout nationally, and this was one of the things we really kind of focused on, was if we could paint the playing field correctly, if we could understand all the players on the field and turn that over to our campaigns, we felt that we would have given them a lot of information to really understand their best path to victory. Our projected turnout nationally was 135,824,656 voters. Right now, they've counted about 127 million ballots, with states like California, Washington, Alaska, Connecticut still coming in. There's a whole litany down the bottom. As it's coming in, we've seen projections, and some of our initial analysis is going to have turnout between 134 and 135 million when all is said and done. So we're really confident that we will have predicted national turnout within about 1 million votes, which is very helpful when we can turn that level of accuracy over to our candidates and really have them have an understanding of who's going to vote. So we're going to continue updating this as information comes in. Give a couple examples here in Florida. Our final prediction as of Friday, our final voter score round had Mr. Trump down 2.8 points. But again, as I said earlier, this was less predictive analytics and more prescriptive. We ended up projecting turnout at 9,409,777, and actual turnout was 9,386,750. So we missed turnout in Florida by only 23,027 votes, which is about 0.24% of the total electorate. So going into Election Day, and I'll skip ahead here to a little bit, but remaining unallocated in the middle, down 2.8 points in our predictive models, but we identified 699,000 voters that we believe were the remaining undecided voters, the remaining unallocated voters in the final 96 hours of the campaign. It's about 6% of the electorate. Exit polls showed that about 7% of the electorate made up their mind in the final days of the campaign. So we're pretty confident that exactly these 699,000 people that we were talking to, that the Trump campaign was focused on, that the television buys were targeting, that digital was hitting, was the people that were making up their mind in the final days. So we were not wasting resources. We were talking to exactly the people who were making up their minds, and we knew what we needed to do to close that gap from down 2.8 to the eventual margin we had in winning Florida. We ended up only about 99,000 votes off of what we felt our predicted goal was, and some of that was made up by third-party candidates. But again, we tried to shoot high. So we were able to turn out the unallocated voter in the final couple days of the election that we felt played a big role in getting us across the finish line. Michigan's another state that we saw close very, very rapidly. And again, we were really successful in our ability to predict turnout there and ultimately the final outcome. We had projected turnout in Michigan to be about 4,806,396. It was in actuality 4,789,450 with a difference of only 16,900 votes. So again, another place that we felt we had a really good understanding of the electorate, and we were walking into Election Day knowing exactly who we thought was going to vote and how to speak to them. We had us up 0.2 of a point in our model. The final margin ended up, is currently sitting at 0.3. It has yet to be certified. But we knew there were about 485,000 unallocated voters, which again mimics a lot of what we see in the exit polls. So we knew that we had a lead. We felt very confident in it. We also knew that people were still making up their minds. And those were the people we focused on in the final days, and were able to, through Chris's operation, and again, through the great work by Brad Parscale up in New York, we're able to hold on to that lead and carry it across the finish line. It appears we're gonna end up with a win in Michigan when all is said and done. There were other places. Iowa's a great example where we knew what we needed to do to win, and we had to execute. And at the end of the day, we had our turnout off by a little bit. We had about 83,000 votes more voting in our prediction than actually showed up. But where we really feel we were successful is that we actually got really close to where we thought we needed to be to win. We were only 14,000 votes off of our vote goal. So we provided, again, Carr's team and Brad and everyone that was doing operations with exactly the votes that were making up their mind at the end of the game. In the final days of the election, they executed. We hit our goals, and from all appearances, it looks like the Clinton team and the Democrats didn't show up and didn't turn out their vote. But because Chris was able to execute, because their team and Brad's team and everyone were able to get out the vote, we hit the maximum number of votes we felt we could obtain, and by being successful with our strategy, that's all we could control, and we were able to be successful in Iowa. And then we saw the same thing in Ohio. Very confident in Ohio going into Election Day. Our models have us up. Again, we had only missed turnout by about 3%, so we have a really good sense of who we thought was going to be voting in the electorate. But again, we knew there were about 527,000 unallocated voters going into Election Day. We had to operate. The Ohio team, Chris, Brad, everyone that was operating in Ohio did exactly what they needed to do. They maximized our vote goal. We ended up being off what we felt we needed to win by only 1%, and we were able to hold on to the lead and actually expand our gains because we executed, and it's possible that the other side didn't. So we have some fun facts. Katie, if you want to run through the fun facts.
Sure, Chris, I think Chris should do it.
Yep, Chris. Sure. Again, these are just the total door knocks and phone calls, and then calls to what Skelly and these guys did, the total number of calls for the voter scores, targeted mail pieces. This is what we did here for the Republican Party ticket, part of the Victory Program, and then the paid GOTV phones that proved to be very, very effective, and then the emails that Garrett Lanson and team and Brad Parscale's team. Also, I just want to mention to you guys as well. We worked very closely, very well with the Trump campaign, especially out in the field. They had a small.
Calls.
We had daily calls, 11 a.m. Eastern every day, between the Trump state directors and our state directors. So we were always on the same page as far as executing our program. And then with Mr. Trump's travel, which was far more aggressive than the Clinton campaigns. I mean, he was going obviously to all the right places, but it was it was what the staff was able to do at these rallies. I mean, in terms of the number of registrations, the number of volunteer signups that we were doing, the absentee requests at these events were. I mean, I've been involved in campaigns and presidential campaigns since 1988, and I had never seen events such as the Trump events. So the goal was, midsummer, late summer, was just to harness all that energy and plug all that manpower into our field program. And once we did all the trainings and got people involved in the turf program and bought into it, and they became neighborhood team leaders. I mean, those guys out in the field who were carrying President-elect Trump's message in the field obviously proved to be very successful, and we saw it with the turnout on Tuesday.
If there's one takeaway that I think we throw a lot of numbers out in terms of number of knocks and emails, I think the point is we have gone from a party in the last 4 years that truly understands who is voting, how they are voting, so that it's not just knocking on a door, it's knocking on the right door with the right message. And so knowing who is going to vote and how they're going to vote and when they're going to vote is what really is important, because as Bill and Chris and Garrett are all noticing, delivering the right message to the right person at the right time so they take the right action is what this all comes down to. And so I think that is what we as a party, the numbers that are important is looking at that total number of turnout, knowing that we know who was going to show up and what it was going to take to get them there is really, I think, a testament to the investment the chairman in the building and Katie and Ryan's made over the last 4 years to get us where we are now, and gave us the confidence that we had going into Election Day that we had the momentum on our side. With that, we'll take some questions.
Sean?
Yeah.
Could you use the example
in this regard. Senator Blunt was in a very close re-election campaign out there, and he had a friend of his who raised almost $1 million in his own super PAC to do voter contact somewhat himself. He was out doing voter contact and voter ID and that sort of thing. How much of that was done independently in this cycle? How much did that impacted on it? And also, can you explain how Missouri went from on your map in October or September as a swing state, then in October off the map, and in late October the Clinton campaign spent $500,000 there?
Well, yes, because luckily we have a Missouri expert. Katie's from there, spent a lot of time on different campaigns, so she is the perfect person to answer that.
Bill should join me in answering this question on Missouri. But one of the things I think is important, you talk about, I think you asked a question about a super PAC that Senator Blunt's campaign, or I'm sorry, super PAC, you're saying a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding, and I don't work directly with these super PACs, I can't communicate with them, what we encourage super PACs to do, and I believe every super PAC that was working in Missouri on behalf of the Republican Party did do, was work with a firm called the Data Trust, which is an outside data vendor that the RNC uses. It's the exclusive data vendor that the RNC partners with. It's the only outside data vendor that has access to the RNC voter file. And so we strongly encourage anyone that's going to get in the business of contacting voters on behalf of Republican candidates up and down the ticket to work with Data Trust. Because of our relationship with the Data Trust, they can access and get value and benefit out of the RNC voter file and everything that the chairman's invested over the last 4 years. And so my hope is that organization worked with the Data Trust, and my inclination is that they did, but I did not work with them directly.
The question basically was, how much did that happen nationally over all the states? How much independent voter ID and voter contact was there in your estimation from what you've observed?
I mean, I think it's very hard to quantify. I mean, I don't know if Bill, it's,
Well, the takeaway, though, is that we're the only entity that provides data to the campaigns up and down the ballot that can say, here's who you have to get at in the message. We're the only ones who do it. So other people may or may not have been out there doing some voter contact, but because the campaigns can utilize the RNC and the data and the team, they had a support center that they could call into and literally work with the people on the data team and say, okay, can you get us that new file? Who are we missing? And again, it's not polling. It's not saying, here's a subset. They're being provided names, addresses, emails of actual voters that fit into those different universes.
Bill, you mentioned longitudinal changes in tracking these data points over time. How much of an effect did the president-elect have here, and how much did that change from before he was the nominee to when the RNC started working with him, and then in the last few months?
Well, overall, I mean, there was a consolidation that happened after the primaries. Republicans began to come home, and we were able to track that by and large. I don't know that I saw any difference from maybe 12 years ago. I mean, it took Governor Romney a little time to consolidate the base as well. We saw some really good movement after the convention. We saw
the largest bounce in history after our convention.
Yep,
I think.
Yep, very large bounce after the convention. Coming into September, we started to see some of the Democrat groups begin to engage, and their numbers began to flatten out. But then by the end of October, early November, everything began moving back in our direction again pretty quickly. Really, the longitudinal changes that we were focused on was voters who started moving in our direction, but maybe stopped flat of where we thought they needed to be. So it was really used for kind of finishing, identifying people that we could finish the movement upon.
Steve, is it?
In the last few weeks of the campaign, Mr. Trump did a lot of strategic visits to places. How did you decide where he needed to go, and who made this decision of where he needed to go, and particularly talking about Michigan and Wisconsin?
I think Bill mentioned this. We were in everyday contact, and I was in New York a lot working with Brad Parscale, making sure that they had all the data that we had that showed where we thought swing voters were. I mean, ultimately it was up to, obviously, President-elect Trump, Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, Dave Bossie, with the constellation of Reince Priebus, to determine the schedule. It was our job, in our estimation, to deliver every piece of data we possibly could. At the end of the day, the campaign is going to run the campaign that they want to run, and they obviously made some very good decisions. And we hope that our data helped in those decisions, and we believe that it did. But those were decisions made by campaign leadership.
Team CBS? I don't know, who's that? Hold on one sec.
You guys have talked about all the data you accumulated. Was there ever any security concerns or any issues that came up as this happened to the other party?
No. Gary?
We obviously took enormous precautions. The weakest part of any security system are the people who interact with the software and stuff, and so that's where you start. And so we were taking precautions from the beginning of the cycle, but yeah, obviously it was a ever-present concern.
So you're saying there were no breaches?
No, not that we're aware of.
Hold on. Emily, first.
Just going back to the beginning, what you guys were saying, you know, Republicans have taken the House, the Senate, basically the Supreme Court, the White House. What's going to be your priorities moving forward?
Well, I think we're going to continue to build on this program. I think we've seen unprecedented success on Tuesday night. We'll have a special election in Virginia, and oh no, we won't actually anymore. We were going to prepare for that in a worst case scenario, but I mean, we're heading into 2018. I mean, we'll have real midterms to look at. We have an incredibly favorable map in 2018 on the Senate side. Obviously, success in the House will continue to try and grow on, although we have, you know, almost an unprecedented number of seats in the House of Representatives right now. So my understanding is the campaign and President-elect Trump are encouraging Chairman Priebus to make sure that the RNC stays on the course it's on, and invest in a data and ground game that we've spent over $175 million on.
All the way in the back. Just wait for, hold on one second, Natalie.
Thank you very much to both of you. This is kind of a double-barrel question. One is that with news that Chairman Priebus is going to be White House Chief of Staff, what are the plans to carry on this program after he has left? And the other one is, what are your plans, considering that there are 4 Democrats in the Rust Belt states that President Trump swept? What are your plans to take on those Democrats in the Senate in 2018?
I'll let Sean take the first part of that.
Which is what's his, I think, look, the RNC will have an election for its chairman, and Chairman Priebus will, President-elect Trump will have an impact on who that chairman is, as tradition has always been the case, who that chairman is. But I think that they've been wildly impressed with the operation and unequivocally already, you know, want to make sure that it's maintained.
When as it relates to Senate map, I mean, of course, you know, we'll work closely with the National Republican Senatorial Committee to make sure, you know, they play a large role in candidate recruitment and make sure we have quality candidates. And once we have a candidate, we're going to provide them with the tools that our candidates had this past Tuesday to make sure that they're successful.
Shane.
Hillary Clinton over the weekend blamed in part James Comey for losing both the first announcement and then the second announcement. I was just curious if you guys saw any movement along those lines, especially the second one where he basically said he wasn't continuing to review her emails.
I mean, I can tell you, I'll let Bill answer, but I think there's a lot of things that happened at the end. The disclosure from, you know, sort of Clinton Inc., the pay-per-play stuff, the Obamacare rises, the strength of the ABEV program that Chris Carr talked about. There's a lot of factors that kind of collided at the same time in the end of this cycle. I don't know how much we can isolate one factor or another, but I think anyone would be hard-pressed to say that it wasn't one of several factors.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bill made this point too. I mean, you know, in late October, the map shrunk substantially, and then in early November, it grew substantially. And I think the race was very fluid all the way up until the end, and so it is hard to isolate things like that.
Yeah, there was a ton of movement in a lot of these states that began in September and bounced around.
Leanne.
Are there any, do you guys have a percentage yet of voters that weren't on your radar who came out and voted for Trump?
Well, I'll let Bill talk to this specifically, but I think, just looking in Florida and Michigan, no. I mean, we predicted turnout within, 1 to 3 to 5% in worst case scenarios. So I don't think we saw a ton of voters come out that we didn't think were going to come out. I'm not saying that I think there's a kind of a parsing of words there. Is a hidden Trump voter may be someone that didn't vote in 2012 or 2008, and that's something that we'll continue to look at. Who are folks that President-elect Trump's message really resonated with, that wanted to turn out and support the President-elect's message? But that's kind of a different question than did our data team know they were going to vote, right? Because we were canvassing the entire country, 1 out of 8 people really we talked to. And so whether or not, there was a hidden Trump voter, we may be talking about whether they voted in the past or participated in the past, but we felt like we had a pretty good handle on the voting population and who was going to turn out. Bill, I don't know if you have any.
No, I agree completely. And, the vote history data becomes available in the coming weeks, and we'll have a better analysis of the predictions from then.
I'm sorry.
Given this election result, there's been renewed talk about changing the Electoral College way of electing presidents. I wanted to get the RNC's position on the Electoral College now, and if they support states. There was also a movement in the past for states to divide up their electoral college votes proportionately. Where do you all stand on this?
I'd have to check. I think we've always deferred to states on how they want to allocate their electoral votes. I believe that's still our position. Is that it? Oh, go ahead. Noah.
There's a lot of questions now about how much Trump voters expect to the letter delivery on things like building a wall or prosecuting Hillary Clinton. You guys have looked at the data and you're smart political people. Where do you think the electorate is expecting as far as taking him literally on some of these promises, or do they just want him to go in a certain general direction?
I mean, I think he laid out a series of issues and change that he wants in a vision, and I think he has every intention of following up on what he talked about on the campaign trail, and you've heard that since his election.
I think from a data perspective, we were focused on figuring out, who was going to vote on last Tuesday night, who was going to turn out, what message they needed to hear. Moving forward, we're going to keep a robust data operation. And as Bill mentioned, a voter score program is built not only to know if someone's going to turn out, but their position on a number of different issues. We did issue-based, surveys on Supreme Court nomination. I'm trying to think of Obamacare, on down the line. And so we'll keep talking to voters, and the RNC will obviously work hand in glove, with the Trump team. And if they want to continue to look at the voter scores and the data we have, we'll provide it.
Sean, on that question, just to follow on the expectations question, do you think it's relevant that Hillary Clinton won the national vote, won the popular vote in that context of that question of what to expect from the Trump administration?
Can you expand?
All right, everybody, welcome to Fox 10 News Now Stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Looks like that signal just dropped out, and we're expecting the State Department press briefing in about an hour here. We got some more news to get you guys caught up on the latest Fox 10 News Now Stream. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream already. If you haven't already done so, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news for you. Do want to go to this story right here. Let me just pull this back up here. A Muslim woman said Sunday that her viral article explaining why she voted for Donald Trump has angered her liberal pals as well as other Muslims. Asara Nomani declared herself one of President-elect Donald Trump's silent supporters in an opinion piece she wrote in the Washington Post Thursday called, "I'm a Muslim, a woman, and an immigrant. I voted for Trump." As you can tell, I don't have horns on my head, right? But nonetheless, I am now being characterized as a traitor to my own liberals, as an idiot, names that I can't even repeat on air, she told Fox and Friends. The former Wall Street Journal reporter also said fellow Muslims have told her they hope Allah sends her to the gates of hell. The 51-year-old woman wrote in the Post that she voted for President Obama back in 2008 and 2012, but she became a Trump voter over the issue of Islamic terrorism. Quoted as saying, "As a liberal Muslim who has experienced firsthand Islamic extremism in the world, I have been opposed to the decision by President Obama and the Democratic Party to tap dance around the Islam in Islamic State." Nomani told Fox and Friends she knows Trump is not a racist or a bigot. We'll take a look at the stock market right now, just down a couple points right now, going on a little up and down streak today. And we're taking you out live to LA right now. We're going to see what Skyfox there in LA is covering right now. Could be more protests. We just don't know at this point. We're going to continue to follow Sky Fox up in L.A. right now. Yes, and indeed, folks, looks like there are more protesters in L.A. here. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We'll get you a little bit more info as it does become available. Let me work on a graphic here for a lower third. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching Sky Fox over in L.A. Student protests, once again, going on for the 5th day now. President-elect Donald Trump's approach to immigration is starting to sound an awful lot like that of President Barack Obama. In his first post-election interview, Trump says he'll focus on deporting criminal immigrants and not everyone in the United States illegally. He estimates as many as 2 million to 3 million immigrants could be immediately deported targets, but that figure may be greatly inflated. And that big, beautiful wall at the Mexican border, Trump says he may consider a fence, at least among some parts of the roughly 2,000-mile border. The newly softened stance is a stark contrast to Trump's rhetoric from the campaign trail that included calls for everyone in the country illegally to go back to their home countries and for Mexico to pay billions for a wall. Infowars.com host Alex Jones says President-elect Donald Trump personally called him to thank him for the support during the election. Jones, who peddles in conspiracy theories, claims in a video posted online on Friday that he had a more than 5-minute conversation with the president-elect. Jones says Trump also told him he'd be making an appearance on the show in the next few weeks to thank Jones and his listeners personally. He says Trump told him, "I want to thank your viewers, thank your listeners for standing up for this republic." Jones was an early Trump backer, and Trump appeared on his show during the GOP primary. He pushed conspiracies like the unsubstantiated claim that the former Supreme Court justice was murdered. Trump's transition team did not respond to questions about the call. Vice President-elect Mike Pence says he is recruiting people with character and the competence to implement Donald Trump's vision for the country. The Republican Indiana governor was named chairman of Trump's presidential transition team on Friday and could wield considerable influence. But he downplayed his role on Monday to reporters in Indianapolis, saying he was humbled to play a small part. Pence did not respond to a question about the appointment of Executive Steve Bannon as a senior Trump advisor. The website specializes in button-pushing headlines, including one that called conservative commentator Bill Kristol a Republican spoiler, renegade Jew. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and for everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. For the fifth day in a row, we are seeing protesters across America. This time we are Sky Fox covering in L.A. right now. Students are walking out of a school. Anti-Trump protest going on right now. We'll also get you caught up on the latest Donald Trump news as he is preparing his transition team right now. The nation's Roman Catholic bishops are urging President-elect Donald Trump to adopt humane policies toward immigrants and refugees. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops said serving and welcoming people fleeing conflict and violence is part of their identity as Roman Catholics. Church leaders said they would continue to offer that aid. Trump talked tough about immigration on the campaign trail, including proposing building a wall along the border of U.S. and Mexico and deporting the estimated 11 million people in the country illegally. He later distanced himself from those statements. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy is defending President-elect Donald Trump's selection of Steve Bannon for senior counselor. At a Capitol Hill news conference, a reporter read a list of offensive statements by Bannon, the far-right media mogul who pushed a nationalist anti-establishment agenda. McCarthy said the president-elect always gets to pick his team. The California Republican said the president has a right to select who he thinks is best. President-elect Donald Trump is considering oil billionaire Harold Hamm and North Dakota Representative Kevin Kramer to lead the Department of Energy. Trump is also considering venture capitalist Robert Grady for the top energy job, according to a transition planning document obtained by the Associated Press. Grady, who worked in President George H.W. Bush's administration, is also listed on the document as a possible pick to lead the Interior Department. For those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, taking a look once again, protesters taking to the streets for a fifth day in a row, protesting the election of Donald Trump on Tuesday. And a massive anti-Trump protest is planned for Inauguration Day. Police right now are on high alert. Opponents to Donald Trump's presidency are planning large-scale demonstrations in the nation's capital in January when the Republican presidential elect is sworn in on Inauguration Day, with police apparently expecting tens of thousands of protesters. Trump's surprise win Tuesday over Democratic rival Hillary Clinton has already sparked smaller protests across the country. However, demonstrators being planned for Inauguration Day weekend, which includes the January 20th swearing in on Capitol Hill, have the potential to be much larger. One protest is being organized by the group Answer for Act Now to Stop War and End Racism. The group's Facebook page announcing its protests at the inauguration Stand Against Trump, War, Racism, and Inequality event on Saturday showed that nearly 7,000 people have already committed to attending and 24,000 more have expressed interest in the event. Metropolitan Police Department officer said Friday that officers have already been briefed about the proposed demonstration and to prepare for at least 30,000 protesters. An NPD spokesman on Saturday declined to discuss the matter, saying the agency doesn't talk about deploying resources. He also suggested that the event was too far off to provide specifics, but added the agency will plan accordingly. And a pro-Clinton group named Roar for Hillary is planning a Million Women March on January 21st. Answer started roughly about 15 years ago after the September 11, 2001 terror attacks and has the potential to attract hundreds of thousands of protesters. In January of 2013, the group led an anti-war protest that it says brought 200,000 people to Washington, D.C., and 2 months later, Answer helped organize a similar worldwide event that is considered the biggest anti-war protest in history. Trump was criticized during his historic outsider campaign for comments about women and illegal Mexican immigrants and for his proposal after recent terror attacks connected to radical Islamists to temporarily ban Muslims trying to enter the United States. Already this week, a man was shot in Portland, Oregon, when he got into a confrontation with a protester. Portland police said the person who was shot was taken to a hospital for treatment of injuries that were not life-threatening. Police said they were looking for the shooter, who apparently fled in his vehicle after the attack early Saturday morning. The shooting followed rowdy Friday night protests when police used tear gas in response to burning projectiles thrown at officers, police said on Twitter. Hundreds of people marched through the city, disrupting traffic and spray painting graffiti. Now, it's very interesting because the whole concept of the Democratic movement was stronger together. This doesn't look like they want to be stronger together. That's just a theory there. If you're going to be stronger together, you gotta understand that the Electoral College is going for Donald Trump, the next president of the United States, the 45th president. Authorities reported instances of vandalism and assaulting during a rally that organizers had billed as peaceful earlier in the day. In other parts of the country, spirited demonstrations on college campuses and peaceful marches along downtown streets have taken place since Wednesday. In Washington, protesters burned at least one U.S. flag, which resulted in confrontation with a military veteran. And people continue to protest at Trump's new luxury hotel in Washington, Trump International, just blocks from the White House. A mainly peaceful protest by about 3,000 people ended in Los Angeles early Saturday, with about 200 arrests for failure to disperse after police broke up the lingering demonstration. Hundreds joined a Friday afternoon love rally in Washington's Square Park in Manhattan. Trump supporter Nicholas Quirco was traveling from South Beach to Miami. His car was among hundreds stopped when protesters blocked Interstate 395. He said, "Trump will be our president. There's no way around that, and the sooner people grasp that, the better off we will all be," he said. There is a difference between a peaceful protest and standing in a major highway backing up traffic for 5 miles. This is wrong. That's what one Trump supporter said. More than 1,000 protesters took to the streets across California after night fell, including downtown Los Angeles. Small protests also were held in Detroit, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Missouri, Olympia, Washington, and Iowa City. More than 200 people carrying signs gathered on the steps of the Washington state capitol. The group chanted, "Not my president," and "No Trump, no KKK, no USA." In Tennessee, Vanderbilt University students sang civil rights songs and marched through campus across a Nashville street, temporarily blocking traffic. A protest also occurred in Minneapolis. In Chicago, multiple groups planned protests through Saturday. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are taking live Skyfox video for you here in LA. Students are walking out of school in protest of Donald Trump. Right now, they are staying on the sidewalks. But let's hope that they do not start blocking traffic illegally. We'll be monitoring this here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. What seems to be happening here is these protesters all across the country are not protesting the election of Donald Trump. Really, they're protesting democracy, because Donald Trump won by a considerable amount. And this is not teaching anything to our children by saying, hey, if you're upset about your candidate not winning, just leave school, just start marching and do it for days on end because you didn't get your way. It's not the way we should be going about things. What needs to be said is Secretary Clinton needs to come out and say something, or the president needs to say to these protesters, you need to stop. We haven't heard that yet, and it needs to be said, because this has been going on for 5 days now, and the country is getting upset, and there needs to be a resolution here. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
Become president of the United States, and one in which Donald Trump was elected as the president-elect. I'm here today to remind us all that democracy is about more than just an election. It's about what we do in between elections. It's about what we do not just in Washington, D.C., but what we do right here in Los Angeles, in the neighborhoods where we live and where we work, the places that we pray, the places that we play. And for me, it was important to come forward as mayor of the city to reassure this city about how strong we are and this country is today. Democracy is about voting, yes, but it's also about volunteering. It's about speaking up and speaking out. It's not about going into a corner and crying and disappearing. It's about getting out and getting up every single day. Last night, thousands of Angelenos came together to peacefully protest. Last night, we saw the people on their streets. Angelenos, many of them too young to vote, expressed their frustration and fear, but most importantly, they expressed almost the limitless love and solidarity in this city. That love is what guides us, that unity is what defines us, and that each of us have a role to play in the coming days. To reach out, maybe to those who voted in a different direction, to those who might want to check out, and to say that the work that we do is too urgent to be defined by any one moment or by any one person, but that it is each of our responsibilities to engage in and to continue to sustain towards. I think that's something that we can embrace, that we can cultivate, and that we can channel into the change that all of us want to see in our country. These demonstrations have been overwhelmingly lawful, and I'm grateful to the work of Chief Charlie Beck, our officers, for working with protesters and with people, making sure that they are safe and that we preserve one of their most fundamental rights, the First Amendment to our United States Constitution. That said, I just want to say as well, it's never a good idea to go onto a freeway. We had that advice from our parents, and it's not safe for you, it's not safe for drivers, people who are getting to and from work and to their families. Any folks who vandalize walls, news vans, they compromise their own safety and the safety of those drivers. But we know that that is a very, very small group of people. And I don't want the story to be overwhelmed that somehow it is about a very small group when we have thousands of people who are out there so beautifully expressing their rights as Americans and their feelings as human beings. We want to make sure that destroying property or other things doesn't get in the way of the important messages that people have to share with their fellow Americans as well. Democracy doesn't stop just because we may be dissatisfied with the outcome of an election. Trust me. I run for office and I've campaigned for many things. Sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. But democracy is a daily election, one in which we either elect to participate or not, one in which we decide to fight for the things that we believe in. And here in Los Angeles, I think we stand as testament to a counter-narrative to that we see around the country. Instead of division, this is a place that has unity. Instead of talking about what we want to do, we're already doing it. And voters stepped up as well on Tuesday here locally in what was such a bright spot in an otherwise tumultuous night, to be able to say that we believe in fundamental things, that nobody should sleep on our streets. And so voters overwhelmingly, with 75+% vote, voted for Measure HHH to house at least 10,000 homeless people on our streets. They voted yes to move this city forward with Measure M, a mandate of 70+% to be able to make sure that we can spend more time with our families, with our friends, and create jobs that we so badly need. They said yes to higher education with Prop CC. They said yes to open space and parks with Measure A. These are the things that define our lives. And to those who may be despondent out there, I say, get up and join us. Yes, continue to express your feelings, whether it's online or on the streets. Continue to engage and to volunteer. And if you want to do something, we have ways to do things today. Host a house party and make sure we put together a care kit through our Welcome Home initiative for those who are homeless. Get out there with your church or your synagogue or your mosque and engage. But one thing I also want to say is there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of children who have been crying. There's a lot of people who are foreign-born who don't know what their future holds. And I want to say what Los Angeles is, who we are, and what we are about. We are a city that has never defined you by the zip code you grow up in, the country from which you or your parents immigrate from. We don't care how you worship God or where you worship God or whom you love. We care only what you want to do in this city and the dreams that you have to fulfill those. And we are going to fight hard to preserve those every single day. It may feel like the world has changed, but it hasn't. The sun rised, there's a peaceful transition of government, and we're going to be forceful advocates to keep all levels of our government accountable to us, where the power really is. 99% of what affects our lives doesn't come out of the White House. It comes out of our own homes. It comes out of our own communities and neighborhoods. So who's in the firehouse may be more important than who's in the White House. Who is down the street from us may be more important than somebody who is across a continent. And we will engage with other cities and mayors to make sure, whether it's the progress that we've made in this city on immigration, whether it's the progress that we have made on infrastructure, that we challenge and ask for our leaders to join us, that President-elect Trump be a part of that. And I welcome the ability to work with him on anything, as he has said, that can lift up the inequality in this country, that can invest in the infrastructure in this country, and that can bring us together, as he said, on election night. But we will also speak up and speak out for who we are, a town in which 63% of us are either foreign-born or the children of foreign-born, a place where I, as the 42nd mayor, the grandson of immigrants who came here from across oceans and rivers, who made the hard way to get here so that they could provide something better for their family, and now 2 generations later, stand before you as leader of this city. But I'm not the only leader in this city. Those young people who are out there are leaders. Our school board president who's here is leaders. This clergy council that is behind me are leaders. And every single person listening to this and watching to this, you are leaders and have an opportunity to lead. So don't despair, get to work. Don't check out, begin to organize. And yes, let's continue to be a strong clarion voice from Los Angeles, but let's also celebrate what we have right here in our backyard, a vision of this country and a vision of this city that is going to continue to have a more inclusive, unified, just world for all of us. Yo quiero decir también en español unas palabras. Hay muchas emociones y incertidumbre.
Your dreams are our dreams, and our dreams for this city are not going to be defeated by one election. So we ask our students to also remember the even more important march that they are on. The march towards that graduation stage and the march towards the university systems of this state and of this nation so that they can take their rightful place in the universities and in the colleges. And in that march, our students will do just as much as they are doing today, if not more, to prove wrong all of the rhetoric and all of the negative connotations that have been directed squarely at them. So what we say today to our families is listen to our kids, listen to their hopes and listen to their dreams, keep them in school, and keep them safe. I thank the mayor, I thank all the clergy gathered here today for wrapping their arms around the dreams of our kids and our students. Brevemente en español, todas las escuelas están seguros para todas las familias aquí en Los Ángeles. Yo sé, nuestras familias y nuestros niños tienen muchos miedos en este momento. Hablan con nuestros maestros y los directores también. Nuestras escuelas son sus escuelas. Gracias a todos.
Thank you. Yeah, be happy to answer some questions.
I understand the broad message.
Sure.
Of the value of First Amendment discussion.
Yeah, of course.
And people in the street. In the macro, for the people on the other side of the room here.
Yep.
Our news band's got pretty messed up.
Absolutely.
Cases, we in some cases had security that came out to protect us.
Absolutely.
And we had people jumping on news bands.
Yep.
And now some of these pictures of which there was vulgar language on some of the sides and
Yep.
fronts of these news bands have become fodder for social media.
Of course.
Which is getting out there and being seen by the kids.
Yep.
And what do you say to those who
Yep.
do this sort of thing?
Let me say in no uncertain terms, there's no place for the destruction of property, for the dangerous stopping of traffic in a city where the overwhelming majority of people are exercising their peaceful protesting. You're getting in the way of 99% of people's own message of love, of unity, and also a moment where they can express their frustration. And whether it's the media, whether it's public property, whether it's private property, don't lose the message here. The message is that Los Angeles stands as a great hope. Los Angeles stands as a place that actually can get things done and a place that is unified. You know, I would say it vice versa too. Look, it's going to be very easy for you guys to find somebody in town where there's a protest and a counter-protest, and the hottest heads yell at each other. I've been watching it all night long. It makes good TV. But it doesn't necessarily represent who we all are. And it is incumbent upon us to not have the most radical supporter of Donald Trump who says hateful and odious things represent every person who voted for him, any more than the people who are jumping on the freeway or on a news van or spray painting a wall representing the thousands of people who say that this person doesn't represent who I want as my president. The Republic is strong not because we don't have extremes, but because the center holds. And for me, what is important for us all to understand in Los Angeles is that we have a space for this not only to be said, but for us to do something about it. This is a place where we led the nation in immigration reform in the past. This is a place where social and economic justice and raising a minimum wage occurred. This is a place that's investing in public transportation and jobs that are good for the middle class. This is a place that has stood for all the things that we're protesting for and not just against. But I will reiterate, there's no place, you know, the media is an important part of First Amendment rights. And an attack on the media and on their property is an attack on the very thing that we are protecting for everyone out there. So that small minority, cut it out.
Mayor, is there a fine line, in your opinion, between what a lawful protest is and unlawful? And did last night cross over that line?
No, look, a protest is a protest. We always try to work with people. There are spontaneous protests and there's planned protests. We like to do planned ones, but where there's spontaneous ones, we do our best to protect people's rights because sometimes things happen in the world and spontaneity occurs with people needing to get out there. That's happened since the beginning of this republic. That's happened long before we had television cameras, and that's something that is a core value of our city. I'm less concerned with whether they're spontaneous or not, but whether individuals can cross the line and do unlawful things. I don't believe protests by their nature are ever unlawful. There's actions that people take that are unlawful. But expressing your feelings, we encourage that. And we also want to channel it into the kind of change and what we can focus on in this city and in this country for the next 4 years.
Because the LAPD made it very clear today that they are going to take almost a zero-tolerance stance. You go on the freeway.
Absolutely.
And,
that is against the law.
And even to a point of marching in the streets. They're going to monitor that very carefully. Do you
No,
agree with that?
we monitor it to protect people, but getting on the freeway absolutely should and will be dealt with as swiftly as we can. Now, freeways are big, and if there's enough people, it's tough to hold a line back. But again, that shouldn't be the story. The story should be if we want to change the world out there and make sure that our voices are heard, it shouldn't be that we know how to stop traffic. It's that we stand up against racism. It's that we stand up against sexism. It's that we stand up against Islamophobia. It's that we stand up against all these things that we have seen in this campaign. That should be not the message, not that I can stop traffic. You and I could go and stop traffic, but I don't know that that accomplishes anything. Yeah.
When you see 3,000 people take through the streets last night, how closely are you in communication with the LAPD? Are you on the phone with the chief?
Yes.
Did you talk to him this morning to figure out
Yes.
how you move forward?
Yes, absolutely. From before and during and after, regular communication with the chief, with other command staff, my own staff. I actually listen on the radio some of the time to what's going on as well on the radio, on the police radio. So we're monitoring very closely, and also in communication with other cities to make sure we're all kind of adopting the best practices. I want to err on the side of giving people the space and the place to express themselves. I wasn't. I was encouraged by it. You know, I think a lot of people in a position like mine are supposed to be stressed out. I actually thought it was a beautiful expression of democracy. I think it was a marvelous thing to see the next generation of this country get engaged, involved. I want to turn those people not just into protesters, but to doers. We're going to need them to do the things that we need to do in this country and in this world, and certainly in this city. So I was encouraged. I think it's great. And we have plans to, I should probably speak about this too, to really channel some of this into activism, whether it's sitting down with immigrant rights activists and looking at what we can do to continue in my Office of Immigrant Affairs and with the school district to inform people about how they can get on the path to citizenship, what their rights are, not to fear LAPD. They're not coming into schools to grab kids out. But each year and each generation you have to teach that. And in this election, especially, people's worst fears are there. We're sitting down with civil rights groups and seeing, what are the next steps. We're planning with our transportation advocates. How can we start getting jobs to people who don't have jobs to show as we move Measure M forward? What do we do to accelerate, now that HHH has passed, an involvement not just of the city and the county, but all of us in ending homelessness? So I think this is a great moment. We have to make sure we don't break too many bottles during it, and at the same time that we channel it into constructive actions that we can take. And it is so easy for us to confuse on any issue a very vocal minority who takes some certain actions as the protesters. They're not. You know who they are. We see them out there. They're our brothers, our sisters, they're our coworkers. Mm-hmm. And to folks who did not vote for Hillary Clinton and who voted for Donald Trump, we need to reach out to them too. Even though the numbers, it was less than a quarter in the county of Los Angeles and probably even less than that in the city of Los Angeles. I think the frustrations that people have out there are universal, and we have to figure out a way to model to come together. Don't just reach out to somebody who's of a different color skin or a different gender or a different religion. Reach out to somebody of a different political party. Have those conversations and see where we can move forward together. We will need that. I take the president-elect at his word. He says he wants to bring us together. He has some work to do there, but we certainly want to do that with him if that's what he wants to do. Our work is too urgent to look too much towards the past. We need to look at the future and what LA needs. And I expect him to be a president for all of us, and if not, we'll hold him accountable.
Mayor, was there any point last night when you were watching, and you said you were proud of what you saw?
Yeah.
Was there any point last night when you said, okay, come on, enough's enough?
Oh, I always worry about people's safety, and of course, when people are on the freeway, for those individuals, it's, especially as most people who probably were on the freeway for the first time dispersed, when certain people stay there the whole time and just want to get arrested, that becomes the story instead of the story being, again, the expression of the values that we hold. So, of course, I think most reasonable people, especially you look at people who are lined up trying to get home for an hour. These are probably working people coming home from restaurants where they've been working, coming home from being our teachers, grading papers. We have to be there for each other as well. And certainly getting on a freeway isn't a way to win people over to your cause.
Because no one should construe what you're just saying today to go out and protest.
No, people, if they feel that, we will protect their right to do so. That's different than getting on a freeway. And we will continue to have spaces and places for people to gather and to express their First Amendment rights, absolutely. That's the decision that each person makes themselves, but I think it's great to see Americans come together and to peacefully protest for or against things. That's a fundamental part of our democracy. Yes? Hold on, we'll go here and then we'll go second, sorry. Go ahead. Hmm? Yep. Well, I'm not going to make those judgments for people. I've certainly been a protester on the streets before. I felt that pull. But eventually, we need to get on with actually doing things. I think it's important. There is a certain strength that you feel, especially at moments when you feel, as many of our students do, they wonder whether this is their country. And it's a moment where they reclaim it, that this is very much their country and this is their city. And when they see their fellow classmates around, white, black, brown, Asian, they can feel the power of that. There's absolutely a place for that. But we also want our students to graduate. We want our students to, we don't want their parents to be worried. So we're trying to protect their rights to do that. I'm not going to make that decision for any person. But I do believe that long term, what's beautiful about Los Angeles is we have space not just to protest, but to act on the values that we hold. And that's something that we'll continue to do while allowing people to do what they've done since the beginning of this republic. Yes?
So let me first say, before I respond to that, is that as hard as yesterday was, to stand here with the mayor and to stand here with this group of clergy behind us, this is a very hopeful moment. And I hope that hope kind of spreads out to our schools. And I hope that our students will have the chance to listen to what the mayor just said about democracy. I'm really proud to stand with a mayor who understands a teachable moment, and the words that he just expressed about our democracy hit me as a former teacher really, really in my heart. In terms of discipline, whenever you miss a class and that absence is unexcused, there are consequences. And those consequences may differ slightly from school to school. And the superintendent right now and myself, our main concern right now is the safety of all children. So we are not going to spend a lot of time worried about what the individual consequences will be for missing class, but whenever you miss class and it's an unexcused absence, there are consequences. And as I've said to students over the years, let's remember that this is not the first time that our young people have expressed their voices with their feet. And there have been very, very important moments in the history of our city where that has happened, from 1968 to 1994 to 2006 to this very moment. And there's always been consequences. And what I say to our young people is that you should own those consequences. You should embrace those consequences, because if this is important enough to you to walk out, then you should know that there are going to be consequences for that action, and you should accept those proudly. And that's what I expect will happen. They will not be devastating or monumental to anyone's graduation trajectory, but certainly we expect that that's what will happen in schools.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
one of the policies that Trump mentioned either Tuesday night or Wednesday morning was
Yep.
infrastructure spending in cities.
Yes.
Do you see any way that LA could work with the Trump administration?
Oh, absolutely.
Or do you think that the city sees it as good?
Of course. Let me remind people who are worried that, I've gotten this question a couple of times, suddenly LA is going to be cut off. We pay taxes to Washington. We will get programs back. That does not, never stopped, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, in the White House or in Congress. Even under President Obama, when the houses were controlled, both houses, by Republicans, sat down with people like Jim Inhofe, who's proud of being the most conservative-ranked member of the United States Senate, who is a big believer in transportation infrastructure. We found common ground. We talked about things that we both worked on. Americans should be Americans and find the common ground that unites them. I don't walk around just with a D on my forehead, and he doesn't walk around with an R. We're actually people, human beings, who happen to register as certain parties or as independents. And I think for all of us, we can find that common ground with any president and any administration. I look forward to finding that common ground with President-elect Trump. I think it's going to be important for America's success. Think about this city for America. Our ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach are responsible for 43% of all the consumer goods that come by sea into this nation. So that means that in every red, so-called red county and blue county in this nation, they need to have a successful Port of LA. And our modernization efforts are critical to this nation's security and economic success. Our airport brings in so many visitors that come to every corner of the United States, the #1 destination origination airport in the world. The work that we're doing now that Measure M has passed, we absolutely expect federal dollars to continue to be a part of that. That's good jobs, that's good for business, it's good for everybody. We may disagree about certain other things, and we tend to speak up and speak out when we disagree. But I've disagreed with Democrats who've been in the White House. I've disagreed with Democrats on Capitol Hill. And I don't usually lead with just that. We try to find the common ground to achieve the common good, and we will do that with President Trump.
Mr. Mayor, if you weren't the mayor, would you feel
No.
strong enough about this issue to join the protest?
Yeah, maybe I would have been out there, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a time, look, where I want to speak as a father. Because Steve mentioned this for our children. This was a traumatic election. There's plenty of division, and there's finger pointing both directions. But the things that were said that are not partisan about women, about our Muslim brothers and sisters, about immigrants. This campaign started, remember, with singling out Mexicans and Mexican Americans. Those have a very long-term and traumatic effect on people. And I hope that President-elect Trump can do things to repair those words that have been said and to be an example. We in leadership should be examples. I've quite often organized, whether it's protests or acts of civil disobedience before I was mayor, when I was council member. Those are an important part of participating in our democracy, especially when you see things that are fundamentally un-American. And I think what we have to try to do is to find some common American ground again. America is not a place where we denigrate women. America is not a place where we tell people that they're not qualified to serve because their parents come from Mexico. America is not a place where we mock disabilities. And certainly not the America that exists here in Los Angeles. So I intend to continue to show people America doesn't just exist in Washington, D.C. In fact, Washington, D.C. is the last place it exists, so it's the last place it goes to. It is a reflection of each of the communities, including this biggest city and the biggest state in the union, and the big things that we stand up for and who we are. But yeah, you know, I saw people out there and I thought it was beautiful, and I certainly probably in an earlier incarnation would have been out there expressing some of that frustration too. Yeah, yes. I don't have all the 28, and I think exclusively for being on the freeway, and I think most of them were not students.
Not students.
Yeah. So for folks who think it was the students that went out there, I think some students might have gone down there. They were dispersed. They took the dispersal order and left. Some people who really wanted to be arrested, they got arrested. 28 people who may have done that before. Yes. Oh, sorry, yes.
I worked with some of the school kids while they were demonstrating over
Yeah.
RFK.
Yes.
They're genuinely terrified.
Yes.
You, as mayor of Los Angeles, what assurance can you give
Yep.
them that you'll stand between them and Washington?
Look, we will not only stand up for every young person and for every person that is a resident of this city, we're going to join together with cities across the nation, as we have done, mayors who have come together to make sure that we can protect you, that we can make sure that you are safe where you live, where you go to school. We want to see a pathway to making sure that everybody here in Los Angeles is not only safe, but can pursue their dreams. It's who we are and what we've stood for. We had over 50,000 people just in the last few years who we've helped walk towards citizenship or towards legal status here. Look, we all know that if tomorrow people tried to round folks up and deport people because of their immigration status, that is a logistically impossible undertaking. And here in Los Angeles, we want to engage the federal government in ways that we can actually solve this problem that doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't work for those who are the most radically anti-immigrant or for those who are the most radically pro-immigrant. It's a broken system that keeps people in shadows, depresses our economy. The honest answer in this city, we know, immigrants are our brothers and sisters and cousins and parents and our children. They are the folks who are in our restaurants and who are out there creating a beautiful city. They're working in our buildings. They aren't them, they are us. Mm-hmm. And so what we will do is continue to let everybody know you are us, and we will make sure that we stand up for you, and we'll continue to defend your rights and to make sure that you have a pathway towards the American dream. Any other questions? Yes? Well, we hope to guide them. One of the things that I'm going to be putting up and putting out on the website is, okay, because I've had so many of these emails, I'm sure many of you have as well. What now? What do we do? And so I want to give people 5 things, for instance, they can do. Get involved on the issue of homelessness tomorrow. Do a welcome home party that I mentioned, where you can actually bring friends together and put together a welcome home package to somebody moving off the streets. Support our veterans tomorrow by hiring one where you work and working with your employer, that if you don't have a veterans hiring program, let's do it and get it up and running for my 10,000 Strong initiative to hire 10,000 vets here. Let's reduce traffic together. Here's a few simple things that you can do to make that happen here. Let's reach out to our immigrants. We have workshops all the time to inform people of their rights. Let's help work against inequality by letting renters know who are illegally evicted and lose their apartments, oftentimes in this housing crisis, how they can stay in those apartments. Places where people can join the Mayor's Volunteer Corps, go to a school and help a young person. We absolutely hope to channel all this energy to say, look, if this is a moment you believe in this country, it's not just about the ballot box, it's about what we do every single day, and we need you. And let me just conclude with this. I too am very hopeful. I know it may be a strange emotion to hear, but I'm very hopeful about the strength of this nation. I'm very hopeful about the direction of this city. I saw it in the votes of our people. I see it in the faces of the protesters who are outside, and I feel it deeply in my bones that this is a city ready to rise and to walk. So get it all out. Let's express our frustration if you're on the losing side, and I was there with you and I felt despondent too. If you're on the winning side, don't gloat too much, and let's find each other. Let's find a common ground and space, because I know that somebody who might happen to be a Republican and an evangelical cares as much about homelessness as the person who is a Bangladeshi immigrant. I know that we have common ground, and I'm very hopeful that Los Angeles actually will be the model. They say the winds, the political winds in this country blow from the west. Let's make sure that we'll all be a part of that. Thank you.
Nice job.
All right, folks, we're going to continue to monitor the protest here in LA. And we'll see if there's any more that sparks throughout the day here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Now what we're going to do is take you to, unfortunately, a very sad story. A Show Low, Arizona officer was gunned down last week, and today he is being laid to rest. Officer Darren Reed. Darren Reed's family said he died a hero. Let's take you inside where it's about to begin the funeral services.
Today, and I welcome you here. We also thank the Show Low Steak for the use of this facility today. You may be seated. Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God." He also said, "Greater love has no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends." Will you pray with me? Almighty God, who gives us life and receives us in death, we thank you for your abiding presence here. In our weakness, we look to you for strength. In our sorrow, we look to you for comfort. Father, we thank you for these that have answered your call to serve. And we thank you for their families. And we pray your blessing upon them. I ask, Father, that you bless this time that we have together today with your spirit of comfort and of peace. In the name of our Savior we pray. Amen. I would introduce to you Show Low Chief Joe Shelley.
I'm going to try to get through this, but I forgot my glasses, so this is going to be a little tough. Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Joe Shelley. I'm the Chief of Police of the Show Low Police Department. I'd like to begin by acknowledging some people that are here with us today. We have our City of Show Low City Council, Mayor Darrell Seymour, and members of the Show Low City Council itself, City Manager Ed Mooter, chiefs, sheriffs, and other dignitaries, and all the members of the Show Low Police Department family. Welcome to all the law enforcement families in the community of Show Low. I'm humbled to be here today to speak to you at the celebration of the life of Officer Darren Reed. On November 8th, 2016, tragedy struck our community and took a hero's life. I want you to know that Darren had a love for this community, for law enforcement, but more importantly, for a love of his wife, Kathy, his son, Chance, and his daughter, Cheryl, and his grandbabies. Kathy, on November 8th, your husband gave the ultimate sacrifice for his fellow man. But I give you my word that his legacy and dedication to this community will live on forever. Darren was well known by all. He showed a sense of kindness. He never judged others. He was just a fair man. In law enforcement, there's a poem written by an unknown author called "This Is Your Badge." The poem goes on to say that the badge transforms you from a citizen to a centurion, guardian of the safety and welfare of others, display of dignity, wear it with pride, and defend its principles. Emulate the qualities it represents. Kathy, Darren did all of these things and much, much more. He wore the badge with honor, with integrity and respect, and in turn, he earned the respect of others. I was honored to know him, and I want you to know that you and the rest of the family and the kids will always be part of the Shoal Police Department family. A little lighter side, I should have started with that. But I must admit, one thing that we had, Darren and I had a difference on, was our choice of football teams. All right, this is where I'm going to tell you exactly what he was. A Denver Broncos fan, die hard in the wool, never changed. And I was a Dallas Cowboys fan. You know, Dallas, I know, Dallas is a team you either love or you hate. There is no ifs, ands, there's no in between. You love or hate them. And Darren and I would have lengthy discussions coming into my office and saying, Chief, you got a minute? And I knew that that wasn't going to be a minute. So he just tried to figure out which team is better. I'm not sure which one it was, but last year, winning the Super Bowl, I bowed to him and said, you guys are the best team. But he came into my office with that quiet sense of humor and told me that he had to admit this year he liked the Dallas Cowboys just a little bit. And now I'm almost out of my chair falling backwards going, I can't believe you like the Dallas Cowboys. He goes, well, I really don't like the Dallas Cowboys. I like what the owner did regarding his stance on the national anthem. I agreed with him and knew exactly where he was coming from. You see, Darren was a patriot. He not only served this great community, he served his country as well as the military police officer in the United States Air Force. He took great pride with the police department. He took great pride in things that meant most to him. His law enforcement career, his country, but above all, it was his family. He wore his uniform and badge with pride. Darren was proud, he was noble, he was kind, and he was a hero for all of our community and his family. And on November 11th, this last Friday, I attended a Veterans Day memorial just down at the City Hall. And as I attended the memorial, it was for all the great Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. I could not help but have a sense of peace knowing that Darren was at rest with the rest of the fallen heroes who have sacrificed their lives for all of us. I was looking at the Shoal Police Department family, and I was told that we're all going to be here, but you're everywhere, so I can't. I'm going to address you all. I'd like to address the entire Shoal family and look around you just for a moment. Take a look around. You saw it out there on the street. You see it inside here, and it won't stop. The law enforcement families throughout the state, the nation, and the world are embracing you. And they stand here with you during these most difficult times. Like Darren, you have been courageous, selfless, honorable, and brave. I want you to know that the next few days, weeks, months to follow will be difficult for all of us, but we are the Shoal Police Department family and will persevere through this as the professionals you are. Ladies and gentlemen, on the day of this horrible, tragic event, as many people around us and knowing this, these men and women worked tirelessly to stop the evil that confronted our community and never went home. To the community of Shoal, when I came here nearly 3 years ago, you welcomed me with open arms. I've never met a stranger here, and no one's ever called me a stranger. Sometimes they didn't even know who I was. They just basically said, come on in and get a haircut. Charlie, wherever you were at, thank you. On November 9, 2016, when we brought our brother home, you welcomed Darren with open arms. The fire trucks, the utility trucks, the families, the entire community lined the streets. That's probably Darren's phone, by the way. You lined the streets saluting, honoring our brother with the integrity, love, and respect that he solely deserves. I would describe it as the picture-perfect definition of unconditional love. And one of the most touching pieces of gratitude that I saw throughout that time was the children's handprints in blue ink showing their appreciation for Darren. And I couldn't help but think to myself that they were the hands of hope, hope of our future, hope of our community, and the hope of humanity. How can I ever thank you? I'd like to thank all the law enforcement agencies, especially all the first responders throughout the White Mountain area for assisting us on November 8th. I'll be forever in your debt. In closing, I'd like to address Darren. Darren, I can't help but wonder, and we talked about this many times since then, I can't help but wonder, along with your family and friends, if you didn't have just a little something to do with the damage to the Cooley and Clark statues the other night. I guess we'll never know. True. But one thing is for sure, is that you are here watching over us, smiling with that country boyish grin of yours. I thank you. Your community thanks you. The entire law enforcement family thanks you. Your country thanks you for the sacrifice you made to keep us safe. Godspeed, our friend, our hero, and our brother. May God's blessing comfort and protect us all. Thank you.
Now with the eulogy, Senior Sergeant Dan Rush of the Snowflake Police Department. Open hands. St. Leo the Great. I am sending him, that is.
Okay, everyone, if you want to watch the rest of this funeral, you can find it live in full on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. But here on YouTube, we are going to transition now to President Obama's news conference. He is scheduled to speak in just a couple minutes prior to leaving for Europe and South America.
It's okay. It would be either you or me to each other. I'm sorry?
You know how when you're kind of in like the zone, like I didn't even know who was standing.
Once again, President Obama holding a news conference prior to leaving for Europe and South America. If you'd like to continue watching that memorial service for Officer Darren Reed, you can watch it on facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix.
signed it. You got me all excited now.
Actually, you don't need me on the board. I'm not talking. I'm just going to give you all a 2-minute warning.
All right, guys, while we wait for President Obama to speak, I want to take you now live to Atlanta for the hot car death verdict. You may remember a father accused of intentionally leaving his son in the car. The Justin Ross Harris murder trial. The jury has reached a verdict. We are waiting to hear the results in this hot car death trial.
Please let us know. Please let us know. That's fine. Please be seated.
Members of the jury, it's good to see you again. My understanding is that the jury has arrived at a verdict. Would the foreperson please stand? Ms. Burnham, is that correct? Have you in fact arrived at a verdict?
Yes, Judge.
If you will hand it to the bailiff will bring the verdict to me for my review. The verdict is in proper form to be received by the court. At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk to publish the verdict. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
In the Superior Court of Cobb County, State of Georgia versus Justin Ross Harris, defendant, case number 14-9-3124, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows: count 1, malice murder. As to count 1, we find the defendant guilty. This 14th day of November 2016, killed only 4 persons. Count 2, felony murder. As to count 2, we found the defendant guilty. This 14th day of November 2014, killed only 4 persons. Count 3, felony murder. As to count 3, found the defendant guilty. This 14th day of November 2016, again, 4 persons. Count 4, cruelty to children in the 1st degree. As to count 4, we found the defendant guilty. this 14th day of November 2016, CN, 4-person. Count 5, cruelty to children in the second degree. As to count 5, we found the defendant guilty this 14th day of November 2016, CN, 4-person. Count 6, criminal attempt to commit a felony, to wit, sexual exploitation of children. As to count 6, we found the defendant guilty this 14th day of November 2016, CN, 4-person. Count 7, dissemination of harmful materials to minors. As to count 7, we found the defendant guilty this 14th day of November 2016, CN, 4-person. Count 8, dissemination of harmful materials to minors. As to count 8, we found the defendant guilty this 14th day of November 2016, CN, 4-person.
Council approach to review the verdict. Does the state have further of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense?
We'll ask for the poll.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we've received your verdict and it's been published in open court. The next step in a trial is the poll of the jury. The poll of the jury is when you're called upon to confirm that the verdict that has been rendered by the jury is in fact your verdict. The way I'll do that is the clerk will call your names by initials shortly. When your initials are called, please stand and I will ask you 3 questions. I'll ask you if you heard the verdict as it was read in open court, and then you would answer whatever your answer may be. The next thing I would ask is if the, then I will ask you if the verdict that you heard is in fact the verdict that you had in your jury room. And then I'll ask you if in fact the verdict that you heard is the verdict of all the jurors in the jury room. And finally, I will ask you if the verdict is still your verdict. And then, as you know, you're under oath. To all of those 4 questions, you would answer truthfully as the case might be as to what your answer would be. And with that, I'll ask Mr. Phillips to go and begin to call the roll of the jurors.
J.G.
Please stand. Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, I have.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, it was.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Please be seated.
C.P.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was wrong one? Eventually we'll be there. Yes, sir. Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court? Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors? Is it still your verdict? Thank you. Be seated.
C.P.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated.
S.M.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
N.H.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
P.E.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes.
Was that the verdict of, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated.
P.O.
Did you hear the verdict as read in open court? Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors? And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
J.J.
Did you hear the verdict as it was?
Two J.J. This is a male.
Did Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court? Was that your verdict in the jury room? Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors? Is it still your verdict?
J.R.
Did you hear the verdict as it was read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict?
It is.
Thank you.
G.G.
Did you hear the verdict as read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, ma'am. J.J.
Did you hear the verdict as read in open court?
Yes, I did.
Was it your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, it was.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, it is. K.N.
Did you hear the verdict as read in open court?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the verdict of your fellow jurors?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Is that the call of the jury? Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
Not as far as the jury's concerned, Judge.
We'll take up issues in a moment. We're going to give the verdict to the clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes your service on this case. So, what are next steps? Well, I'll be discharging you shortly, but I'd like you to know about the next steps in the case. As you remember that I told you in the charge of the court, I explained to you that sentencing was not an issue in your jury deliberations. And that's because we have a bifurcated system of jury trials, and bi means two, as you know. So the first step is the determination of guilt or innocence. You can't even begin to contemplate or consider or evaluate appropriate punishment until you've determined if a person is guilty or not guilty. And that is a jury function. That's where people from the community are brought together to bring about their really common sense. The verdict of a jury is the sense, the common group sense of the 12 jurors who come from all different walks of life, evaluating evidence, applying law to evidence, and letting that create a verdict. But you can't talk about punishment until a person has been found guilty. It doesn't make sense. In cases such as this, once a jury arrives at a verdict, and in this case a guilty verdict, then the responsibility of sentencing falls to the trial judge, and that's me. And what happens is called a sentencing hearing. And at a sentencing hearing, there can be evidence offered. And evidence would come to the court in one of two ways, basically two natures. One is in the nature of aggravation, and the other is in the nature of mitigation. Aggravating evidence is evidence that would take you to, say you had a median sentence, that all things being equal, this would be the normal sentence in a case. Aggravating evidence would be that which takes you to a stronger social response. Punishment is a social response to behavior that's against the law. And if there's evidence that's offered, and it can be evidence from the trial, maybe nothing more than, and often is, that there's no more evidence other than what's been heard at the trial. So that could be aggravating evidence. But it could also be something like prior criminal convictions, other things of that nature that the law allows the sentencing judge to take into account in arriving at the appropriate punishment. The other type of evidence is mitigating evidence, and that which, if we're at the median point, takes you to a less harsh sentence. Youth is often considered to be mitigating. There can be evidence in the trial that amounts to mitigating evidence. Lack of a criminal record can be mitigating evidence. There's a hearing to accomplish that, and each side, the state, can offer evidence in aggravation. The defense can offer evidence in mitigation. And then, just as you saw in the trial, there's argument. Each side can state what they think is an appropriate sentence within the range that the law sets out, and argue to the court persuasively what's the appropriate sentence. I mentioned a feature that's important to keep in mind. I don't have unfettered decision-making, just like you do. You had law you had to follow based on evidence to arrive at a verdict. I have law I have to follow based on evidence in sentencing to arrive at a sentence. So what is the law specifically that I'm talking about? Each offense has sentences that are set forth by statute. The law that I told you about, when I define malice murder, when I define felony murder, when I define the cruelties to children and the dissemination counts, they all have ranges or specific punishments that go with that offense. And then there's some other nuanced aspects of how sentencing occurs. But after I discharge you, then I'll have to determine when the sentencing will occur. And I'll certainly want to share that information with you. You're a part of the case. I'm discharging you, and you're going to go back into your free lives, which you have not had for quite some time. And, you know, for the rest of us, too, we haven't had our free lives either. We've been here in a very accommodating community. What's been here for us from Cobb County trying this case has been, hospitality's been remarkable. The support and help to us to do our task has been remarkable, and I hope for you that you find that to be true as well. I believe you probably do. It's just been very remarkable, and everyone involved should be commended. But you go back into your civic life and your civilian life, and yet I'm sure you would like to have the information so you can have access to being able to see and hear what happens in the sentencing. And I will be sure to get that to you so you will know. Why am I saying that? I don't know yet when we're going to do it. I need to listen to both sides. That's the next step after I discharge you, is to listen to the lawyers and talk about next steps as to when we get to sentencing. What type of preparation do they need? What is their time frame? Sometimes you try cases and you immediately have a sentencing. Oftentimes you have to wait because there are witnesses that need to be summoned and brought into court. So there's still moving parts on my end, at their end as well. Before I discharge you, I'd like to say to you that you've seen, in my opinion, very good trial work. The lawyers have done an outstanding job in representing Mr. Harris and making sure that not only were his rights protected, and, you know, sometimes we get a little jaded about rights, but rights matter because they define us as a society. And if, heaven forbid, we ever find ourselves in a circumstance or our family in a circumstance, we want to make sure we live in a society where those rights protected to us are there for us. It's an equalizer. It makes us all equal under the law. And that's one of the hallmarks of American society. And you've seen very good lawyering in that regard. You've also seen very good development of the facts and circumstances. The presentation was very good, and I see lawyers all the time. I am one. I'm pleased to be one. I'm very proud of the career choices I've made that have given me such an ability to see how our system works, how justice works in our country and in Georgia. And you've seen very high quality work, and I commend the lawyers for that. Having said that, I'm going to excuse you. I'm going to send you back to your jury room. The poor alternates, bless your hearts. You must have, every time I have to tell somebody they're an alternate, I go, you know, this is as punishing to me as it is to them to say, yep, we made you sit here. Yep, we made you listen, and now we're going to put you in a room, and you're going to have to play whatever, you know, do whatever y'all were doing. And the frustration, you know, I'm very sensitive to it. We couldn't have tried the case without you. What if somebody got sick? You would not believe, I was washing my hands every minute thinking, I do not need the flu. I got my shot. I don't need to get sick. And I was thinking, and you all don't need to be sick. Nobody needs to get sick. But what if somebody had? You know it can happen. So so we had to have the alternates for that purpose. Y'all have been a true pleasure to work with. You showed up on time, you've worked really hard, you've been attentive, all the things that I would say A++ jurors do, you all did. And I absolutely appreciate that very much. It's made it so much easier on all of us. Judges can't comment on verdicts, so if you think I'm going to, I'm not. Your function. You all have acquitted yourselves and worked hard and are greatly deserving of the hard work and attention, dedication that you've put to this. Send you back to your jury room. I think there'll be probably some paperwork and follow-up. Traditionally, what is done is the lawyers and the judge come back just simply to answer any questions. And if you've got a minute for the lawyers and you're comfortable with it, please do that. I've been involved with juries my entire legal career. I used to try cases, and win, lose, or draw, I always appreciated talking to the jurors. It made me a better lawyer. It made me a better person, a stronger person, better able to see many facets and aspects of things that through my life I wouldn't know about, because I have my life, and I don't have the benefit of other people's lives. But by talking and listening to other people, I found that I grew a lot and became much better as a lawyer, as a judge, and as a human being. On the other hand, you may have had plenty of us. And so if now is the time to take your paperwork and say so long, and we're not going to rush in on top of y'all. Y'all need to say goodbye to one another. You know, there's got to be some de-escalation. There's got to be a moment to go, and then shake hands and hug necks and say, you know, I enjoyed breaking bread with you. I enjoyed knowing about your family. I enjoyed working with you. All those things that you all need to have a moment to do. And then once you've got your paperwork and y'all have had your moments together with each other, I'll spend that time working with lawyers to figure out when we'll be doing sentencing. Then if you would like to leave, please do so. If you'd like to stay and have a chance to people that you've worked with so long to shake a hand or make a comment or share a thought, we'll step back with you for that as well. So with those comments, I'm going to excuse you to your jury room. Y'all take your time to decompress.
Alternates join them?
Yep. Yes. Yes. And Mr. Purdue, if you'll find out, I don't know if they need checks. I don't know.
We'll look into that, Judge.
They're on their way. See, I am thinking.
I believe they are forthcoming.
I am thinking of your best interest, am I not? Whether you've noticed it or not, that's been a primary concern of mine. So if you'll step out, and we'll step back to see you in a moment and let you know when the
All right,
sentencing
to the jury, please. Please watch yourself going down. Please be seated.
What I said to the jury, I sincerely mean, gentlemen. You all have tried a really good case. You've worked hard, and it's been well developed. And I need to say that to you all as well. Sentencing hearing, what says the state?
The state will be ready whenever, Your Honor. We do have to, I think, under the law, notify next of kin and victim and the latter counts of the indictment for when sentencing is going to be set. But we'll try to do that as soon as we can, as soon as Your Honor sets a date. We're ready whenever.
Defense?
We're ready now.
Well, they have to notify people. I don't see that as happening. What are we doing the first week of December? Have you got the calendar? long do you anticipate the sentencing hearing to be?
From the state's position, probably no more than 15, 20 minutes.
And from the defense, do you have an estimation?
We will be putting up no evidence nor making any argument.
Let's set it for December the 5th at 1:30 in my courtroom in Cobb County. All right, we need to advise the defendant of his appellate rights. Mr. Kilgore, I don't anticipate you've had an opportunity to discuss that with your client.
They've been discussed at great length.
Then to your credit, do you want to make a predicate statement of some sort?
I do not.
Well, okay, then what have you advised him of?
That if he's convicted, he has the right to appeal, and we'll be taking care of that.
You're going to take care of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, then, Mr. Harris, your counsel has advised me that y'all have discussed appellate issues at length, and that they are going to file the notices.
All right, guys, we're going to go live to President Obama.
Overseas, and people are asking about foreign policy questions. People don't feel obliged to tack on 3 other questions to them. Let me, I know you still will, yes. That I'm aware, but I'm trying something out here. First of all, let me mention 3 brief topics. First of all, as I discussed with the President-elect on Thursday, my team stands ready to accelerate in the next steps that are required to ensure a smooth transition. And we are going to be staying in touch as we travel. I remember what it was like when I came in 8 years ago. It is a big challenge. This office is bigger than any one person, and that's why ensuring a smooth transition is so important. It's not something that the Constitution explicitly requires, but it is one of those norms that are vital to a functioning democracy, similar to norms of civility and tolerance and a commitment to reason and facts and analysis. It's part of what makes this country work. And as long as I'm president, we are going to uphold those norms and cherish and uphold those ideals. As I've told my staff, we should be very proud that their work has already ensured that when we turn over the keys, the car is in pretty good shape. We are indisputably in a stronger position today than we were when I came in 8 years ago. Jobs have been growing for 73 straight months. Incomes are rising. Poverty is falling. The uninsured rate is at the lowest level on record. Carbon emissions have come down without impinging on our growth. And so my instructions to my team are that we run through the tape. We make sure that we finish what we started, that we don't let up in these last couple of months, because my goal is on January 21st, America's in the strongest position possible, and hopefully there's an opportunity for the next president to build on that. Number 2, our work has also helped to stabilize the global economy, and because there is one president at a time, I'll spend this week reinforcing America's support for the approaches that we've taken to promote economic growth and global security on a range of issues. I look forward to my first visit in Greece, and then in Germany I'll visit with Chancellor Merkel, who's probably been my closest international partner these past 8 years. I'll also signal our solidarity with our closest allies and express our support for a strong, integrated, and united Europe. It's essential to our national security, and it's essential to global stability. And that's why the Transatlantic Alliance and the NATO alliance have endured for decades under Democratic and Republican administrations. Finally, in Peru, I'll meet with the leaders of countries that have been the focus of our foreign policy through our rebalance in the Asia-Pacific. This is a time of great change in the world, but America's always been a pillar of strength and a beacon of hope to peoples around the globe, and that's what it must continue to be. Finally, on a personal note, Michelle and I want to offer our deepest condolences to Gwen Eiffel's family and all of you, her colleagues, on her passing. Gwen was a friend of ours. She was an extraordinary journalist. She always kept faith with the fundamental responsibilities of her profession, asking tough questions, holding people in power accountable, and defending a strong and free press that makes our democracy work. I always appreciated Gwen's reporting, even when I was at the receiving end of one of her tough and thorough interviews. Whether she reported from a convention floor or from the field, whether she sat at the debate moderator's table or at the anchor's desk, she not only informed today's citizens, but she also inspired tomorrow's journalists. She was an especially powerful role model for young women and girls who admired her integrity, her tenacity, and her intellect, and for whom she blazed a trail as one half of the first all-female anchor team on network news. So Gwen did her country a great service. Michelle and I join her family and her colleagues and everybody else who loved her in remembering her fondly today. So with that, I'm going to take some questions, and because Josh Earnest has some pull around here, he just happened to put at the top of the list, Colleen Nelson of the Wall Street Journal. My understanding is, Colleen, that this is wrapping up your stint here, and you're going to Kansas City. Yes. Josh just happens to be from Kansas City, so I didn't know if there was any coincidence there, but we wish you the very best of luck in your new endeavors.
As it turns out, there's no place like home.
There you go.
You're about to embark on your final foreign trip. What will you say to other world leaders about your successor? They've expressed many of the same misgivings that you have about Donald Trump. Should they be worried about the future of U.S. foreign policy? And separately, as Democrats scramble to regroup after a pretty shocking upset, what is your advice about where the party goes now and who should lead your party?
One of the great things about the United States is that when it comes to world affairs, the president obviously is the leader of the executive branch, the commander-in-chief, the spokesperson for the nation. But the influence and the work that we have is the result not just of the president. It is the result of countless interactions and arrangements and relationships between our military and other militaries, and our diplomats and other diplomats, and intelligence officers and development workers. And there is enormous continuity beneath the day-to-day news that makes us that indispensable nation when it comes to maintaining order and promoting prosperity around the world. That will continue. In my conversation with the president-elect, he expressed a great interest in maintaining our core strategic relationships. And so one of the messages I will be able to deliver is his commitment to NATO and the transatlantic alliance. I think that's one of the most important functions I can serve at this stage during this trip, is to let them know that there is no weakening of resolve when it comes to America's commitment to maintaining a strong and robust NATO relationship, and a recognition that those alliances aren't just good for Europe, they're good for the United States, and they're vital for the world. With respect to the Democratic Party, look, as I said in the Rose Garden right after the election, when your team loses, everybody gets deflated, and it's hard, and it's challenging. And so I think it's a healthy thing for the Democratic Party to go through some reflection. You know, I think it's important for me not to be bigfooting that conversation. I think we want to see new voices and new ideas emerge. That's part of the reason why I think term limits are a really useful thing. I think the Democrats should not waver on our core beliefs and principles. The belief that we should have an economy that works for everybody, not just a few. The belief that America, at its best, is inclusive and not exclusive. That we insist on the dignity and God-given potential and worth of every child, regardless of race or gender or sexual orientation or what zip code they were born in. That we are committed to a world in which we keep America safe, but we recognize that our power doesn't just flow from our extraordinary military, it also flows from the strength of our ideals and our principles and our values. So there are going to be a core set of values that shouldn't be up for debate, should be our North Star. But how we organize politically, I think is something that we should spend some time thinking about. I believe that we have better ideas. But I also believe that good ideas don't matter if people don't hear them. And one of the issues that Democrats have to be clear on is that given population distribution across the country, we have to compete everywhere. We have to show up everywhere. We have to work at a grassroots level, something that's been a running thread in my career. You know, I won Iowa not because the demographics dictated that I would win Iowa. It was because I spent 87 days going to every small town and fair and fish fry and VFW hall. And there were some counties where I might have lost, but maybe I lost by 20 points instead of 50 points. There's some counties maybe I won that people didn't expect because people had a chance to see and listen to you and get a sense of who you stood for and who you were fighting for. And the challenge for a national party is how do you dig in there and create those kinds of structures so that people have a sense of what it is that you stand for. And that increasingly is difficult to do just through a national press strategy. It's increasingly difficult to do because of the splintering of the press. And so I think the discussions that have been taking place about how do you build more grassroots organizing, how do you build up state parties and local parties and school board elections you're paying attention to, and state rep races and city council races, that all I think will contribute to stronger outcomes in the future. And I'm optimistic that will happen. You know, for Democrats who are feeling completely discouraged, I've been trying to remind them, everybody remembers my Boston speech in 2004. They may not remember me showing up here in 2005 when John Kerry had lost a close election. Tom Daschle, the leader of the Senate, had been beaten in an upset. Ken Salazar and I were the only two Democrats that won nationally. Republicans controlled the Senate and the House. And 2 years later, Democrats were winning back Congress, and 4 years later I was President of the United States. Things change pretty rapidly. But they don't change inevitably. They change because you work for it. Nobody said democracy is supposed to be easy. It's hard. And in a big country like this, it probably should be hard. Mark Knoller.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Mr. President, what can you tell us about the learning curve on becoming president? Can you tell us how long it took you before you were fully at ease in the job, if that ever happens? And did you discuss this matter with President-elect Trump?
About a week ago, I started feeling pretty good, but no. I think the learning curve always continues. This is a remarkable job. It is like no other job on earth. And it is a constant flow of information and challenges and issues. That is truer now than it has ever been. partly because of the nature of information and the interconnection between regions of the world. You know, if you were president 50 years ago, the tragedy in Syria might not even penetrate what the American people were thinking about on a day-to-day basis. Today, they're seeing vivid images of a child in the aftermath of a bombing. There was a time when if you had a financial crisis in Southeast Asia somewhere, it had no impact on our markets. Today it does. So the amount of information, the amount of incoming that any administration has to deal with today and respond to much more rapidly than ever before, that makes it different. I was watching a documentary that during the Bay of Pigs crisis, JFK had about 2 weeks before anybody reported on it. Imagine that. I think it's fair to say that if something like that happens under a current president, they got to figure out in about an hour what their response is. So these are the kinds of points that I shared with the president-elect. It was a free-flowing and I think useful conversation. I hope it was. I tried to be as honest as I could about the things I think any president coming in needs to think about. And probably the most important point that I made was that how you staff, particularly your chief of staff, your national security advisor, your White House counsel, you know, how you set up a process and a system to surface information, generate options for a president, understanding that ultimately the president's going to be the final decision maker, that's something that has to be attended to right away. I have been blessed by having, and I admittedly am biased, some of the smartest, hardest working, good people in my administration that I think any president's ever had. And as a consequence of that team, I've been able to make good decisions. And if you don't have that around you, then you'll get swamped. So I hope that he appreciated that advice. What I also discussed was the fact that I had been encouraged by his statements on election night about the need for unity and his interest in being the president for all people, and that how he staffs, the first steps he takes, the first impressions he makes, the reset that can happen after an election, all those things are important and should be thought about. And I think it's important to give him the room and the space to do that. It takes time to put that together. But I emphasized to him that, look, in an election like this that was so hotly contested and so divided, gestures matter, and how he reaches out to groups that may not have supported him, how he signals his interest in their issues or concerns. I think those are the kinds of things that can set a tone that will help move things forward once he's actually taken office.
And how long did it take before you were at ease in the job?
Well, I didn't really have time to worry about being at ease because you'll recall we were losing about 800,000 jobs a month. So the good news is that in some ways my experience is atypical. It's hard to find an analogous situation. By the time FDR came into office, the Depression had been going on for a couple of years. We were in the midst of a free fall. Financial system was locking up. The auto industry was about to go belly up. The housing market had entirely collapsed. So one of the advantages that I had was that I was too busy to worry about how acclimated I was feeling in the job. We just had to make a bunch of decisions. In this situation, we're turning over a country that has challenges, has problems, and obviously there are people out there who are feeling deeply disaffected. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the results that we had in the election. On the other hand, if you look at the basic indicators of where the country is right now, the unemployment rate is as low as it's been in 8-9 years. Incomes and wages have both gone up over the last year faster than they have in a decade or two. We've got historically low uninsured rates. The financial systems are stable. The stock market is hovering around its all-time high, and 401ks have been restored. The housing market has recovered. We have challenges internationally, but our most immediate challenge with respect to ISIL, we're seeing significant progress in Iraq, and Mosul is now increasingly being retaken by Iraqi security forces supported by us. Our alliances are in strong shape. The progress we've made with respect to carbon emissions has been greater than any country on earth, and gas is $2 a gallon. So he will have time and space, I think, to make judicious decisions. The incoming administration doesn't have to put out a huge number of fires. They may want to take the country in a significantly different direction. But they've got time to consider what exactly they want to achieve, and that's a testament to the tremendous work that my team's done over the last 8 years. I'm very proud of them for it. Athena Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said more than once that you did not believe that Donald Trump would ever be elected president and that you thought he was unfit for the office. Now that you've spent time with him, sitting down and talking to him for an hour and a half in the Oval Office, do you now think that President-elect Trump is qualified to be president? And if I can do a compound question, the other one is you mentioned staffing and tone. What do you say to those Americans who may not doubt that there will be a peaceful transition, but that are concerned about some of the policies and sentiments either expressed by President-elect Trump himself or his supporters that may seem hostile to minorities and others? Specifically, I'm talking about the announcement that Steve Bannon, who is a proponent of the so-called alt-right movement, what many call the white nationalist movement, is going to have a prominent role in the White House under President Trump as his chief strategist and senior advisor. What message does that send to the country and to the world?
Okay. Athena, without copping out, I think it's fair to say that it would not be appropriate for me to comment on every appointment that the President-elect starts making. If I want to be consistent with the notion that we're going to try to facilitate a smooth transition. Look, the people have spoken. Donald Trump will be the next president, the 45th president of the United States. And it will be up to him to set up a team that he thinks will serve him well and reflect his policies. And those who didn't vote for him have to recognize that that's how democracy works. That's how this system operates. When I won, there were a number of people who didn't like me and didn't like what I stood for. And you know, I think that whenever you've got an incoming president of the other side, particularly in a bitter election like this, it takes a while for people to reconcile themselves with that new reality. Hopefully it's a reminder that elections matter and voting counts. And so, you know, I don't know how many times we have to relearn this lesson, because we ended up having 43% of the country not voting who were eligible to vote, but it makes a difference. So given that President-elect Trump is now trying to balance what he said in the campaign and the commitments he made to his supporters with working with those who disagreed with him and members of Congress and reaching out to constituencies that didn't vote for him. I think it's important for us to let him make his decisions. And I think the American people will judge over the course of the next couple of years whether they like what they see and whether these are the kinds of policies and this is the direction that they want to see the country going. And my role is to make sure that when I hand off this White House, that it is in the best possible shape and that I've been as helpful as I can to him in going forward and building on the progress that we've made. And my advice, as I said, to the President-elect when we had our discussions was that campaigning is different from governing. I think he recognizes that. I think he's sincere in wanting to be a successful president and moving this country forward. And I don't think any president ever comes in saying to himself, I want to figure out how to make people angry or alienate half the country. I think he's going to try as best he can to make sure that he delivers, not only for the people who voted for him, but for the people at large. And the good thing is that there are going to be elections coming up, so there's a built-in incentive for him to try to do that. But it's only been 6 days, and I think it'll be important for him to have the room to staff up, to figure out what his priorities are, to be able to distinguish between what he was campaigning on and what is practical, what he can actually achieve. There are certain things that make for good sound bites, but don't always translate into good policy. That's something that he and his team, I think, will wrestle with in the same way that every president wrestles with. I did say to him, as I've said publicly, that because of the nature of the campaigns and the bitterness and ferocity of the campaigns, that it's really important to try to send some signals of unity and to reach out to minority groups or women or others that were concerned about the tenor of the campaign. And I think that's something that he will want to do. But this is all happening real fast. He's got commitments to supporters that helped to get him here, and he's going to have to balance those. Over the coming weeks and months and years, my hope is that those impulses ultimately win out. But it's a little too early to start making judgments on that.
Your youth led qualifications, has that changed after meeting with him?
I think that he successfully mobilized a big chunk of the country to vote for him, and he's going to win. He has won. He's going to be the next president. Regardless of what experience or assumptions he brought to the office, this office has a way of waking you up. And those aspects of his positions or predispositions that don't match up with reality, he will find shaken up pretty quick, because reality has a way of asserting itself. And some of his gifts that obviously allowed him to execute one of the biggest political upsets in history, you know, those are ones that hopefully he will put to good use on behalf of all the American people. Scott Horsley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're off to Europe, which is facing some of the same populist pressures we see at work in this country. When you spoke at the UN, you talked about the choice they're facing between integration and building walls.
Right.
What choice do you think the American people made last week? And is there still a chance for what you called a course correction before Europeans make some of their choices?
I think the American people recognize that the world has shrunk, that it's interconnected, that you're not going to put that genie back in the bottle. The American people recognize that their careers or their kids' careers are going to have to be more dynamic, that they might not be working at a single plant for 30 years, but they might have to change careers. They might have to get more education. They might have to retool or retrain. And I think the American people are game for that. They want to make sure that the rules of the game are fair. And what that means is that if you look at surveys around Americans' attitudes on trade, the majority of the American people still support trade. But they're concerned about whether or not trade is fair and whether we've got the same access to other countries' markets as they have with us. Is there just a race to the bottom when it comes to wages and so forth? Now, I made an argument, thus far unsuccessfully, that the trade deal we had organized, TPP, did exactly that it strengthened workers' rights and environmental rights, leveled the playing field, and as a consequence would be good for American workers and American businesses. But that's a complex argument to make when people remember plants closing and jobs being offshore. So part of what I think this election reflected was people wanting that course correction that you described, and the message around stopping surges of immigration, not creating new trade deals that may be unfair. I think those were themes that played a prominent role in the campaign. As we now shift to governing, my argument is that we do need to make sure that we have an orderly, lawful immigration process, but that if it is orderly and lawful, immigration is good for our economy. It keeps this country young, it keeps it dynamic. We have entrepreneurs and strivers who come here and are willing to take risks, and that's part of the reason why America historically has been successful. It's part of the reason why our economy is stronger and better positioned than most of our other competitors, is because we got a younger population that's more dynamic. When it comes to trade, I think, you know, when you're governing, it'll become increasingly apparent that if you were to just eliminate trade deals with Mexico, for example, well, you've got a global supply chain. The parts that are allowing auto plants that were about to shut down to now employ double shifts is because they're bringing in some of those parts to assemble out of Mexico. And so it's not as simple as it might have seemed. And you know, the key for us, when I say us, I mean Americans, but I think particularly for progressives, is to say your concerns are real, your anxieties are real. Here's how we fix them. Higher minimum wage, stronger worker protection, so workers have more leverage to get a bigger piece of the pie. Stronger financial regulations, not weaker ones. Yes to trade, but trade that ensures that these other countries that trade with us aren't engaging in child labor, for example. Being attentive to inequality and not tone deaf to it, but offering prescriptions that are actually going to help folks in communities that feel forgotten. That's going to be our most important strategy. And I think we can successfully do that. People will still be looking to the United States. Our example will still carry great weight. And it continues to be my strong belief that the way we are going to make sure that everybody feels a part of this global economy is not by shutting ourselves off from each other, even if we could, but rather by working together more effectively than we have in the past. Martha Raddatz.
Thanks, Mr. President. Given some of the harsh words you had about Mr. Trump, calling him temperamentally unfit to be commander-in-chief, did anything surprise you about President-elect Trump when you met with him in your office? And also, I want to know, does anything concern you about a Trump presidency?
Well, we had a very cordial conversation, and that didn't surprise me to some degree, because I think that he is obviously a gregarious person. He's somebody who I think likes to mix it up and to have a vigorous debate. You know, what's clear is that he was able to tap into, yes, the anxieties, but also the enthusiasm of his voters in a way that that was impressive. And I said so to him, because I think that to the extent that there were a lot of folks who missed the Trump phenomenon, I think that connection that he was able to make with his supporters that was impervious to events that might have sunk another candidate, that's powerful stuff. I also think that he is coming to this office with fewer set, hard and fast policy prescriptions than a lot of other presidents might be arriving with. I don't think he is ideological. I think ultimately he's pragmatic in that way, and that can serve him well as long as he's got good people around him and he has a clear sense of direction. Do I have concerns? Absolutely. Of course I've got concerns. You know, he and I differ on a whole bunch of issues. But you know, the federal government and our democracy is not a speedboat. It's an ocean liner, as I discovered when I came into office. It took a lot of really hard work for us to make significant policy changes, even in our first 2 years when we had larger majorities than Mr. Trump will enjoy when he comes into office. And you know, one of the things I advised him to do was to make sure that before he commits to certain courses of action, he's really dug in and thought through how various issues play themselves out. I'll use a obvious example where we have a difference, but it'll be interesting to see what happens in the coming year, and that's the Affordable Care Act. So obviously this has been the holy grail for Republicans over the last 6-7 years, was we got to kill Obamacare. Now, that has been taken as an article of faith. that this is terrible, it doesn't work, and we have to undo it. But now that Republicans are in charge, they got to take a look and say, let's see. We got 20 million people who have health insurance who didn't have it before. Healthcare costs generally have gone up at a significantly slower rate since Obamacare was passed than they did before, which has saved the federal treasury hundreds of billions of dollars. People who have health insurance are benefiting in all sorts of ways that they may not be aware of, everything from no longer having lifetime limits on the claims that they can make, to seniors getting prescription drug discounts under Medicare, to free mammograms. Now, it's one thing to characterize this thing as not working when it's just an abstraction. Now, suddenly, you're in charge and you're going to repeal it. Okay, well, what happens to those 20 million people who have health insurance? Are you going to just kick them off and suddenly they don't have health insurance? And in what ways are their lives better because of that? Are you going to repeal the provision that ensures that if you do have health insurance on your job and you lose your job, or you change jobs, or you start a small business, that you're not discriminated against because you got a pre-existing condition? That's really popular. How are you going to replace it? Are you going to change the policy that kids can stay on their parents' health insurance plan until they're 26? How are you going to approach all these issues? Now, my view is that if they can come up with something better that actually works, and a year or two after they've replaced the Affordable Care Act with their own plan, that 25 million people have health insurance and it's cheaper and better and running smoothly, I'll be the first ones to say, that's great. Congratulations. If, on the other hand, whatever they're proposing results in millions of people losing coverage and results in people who already have health insurance losing protections that were contained in the legislation, then we're going to have a problem. And I think that's not going to be unique to me. I think the American people will respond that way. So I think on a lot of issues, what you're going to see is now comes the hard part. Now is governance. We are going to be able to present to the incoming administration a country that is stronger, a federal government that is working better and more efficiently, a national security apparatus that is both more effective and truer to our values, energy policies that are resulting in not just less pollution, but also more jobs. And I think the president-elect rightly would expect that he's judged on whether we improve from that baseline and on those metrics, or things get worse. And if things get worse, then the American people will figure that out pretty quick. And if things get better, then more power to them. And I'll be the first to congratulate him.
Mr. President, you had talked specifically about his temperament.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still have any concern about his temperament?
As I said, because Athena asked the question, whatever you bring to this office has a habit of magnifying and pointing out, and hopefully then you correct for it. This may seem like a silly example, but I know myself well enough to know I can't keep track of paper. I am not well organized in that way. And so pretty quickly, after I'm getting stacks of briefing books coming in every night, I say to myself, I've got to figure out a system, because I have bad filing, sorting, and organizing habits. And I've got to find some people who can help me keep track of this stuff. Now, that seems trivial, but actually it ends up being a pretty big piece of business. I think what will happen with the president-elect is there are going to be certain elements of his temperament that will not serve him well unless he recognizes them and corrects them. Because when you're a candidate and you say something that is inaccurate or controversial, it has less impact than it does when you're President of the United States. Everybody around the world's paying attention. Markets move. National security issues require a level of precision in order to make sure that you don't make mistakes. And I think he recognizes that this is different. And so do the American people. All right, I'm going to take just a couple more questions and I get out of here. Nadia Bobasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. President-elect Trump threatened to unravel the Iran nuclear deal, which your administration worked very hard to achieve. What would your concern if he alters part of it, and what will your advice be, considering that he said he's open to your advice? And on Syria, sir, the Syrian regime now is threatening Aleppo with massive onslaught. You talked passionately a few years back about Benghazi, and you warned against the killing of civilians there. Many people criticize your administration for the shortcoming in the Syria policy. Are you willing to let Aleppo fall under your watch? And how do you react to President-elect Trump's statement that you won't support the Syrian opposition anymore? Thank you.
Iran is a good example of the gap, I think, between some of the rhetoric in this town, not unique to the president-elect, and the reality. I think there was a really robust debate about the merits of the Iran deal before it was completed. And I actually was pretty proud of how our democracy processed that. It was a serious debate. I think people of goodwill were on both sides of the issue. Ultimately, we were able to persuade members of Congress and the public, at least enough of them, to support it. At the time, the main argument against it was Iran wouldn't abide by the deal, that they would cheat. We now have over a year of evidence that they have abided by the agreement. That's not just my opinion. It's not just people in my administration. That's the opinion of Israeli military and intelligence officers who are part of a government that vehemently opposed the deal. So my suspicion is that when the president-elect comes in and he's consulting with his Republican colleagues on the Hill, that they will look at the facts. Because to unravel a deal that's working and preventing Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon would be hard to explain, particularly if the alternative were to have them freed from any obligations and go ahead and pursue a weapon. And keep in mind, this is not just an international agreement between us and the Iranians. This is between the P5+1, other countries, some of our closest allies. And for us to pull out would then require us to start sanctioning those other countries in Europe or China or Russia that were still abiding by the deal because, from their perspective, Iran had done what it was supposed to do. So it becomes more difficult, I think, to undo something that's working than undo something that isn't working. And when you're not responsible for it, I think you can call it a terrible deal. When you are responsible for the deal and preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, you're more likely to look at the facts. That is going to be true in other circumstances. For example, the Paris Agreement. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about the possibility of undoing this international agreement. Now, you've got 200 countries that have signed up for this thing. And the good news is that what we've been able to show over the last 5, 6, 8 years is that it's possible to grow the economy really fast and possible to bring down carbon emissions as well. It's not just a bunch of rules that we've set up. You've got utilities that are putting in solar panels and creating jobs. You've got the big 3 automakers who have seen record sales and are overachieving on the fuel efficiency standards that we set. Turns out that people like not having to fill up as often and save money at the pump, even if it's good for the environment. You've got states like California that have been moving forward on a clean energy agenda, separate and apart from any federal regulations that have been put forward. In fact, 40% of the country already lives under in states that are actively pursuing what's embodied in the Paris Agreement and the Clean Power Plant Rule. And even states like Texas that politically tend to oppose me, you've seen huge increases in wind power and solar power. And you've got some of the country's biggest companies like Google and Walmart all pursuing energy efficiency because it's good for their bottom line. So what we've been able to do is to embed a lot of these practices into how our economy works. And it's made our economy more efficient. It's helped the bottom line of folks, and it's cleaned up the environment. What the Paris Agreement now does is say to China and India and other countries that are potentially polluting, come on board. Let's work together so you guys do the same thing. And the biggest threat when it comes to climate change and pollution isn't going to come from us because we only have 300 million people. It's going to come from China with over 1 billion people and India with over 1 billion people. And if they are pursuing the same kinds of strategies that we did before we became more aware of the environment, then our kids will be choked off. And so again, do I think that this new administration will make some changes? Absolutely. But these international agreements, the tradition has been that you carry them forward across administrations, particularly if, once you actually examine them, it turns out that they're doing good for us and binding other countries into behavior that will help us. All right, last question. Justin Singh.
Sir, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. You are right about that. With respect to Syria, in Benghazi, we had an international mandate. We had a UN security resolution. We had a broad-based coalition, and we were able to carry out a support mission that achieved the initial goal of preventing Benghazi from being slaughtered fairly quickly. It's no secret, you know this region well, that Syria is a much more messy situation with proxies coming from every direction. And so I wish that I could bring this to a halt immediately. We have made every effort to try to bring about a political resolution to this challenge. John Kerry has spent an infinite amount of time trying to negotiate with Russians and Iranians and Gulf states and other parties to try to end the killing there. But if what you're asking is, do we have the capacity to carry out the same kinds of military actions in Syria that we did in Libya, the situation is obviously different. we don't have that option easily available to us. And so we're going to have to continue to try to pursue, as best we can, a political solution, and in the interim, put as much pressure as we can to the parties to arrive at humanitarian safe spaces and ceasefires that at least alleviate the suffering that's on the ground. I recognize that that has not worked, and it is something that I continue to think about every day, and we continue to try to find some formula that would allow us to see that suffering end. But I think it's not surprising to you, because you study this deeply, that if you have a Syrian military that is committed to killing its people indiscriminately as necessary, and it is supported by Russia, that now has substantial military assets on the ground and are actively supporting that regime, and Iran actively supporting that regime, and we are supporting what has to be our #1 national security priority, which is going after ISIL, both in Mosul and ultimately in Raqqa, that the situation is not the same as it was in Libya. And obviously there are some who question the steps we took in Libya. I continue to believe that was the right thing to do, although, as I indicated before, in the aftermath of that campaign, I think the world community did not sufficiently support the need for some sort of security structures there, and it now is a situation that we have to get back into a better place. I've given you, okay. Last question is Justin Sink at Bloomberg.
Thanks, Mr. President. I wanted to ask about two things that might be on your desk over the next couple of months as you prepare for a Trump administration. One is at least 750,000 undocumented immigrants provided the federal government information about themselves and their family as part of your deferred action program. Wondering if there's anything you can do to either reassure them or shield that information from the incoming Trump administration, considering his stance on immigration. And the second is, the administration and you have long maintained that the legal restraints put on you by Congress governing movement of detainees from Gitmo are an unconstitutional infringement on your rights as Commander-in-Chief. Considering that the gradual transfers that you've pursued are unlikely to continue under a Trump administration, is this now the time to sort of test that theory by moving the detainees and seeing where the chips end up lying?
Those are both excellent questions. On the deferred action program that we have, known as DACA, that relates to Dreamers who are currently benefiting from these provisions, I will urge the President-elect and the incoming administration to think long and hard before they are endangering the status of what, for all practical purposes, are American kids. I mean, these are kids who were brought here by their parents. They did nothing wrong. They've gone to school. They have pledged allegiance to the flag. Some of them have joined the military. They've enrolled in school. By definition, if they're part of this program, they are solid, wonderful young people of good character. It is my strong belief that the majority of the American people would not want to see suddenly those kids have to start hiding again. That's something that I will encourage the President-elect to look at. With respect to Guantanamo, it is true that I have not been able to close the darn thing because of the congressional restrictions that have been placed on us. What is also true is we have greatly reduced the population. You now have significantly less than 100 people there. There are some additional transfers that may be taking place over the next 2 months. There is a group of very dangerous people that we have strong evidence of having been guilty of committing terrorist acts against the United States, but because of the nature of the evidence, in some cases, that evidence being compromised, it's very difficult to put them before a typical Article III court. And that group has always been the biggest challenge for us. My strong belief and preference is that we would be much better off closing Gitmo, moving them to a different facility that was clearly governed by U.S. jurisdiction. We'd do it a lot cheaper and just as safely. Congress disagrees with me, and I gather that the President-elect does as well. We will continue to explore options for doing that, but keep in mind that it's not just a matter of what I'm willing to do. You know, one of the things you discover about being president is that there are all these rules and norms and laws, and you got to pay attention to them. And the people who work for you are also subject to those rules and norms. And that's a piece of advice that I gave to the incoming president. I am very proud of the fact that we will, knock on wood, lead this administration without significant scandal. We've made mistakes, there have been screw-ups, but I will put the ethics of this administration and our track record in terms of just abiding by the rules and norms and keeping trust with the American people, I will put this administration against any administration in history. And the reason is because, frankly, we listened to the lawyers. You know, we had a strong White House counsel's office. We had a strong ethics office. We had people in every agency whose job it was to remind people this is how you're supposed to do things. It doesn't mean everybody always did everything exactly the way it's supposed to, because we got 2 million people working in the federal government, if you're including the military. And so we had to just try to institutionalize this as much as we could, and that takes a lot of work. And one of my suggestions to the incoming president is that he take that part of the job seriously as well. Again, you wouldn't know this if you were listening to some news outlets or some members of oversight committees in Congress. But if you actually look at the facts, it works. And this is just one example of the numerous ways in which the federal government is much better today than it was without people really knowing. You look at VA. People remember the legitimate problems that were publicized in Phoenix. It was scandalous what happened. What people don't remember is that we've brought in well over 1 million people who are getting benefits that weren't getting it before, driven the backlog for disability benefits way down, cut homelessness in half, just made the agency work better, not work perfect, but work better. And one of the mottos I always have with my staff was, better is good. Perfect is unattainable, better is possible. And so we will try to share the lessons that we've learned over these last 8 years with the incoming president. And my hope is he makes things better. And if he does, we'll all benefit from it. All right? Thank you, everybody. You guys, some of you who are traveling, you'll get a chance to ask more questions. All right? Thank you.
What you said sounds like a winning argument. What happened?
All right, everyone, that wraps up that President Obama news conference. We're going to go ahead and shift gears. Speaking of the recent election, President Obama answering a lot of questions about that. You're looking at video that was shot earlier. The counting of ballots. We talked about this story earlier this morning, how there are a number of uncounted ballots left here in Maricopa County. Joining me now is Maricopa County Recorder Helen Purcell. Helen, I really appreciate you joining me here on News Now to come talk to the viewers directly about this issue that has a lot of them concerned. A lot of them asking me, well, why are there still so many ballots that have yet to be counted? I know this was new information when I was covering the election on Tuesday night. About 300,000 or so ballots hadn't been counted. Today, 6 days later, we still have about 100,000 ballots that have yet to be counted.
About 112,000 yet to be counted of the early ballots, and then we have about 55,000 provisionals that we have to go through. Now, not all of those will be counted because some of them are not eligible, but we have to determine that.
Okay, so how do we get to this point? Is there a way to speed up this process, and how often does this happen where, you know, here we are days after Election Day with just so many ballots that have yet to be counted?
Well, actually, we are ahead of where we were in 2012 and 2008.
So it's all perspective.
We had about 17 days after both of those elections, and we anticipate that the counting will be finished this Friday.
Okay.
So that's a much quicker period of time. But we also have to realize in Arizona, we give people the opportunity, if they have gotten an early ballot, to drop that early ballot off at any polling place on Election Day.
Right.
And in this election, about 200,000 people did that.
Mm-hmm.
So we never see those ballots until they come in election night.
Right.
And we start working on them the next day.
Right.
And that's what we're working on right now, is making sure all those ballots are processed, because we have to verify signatures and then go to citizen boards and have them processed before they can be tabulated.
So there are other states where other states have a deadline as to how late you can submit your
correct.
early ballot. Here in Arizona, you get the option to drop it off as late as 7 o'clock the day of Election Day, which is the last time you can vote if you stood in line.
Absolutely.
So now we have 112,000. I understand you guys were working all weekend?
We worked all weekend, yes.
So
on the holiday and the weekend.
How many people are there working on this effort?
We have over 100 people who are now working on the process. We bring in temporary workers, but these are not just temporaries for this election. These are people who are experienced and have worked with us in the past.
Mhm.
So they know the process. It's not like that we have to train them all over again. It's that they are already trained in the process that we have to use to make sure we don't want to sacrifice accuracy for speed.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll make sure that every vote that should be counted is counted.
So what is the process like exactly?
Well, one of the things you have to do when an early ballot comes in, you've got to verify that signature. And you verify the signature on their early ballot against the signature on their original voter registration. Or if there's a difference there, you might send that up to senior staff who have been to our forensic document examining class to make sure that if there's any discrepancy there, that we can verify that. Or we were calling all the way up through Election Day to people saying, we noticed there's a little bit of difference. Is there a problem? Then after you verify that signature, then they have to go to a citizen board where they're processed and opened before they can go in and be counted.
Wow.
Up until then, we don't open the envelope. We don't know what's in the envelope at all.
So every single ballot you go through, it's not something that you just take a ballot and it takes 30 seconds.
Not at all.
Oh my goodness. Would it be easier?
Don't we want to make sure that this is accurate? That's
No,
what everybody talks about.
Absolutely. I know everyone's always on the internet saying the election's rigged, the election's rigged. Well, if you don't take the time to actually go through each one,
that's right,
then the election could be kind of rigged. So would it be easier for the state of Arizona to set a deadline, like the state of California, for example?
Well, now, if you think about it, the state of California doesn't have a canvass of this election until December. They are still working. In fact, as we talk to LA County,
Okay.
they have still over 1 million ballots.
And that's
left to
even
count.
with an early deadline.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I guess it doesn't matter.
So I think it's just the thing that you have to process those,
Right.
and people don't understand that.
Right. And I guess it's because we're just so used to wanting the results right away.
Instant gratification.
Yes, yes. Well, I think it's also because there are certain. I know that, for example, Prop 205 is very close, and a lot of people have been watching that very carefully. And with, I believe, No is in the lead, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
But there's still, like you said, 112,000 ballots that need to
Right.
be counted in a margin of about 30,000 votes.
Yes. Could change.
Could it change? I mean,
There's a possibility. If some of those early ballots came in from a certain area that people felt very strongly,
Right.
one way or the other, yes, they could change.
Right, or they felt so strongly that they wanted to submit their ballot early. Because I guess I was always of the belief that if I submitted my vote early, my vote was counted early even before the people that stood in line.
It would be if you submitted it early, because we start counting 7 days before the election.
Okay.
So if you did submit your early ballot early, yes, it is processed and counted before Election Day.
So, I voted in person. I was really excited to get the I voted sticker. I was very adamant about that specifically. So now let's go back to this recount. We have 112,000 early ballots and then the provisional ballots. For viewers at home, what's the difference?
Well, a provisional ballot is kind of the fail-safe for the voter. If the voter came into the polling place and they needed to update their registration, we show them registered, but not at the address where they're living today. Then they have to do a provisional ballot, and we verify that to make sure that, in fact, they are registered and that we can count that ballot. Or if there's some other reason that they had to vote a provisional, maybe they didn't have the proper identification when they walked in the polling place, they can come back to us up to Wednesday of this week and prove that identification.
Okay.
So that's the fail-safe. If you think there's a problem, you walk into a polling place and say, "No, I can't vote." Well, I'm going to vote a provisional. You're required to allow them to do that. We tried to emphasize in this election particularly, you can't vote if you don't vote at the precinct that you are registered in. So that was something that came up in the primary, and we wanted to make sure that everybody understood that.
Right. And one of the things viewers see on the screen are just a sea of boxes.
Those are all boxes that have already been tabulated. Those ballots are already counted.
Okay.
If you think about it, we've counted, over 1 million. So we have 2 million registered voters in Maricopa County.
2 million.
2.18 registered voters. So.
And so all of these on the screen, all these back boxes,
yes,
are of ballots that you guys have already
tabulated. They've already got the stamp, the seal on them of the date that they were counted, and so forth. If we would have to, like we did in the primary election where we had a recount of a congressional district, if we had to, we would have to go back into those ballots.
Wow. Well, and so some people might be wondering, well, why go through all the ballots if, the election has already been called for Donald Trump, many of the other races have already been determined, but these numbers are not only important for this election, but for historical purposes, right?
Absolutely. And would you want to feel that even if a race was a runaway and you got your ballot in at the last minute, that wasn't counted? I don't think so.
No.
Every ballot should be counted, no matter how close the race is.
Right. Is it possible that any of these ballots, if let's say everything is counted, could it change the results of any of the races that have already been called at this point?
I don't think of the ones that have been called.
Because they're already,
and I think
such
that's
a large
another
margin.
thing. We need to designate who calls. We don't ever call elections.
Right.
We know
Right.
that the media will say one way or the other, but we
That's
don't
our
do that. Yes. No, ours goes by numbers. So I don't see it in anything so far.
Right. So as of right now, you're still tabulating, let's say, the votes that are coming in for Maricopa County Sheriff.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
though Paul Pinzone has been declared the sheriff.
That's correct.
We're still counting. So the final numbers, as far as the percentages are concerned, will not be determined until, you're saying, this Friday.
Yes, we think it'll be Friday.
Right. And everyone tuning in on Facebook Live, if you guys have any questions for Helen, you guys can message on Facebook, and I'll go ahead and read them for you. I know I'm reading some of the comments. Jason saying he voted yes on 205 in an early ballot. And Michael feels that counts don't matter.
Counts do matter. Every vote matters.
What do you have to say to those voters out there that are discouraged when they see something like this?
If you think about the number of elections over the years that have been decided by a couple of votes, look at our primary election where we had a recount in a congressional district because it was that close.
Right.
Wouldn't you want your vote to be counted?
Yes.
You want your voice heard.
I think everyone wants their voice heard.
We know that we may not always vote for the person who wins, but our voice has been heard.
Now we're getting some questions on Facebook. This one comes in from Larissa Matthews. How can you say certain propositions have passed or not passed if all ballots have not been counted?
Well, there again, we don't say that. The media says that.
So
we show the numbers.
And this one comes in from Ernest. Why vote early if the vote isn't counted early? Makes absolutely no sense.
Well, that's up to the person themselves. We start mailing out the early ballots 27 days before the election. And if they get their ballot and vote it right away, then yes, it is counted. As I said, it's counted before the election.
It really comes down to the people that get the early ballot but then decide to wait until election day to go to the polling place just to drop it off.
That's correct.
And at that point, if you wanted your vote to count that day, it almost makes more sense to stand in line and just vote.
Yes. And nowadays, you used to have to vote a provisional ballot if you did that. You don't have to anymore. If we can see by our electronic poll book that you have not voted your early ballot, you vote a regular ballot at the polling place.
Does everyone get an early ballot in the mail?
No, only those people who have signed up for the permanent early voting list or who have asked for one specifically for that election.
Okay, see, I feel like that's important to know.
Yes.
Whether you're going to get, because then, again, people accusing
and we have
the
a lot of
system
people
of
said,
being
I
rigged.
didn't know I was going to get an early ballot, and they don't remember that they signed up, and they might have done that online. If they registered on Service Arizona, they may have done that online.
Okay, let me check in with Facebook again to see what comments are coming in. Joseph wants to know, how did Sheriff Arpaio lose? He's great for America. Why is Arizona taking so long when all the other states are already done? Sean wants to know.
Well, the other states aren't. As I said, Los Angeles County we checked, and they have over 1 million ballots yet to count. We checked with Harris County, Texas, which is Houston, and they are still counting. They hope to also be finished by Friday.
So really...
this is not unusual. Everybody has to finish up their election. If you voted a provisional, that provisional has to be decided after the election.
Okay.
And provisionals are acceptable in all states because that's a federal law.
So we want to reiterate to the viewers that this is something that has happened in 2008 and 2012, and we are actually ahead of schedule compared to those election years.
That's correct.
Right, because I know I saw just another comment go by. I'm not sure who asked it, but they were all asking, why is it taking so long? What is taking so long? And I think it's important to reiterate to the viewers that you guys spent the whole weekend counting ballots, right?
That's right.
How early, how late are you guys in the office?
Ours, with the exception of yesterday, which is Sunday, but every other day we work from 7 in the morning till 10 at night.
7 a.m. to 10
until we
at
finish.
Night. Okay. We were told election night that the voting machines aren't certified until the end of October, which means early ballots can't be counted until the 1st of November. Would it be beneficial to certify the machines earlier so that the counting can begin earlier?
That is set by statute. The logic and accuracy test is done by the Secretary of State's office, and that's set by statute. So if they think that we should move earlier than that, then we need to get that law changed.
Okay, so that is something that has to be changed.
We can't start counting without the logic and accuracy test done by the Secretary of State and by our office.
So can the Secretary of State make that decision, or how would something like that happen?
That is in law. That's
so we would have to vote on that?
Well, the legislature would have to determine that.
Got it. All right, let me see if there are any additional questions coming in from viewers. Robert Sandoval, this is a good question. Do you have any thoughts on how to improve this process? Is there a way to improve it?
Well, I don't think that we can deny the people the ability to drop off their ballot if that's what they want to do. So that would, if you mean improving it, I think we're always going to have this. We want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to vote. And if you decide, if you vote an early ballot, actually somebody said one time, you pick the day that is your election day.
Right.
It may not be November 8th. It might have been October 30th, when you decided to mail your ballot in.
Right.
That's your decision to do. And a lot of people like the extra time at home that they can sit down and maybe go over with their family
Right.
what they're going to do, So,
right. And you don't realize how many options there are on that ballot. I didn't, you know of the races you know about.
Right.
But then you flip the other side. I remember getting my ballot and I was just like,
that's why we say make sure you vote the other side, because you've got all the judges, but you've also got the propositions are on the back side.
Right.
So make sure that you do that too. But we had city elections. We've consolidated a lot of elections on that ballot. So there's a lot of issues there for you to think about.
Absolutely. I actually didn't realize how much time it would take voting when I voted in person on the 8th. Again, you know about the races you know about.
Right.
And then you get the ballot and they're two sides of it.
Right.
And the propositions were on the other side. I'm just wondering, is it often that people don't check both sides and then they end up voting without realizing there's more on the back?
We do see that because we get calls that saying, I don't think the propositions were on my ballot. Well, yes, they were. Did you turn your ballot over? Because it says,
right,
please vote the other side.
Right.
So
you really just have to read everything really carefully.
Yes.
All right,
and that should be important when you're voting. This is not something you should take lightly. So you should read the material that comes to you. If you decide to vote on election day, which you did,
I wanted the sticker.
You get a sample ballot, but
Right.
you also get publicity pamphlets that tell you about the propositions and about the candidates. So you should look at that.
Right. Well, I did read through a lot of things online.
See? And you can do a lot of that online.
Right. Everyone is asking about 205. They want to know the update on 205. What's going on with 205? Is 205 passing? I've still literally, you can just scroll up and see all the people asking about 205, 205, 205.
And we will have another update at 5 o'clock this afternoon on what we have tabulated through this morning.
Okay, great. So we can check in again later today.
Yep.
We'll
Every afternoon we'll have an update around 5 o'clock.
Around 5 o'clock. So as of this morning, 112,000 ballots had yet to be counted, along with 55,000 provisional ballots. But obviously that number will be reduced by the end of today, and
Right.
we're hoping that by this Friday, all the ballots will be counted, and you guys will have your answer as far as Prop 205
Yes.
is concerned.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Helen. I really appreciate you
You're quite
coming
welcome.
to News Now, chatting with the viewers, and answering all the questions. And viewers, I hope we answered some of your questions. All right, guys, and now moving on to some other local news, we are going to give you an update on the new Arizona Coyotes arena deal that has been struck. Coyotes are going to be leaving Glendale for the East Valley. We're going to go live now to that press conference here on News Now.
Agency, you've seen a shift towards more of the middle of the spectrum, and that's exactly what we're looking for in this scenario.
Yeah, and we're putting our money where our mouth is. This is a huge investment for us. And we believe in the Valley, and it's a big investment, and we want to be here long term, and we want to build a winner. And the way to be a winner, first you have to start with the best of everything. Let's have the best practice facility. Let's get the best new stadium. Let's put it in the location that fans want to be at, and it's attract the best and the brightest free agents. So we're doing this the right way. We really are.
And also, don't forget that, there would be a benefit, and I don't want to speak out of school in regards to our partners at ASU, but there's a definite benefit to them if this project gets to the point that we expect it will, which is they have their hockey facility built by the Coyotes in regards to, rather than have to go do it on their own, which would be exceedingly more expensive for them to do on their own.
But we're thrilled to partner with ASU. Yeah. We couldn't have a better partner. We're thrilled to be working with them. And we think we're going to build something here that everyone's proud of.
Are you guys technically?
I'm sorry?
Does ASU put funding in?
Yes.
And then is that part of the $200 million that you guys are talking about that's already?
I don't remember saying 200 million.
Half of the 400 million, the 200 million that you guys said, is that added into that, or is that?
It's somewhat fungible. So there's a land piece, of course, that's involved with this. So that's more of the piece that ASU is involved with.
Yeah, I was just asking whether you were buying the land from ASU, through.
It would be a very long-term lease.
I see.
So obviously the dialogue with Michael Crow and Ray Anderson, everything is very copacetic, everyone's on the same page, and sees a grand vision for the future of both franchises moving forward.
As Andy just said, I mean, we couldn't be happier working with our friends at ASU. Predominantly, we've been working with Mr. Anderson. We've also been working with Mr. Olson, the CFO of the organization, John Career, who's responsible for their real estate development, and of course, Catellis. It has been a really strong partnership. Everybody wants this to succeed. And just sees benefit to everybody involved. This is, I know it's it's kind of an overused adage, but it is a win-win across the board.
Are there any potential roadblocks so that you potentially wouldn't make the June 30th deadline?
We have to work to ensure that there are no roadblocks. I mean, the reality is we know it's not going to be a smooth road. I mean, there will be some things that come up along the way, but what I can say is twofold. One, we wouldn't be at this point with an institution like ASU if there wasn't an awful lot of thought and awful lot of work that has gone on in the background before getting to this point. And secondly, in regards to, in particular, the state, we have already started the process, albeit back in the spring, but this isn't something that we're coming in cold. There's been significant dialogue and discussion, and we're looking forward to rekindling those discussions and conversations.
Anthony, moving out of this building, any last party comments for the Glendale City Council?
No, I'm not going to take that one. Although that's one heck of a layup, but I'm going to leave that alone.
Do you think it's a blessing that they canceled your lease?
Someone once said to me it was a silver. There'll be a silver lining. The answer is there was a gold lining.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this. Mary Kate will be joining you in just a second. I want to go ahead and show you guys the 10-day forecast in the meantime.
All right, everybody. Well, we're going to take you to a video that just came down from the White House. This is the convening of women in entrepreneurship. The White House Official Council on Women and Girls, in partnership with the Small Business Association, gathered with stakeholders during the Global Entrepreneurship Week to discuss women in entrepreneurship.
Didn't catch it. My name's Tina Chen. Aaron got that in at the end. And I'm just delighted to be here to welcome you to the White House. I want to start by thanking Jordan for opening us up. Jordan, you know, I may be the executive director, but Jordan Brooks and Kalisha DeSuze in the back of the room are where all the work gets done in the building. I want to really thank our small business administrator, Maria Contreras-Sweet, who is a dear friend, has become a colleague in arms on this issue and has been such an outspoken advocate for small business owners, for women-owned businesses, for minority-owned businesses. So thank you very much, Maria, for everything you've done, and Aaron and your team. And to Jane, Werwand at Dermalogica, and Natalie, I'm so delighted to have you guys here and to talk about your new partnership here and agreement with SBA to sort of focus on vocational entrepreneurship. I first met you guys, it was a while back, and when you hear what Dermalogica is doing, you will be inspired as well. There's sort of what their business model is, what that means for the future of the untapped resource that we have around the country, not just women entrepreneurs, but women who don't even see themselves as entrepreneurs yet, and how we can give them the vocational training that gets them into that space. It's an exciting new way that we are going to expand the reach of women-owned businesses. We've already done a lot in this administration, and I want to take a moment just to reflect back on some of those accomplishments over the last 8 years. You know, we know that today that women make up 29% of U.S. business owners, and it's on the rise. I'm particularly proud of the fact that between 2007 and 2012, that U.S. business ownership for women rose by 27.5%. We also know from the data that women-owned businesses increased their receipts by 35% during that time period. And they now produce, 1.6 trillion in sales. All right, let's just pause for a moment. 1.6 trillion in sales by women-owned businesses in the United States. We, since the day we walked into this building, almost 8 years ago, making good on the promise that had been 10 years in the making of increasing women's, small business women's share of federal contracting to the goal of 5%. Was a big part of what we did. We needed to change the rule that had languished since the Clinton administration on making sure that women-owned businesses got a fair level playing field when they competed for federal contracts. I'm really proud to say that that work paid off, and that this last year we crossed that 5% threshold for women-owned businesses receiving federal contracts. 5% may be a low percentage number. It's a really big dollar amount given the amount of federal contracting that goes on. It was a huge achievement to reach that goal. And thank you, Maria, for your leadership, on getting that done. It was terrific. It was terrific. Thank you. But we also know that, that only 10.5% of America's women own businesses. So this still remains a huge untapped resource. This is how we create jobs. We know that small businesses are the engines of job growth. And we know that the untapped resource of women entrepreneurship, their energy, their skills, their drive, their talent, is all just waiting there. And I am very, very proud of the foundation that we have laid in the Obama administration on this work. And you see the fruits of that work in this data and in these numbers. But it's more than just data, right? And some of you all in this room represent folks who are working with these women and are advocating for these women, and you are these women. And your stories as women who have been a single mom and have now grown a business, who now employs 30 people, small restaurateurs who are the people who are able to give paid leave to all their workers and still have a business that's profitable because their workers are as invested in that restaurant as the restaurant owner is. You're leading the way, and those stories are so important. So I want to encourage you to keep telling those stories. to keep telling and spreading the word about the promise of women-owned businesses and how they need to be supported and how they can grow, and how when you support them and you grow them, that the benefits accrue to everyone in the community, to everyone in our country. I will say to everyone in the world, because women's entrepreneurship, it's Global Entrepreneurship Week, and it's not just a promise that can be fulfilled here in the United States. It is a promise that will make progress happen around the world. And we have built a foundation that can continue. So I'm going to urge all of you, as we close out our administration, to stay strong on this, to keep advocating for it, to keep working with those women. The best example of a good idea is to make it work and make it succeed, and it can succeed inside of government and outside of government. So please continue to do that work. We stand with you to do that, and I also want to, in closing, just acknowledge all of you who have worked with the Council of Women and Girls for the last 8 years. This was an idea that was new when we started it. In March of 2009. It was could you just do something that had not a single office in the White House, but, folks spread all across the federal government. And I'm pretty proud to say that I think it did work. I think we had, I think we now have demonstrated that focusing on women and girls, whether you're the Department of Transportation or the Department of Defense, as well as Small Business Administration and Labor and Health and Human Services, that accrues benefits for everyone. And that we have changed the DNA of the federal government, as I used to say when we started this. That was our goal, was to change the DNA of the federal government. So everyone always thought about women and girls in what they do, whether it's hiring and promotion, whether it's in the policies they do, whether it's in the grants that they give out. And I think that has fundamentally changed and isn't going back. So I am, once again, proud of that work, proud of our partnership with all of you. So I want to close by thanking you for the hard work you all have done with us the last 8 years, that work I know you're going to continue to do. And importantly, given the nature of today's conversation, the lives of individual women that you are changing today and that you will continue to change. So have a wonderful session this morning. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tina. And to continue this conversation, I want to invite Jane Rowan and Administrator Contreras-Sweet up. Jane is the founder of Dermalogica and one of those entrepreneurs who's been in the throes and really grown a company from bootstrapping it to making it such a national, an international sensation as it is today. And then our leader at the Small Business Administration, Administrator Contreras-Sweet, who really has had an entire focus on women since she's been in there. I think really understanding that women are the linchpin of society. They're the ones that are really going to help carry this economy forward. So with that, we're going to have a focused discussion on this very topic.
All right, thank you, Erin. Thank you. How's everybody doing today? Monday morning and you're here. This is woman power. I love it. This is what women do now, is they organize on Monday morning. I'm delighted to welcome you also on behalf of the administration as a member of the President's Cabinet and his voice for small business at that table. It's very, just let me say when I say that, I can't see some of the women in the back. Could I just stand? Is there a way to do this? Do this? we make things work, don't we? But anyway, I wanted to say that, as I've traveled now the world representing President Obama, I have learned that just what he did, putting somebody on his cabinet to represent entrepreneurship, is not what you find across the world. So this is something very special, just to begin with, just as a platform. So I'm proud that the president's decided to give an equal seat and equal importance. Oh, listen, we're gonna rig this thing. I like this.
That's an entrepreneurial
I like
idea.
this. There you go. There you go. So anyway, so the point is that I'm delighted to be here to welcome you, and that we do have at SBA so many. It's just a plethora of programs for women. And so I just want to spend 1 minute describing that. Let me just say that at the onset, first of all, as Tina Chen just said, the president not just put us on cabinet, but he also created this very special office that works with women across the country. And our goal at the SBA has been what I call a reframing of what SBA is. We call it smart,
bold, and accessible. And what that means to us is that we are deploying every possible smart tool that exists to get more programs to you so that you can be successful. For example, so many women across the country told me that they could not get loans. They just couldn't get the access to capital. So we put up a tool we call LINC, L-I-N-C. I know we're not great at names, but the program works. And what it does is if you come to the SBA website and you click on that, we now ask you to complete a very short survey, and we route your answers to banks that do have an appetite for your credit profile. We're getting more women in that way than ever before. We launched a program because we want women to disrupt, to hack, to just totally transform what they do. I am waiting for a woman to come forward and create a new mammogram machine, for example. All right, you all know, talk about pain points. So there's so much that we have yet to do. But my great lament when I took office was that I saw that 2/3 of venture capital is concentrated in only 25 zip codes across the country. And you know where those 25 zip codes are? They're in California, New York, and Massachusetts. So we know we have a lot of work to do. So at SBA, we also launched a program to make sure that women got more access to capital. So the BOLD is about bolder market making for women, to get more women to consider the federal government as a customer, to get women to think about the corporate supply chain, and to make moves into the international marketplace. So we worked very closely with the rest of the team at the White House, including Tina Chen, and we were able to get, for the first time in the history of the world, first time ever, we now have a chapter in the trade agreement, the TPP, the proposed TPP, whether it passes or not. I know that now that you know that there's a small business chapter in it, and the first article for women ever in the history of a trade agreement, we now know that that's going to become the floor on which you will stand. We know that from now on you will always make sure that there was that kind of inclusion in a trade agreement going forward, whether it's TTIP in the UK or elsewhere. So we're committed to that work. The accessible has been just to make sure that women are included in everything. Tina just pointed out, when I arrived, I heard that this federal government, believe it or not, we had a 5% goal. We couldn't reach that goal. For 6 years, we had never reached the women's goal. And I'll tell you, Aaron and Bruce Purdy and Tamika and everybody at SBA just said, there's no way we're going to leave this town until we complete that goal. So we met with the Department of Defense. We generated a really tough and mean scorecard. I still remember a couple of cabinet members saying to me, wait a second, I saw that on your scorecard you're giving my department a C or a D. We're on the same team. Let's work together. Come on, administrator. And I said, yes, we're on the same team. Let's work together. So get your numbers up. And we did. And I have to tell you that I was so proud to be able to give the president at the next cabinet meeting a successful completion. Not only did we meet our 23% goal, we exceeded it. We got to 25.75, and every percentage point means billions of dollars. The federal government's the largest procurer in the world, and as I said, we finally reached the women's goal. So all of this is great success for you. We could not have done it without you. It is your work. It is because of your evangelism. You are the disciples of change, and we want you to keep going and doing this work. So again, on behalf of President Obama, thank you for being here. Let's celebrate the globalness of women and the things that we're doing around the world. I convened the first ever global ministerial to talk about these issues and to try to get more countries to lift entrepreneurship and to put it at their cabinet. We were just sharing with Jane that we just came back from the UK, and it was just wonderful to see that they're now taking a look at it. We're able to go into 10 Downing and talk to the new post-Brexit administration, and they're taking a very hard look at it. We're able, and now we're going to Ireland Thursday, so we're continuing to do the work until the very last day. We will continue to lift women. Let me then just say what a delight it is to have so many of you. We all have a similar story. We all believe in entrepreneurship. But when I heard the comments, I don't want you to think about growing small businesses. I want you to think about growing big businesses. We want to get you started, and then we want to take you to scale. And it has been my great joy to see so many women around the world, and particularly in the U.S. now, scaling. And so here we have one great example. And this is what's so exciting, is that we have Jane in the house. So I'm going to drop this. I'm going to back down and let her stand up and just tell her story. I'm going to ask her to stand up because we have very similar stories, Jane.
I know.
We'll just do this standing up.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So I have to tell you that we have a story in common, first of all. We're both immigrants.
Yeah.
You know, I came in from Mexico at the age of 5, didn't know a word of English, and it was through entrepreneurship. It was my mother couldn't get a corporate or a government job, so she worked in a small business, a family-owned company, and I've done the same. And now I've created 3 different businesses. And you have a similar story.
Sure.
That's your story.
It's amazing when we first met, the administrator and I, and we shared our story. We were like, oh, he's Snap. Okay, well, that's the same. I know that you're one of 6. I'm one of 4. I'm an immigrant from the UK and came here in 1983. And I came knowing English, so that was a big win to start with. The second win was I had a suitcase with me, and in that suitcase was my diploma from beauty school. And that was my ticket, like Willy Wonka's golden ticket in the chocolate bar. That was my ticket when I came to the States, that I was going to be able to work. I was going to be able to get a job. I knew I was going to be able to provide a service, and that I would be okay. I came with my boyfriend, who then became my husband. He's here in the room with me today, Raymond, with our 2 daughters.
Stand up. Where's Raymond?
He's right there.
Oh, very nice.
With our 2 daughters, and we arrived blissfully unaware there was a 10.4% unemployment rate in the state of California then, 1983. So we set about deciding what we were going to do, and we were going to be entrepreneurs, and we were going to start our own business. And I think the 5 words that were the most important words ever said to me in my life was my mother, who said to me and my 3 sisters, learn how to do something. And she knew that very personally because she was a qualified nurse, and she had had to fall back on that training when she was widowed at age 38 with 4 girls to raise. I was 2 years old when my dad died. And so she would say to my sisters and I, what would I have done without my education, without my training? And so I went from high school to study skincare. I became a skin therapist, an esthetician, as many of you might call us. But at Dermalogica, we're kind of rebellious, so we redefine our language, and we call ourselves skin therapists. And so we started off as a family knowing that if we didn't know how to do something, we wouldn't be able to provide food, literally. So that became my ticket. And when I emigrated to the United States, Raymond and I started an educational school, the International Dermal Institute. We then went on to develop Dermalogica. And the amazing thing about that story was we started on $14,000 of self-funding. We were new immigrants. We couldn't have thought of applying for a loan. We wouldn't have got a loan. We wouldn't have got a bank account. We rustled together $14,000 of self-funding. We started the company. We bootstrapped it up. We never took outside funding. We never gave away any equity. And we scaled the business to last year a wholesale turnover of a little over $240 million. We're in 107 countries. Thank you. Thank you. And we scaled the business all the way through. The reason being our business model was to sell to salon owners. And the statistic for salon owners is 61% of all salons are owned by women. It is the largest industry for women business owners and entrepreneurs in the world. And I'm really excited that we have several of our skin therapists in the room. Kessie, who came all the way down from New York, who went through our vocational training program, has an amazing job in New York City. And 4 of our future professionals who are right now going through their vocational training, and they will work behind the chair. They will then work in their own businesses, I'm sure, because our industry puts more women into their own business. So that's my story, and of course, we both got our start in California. So.
Well, wait a second. There's a big part of the story that everybody's interested in. You didn't just create movement. You created a category. I mean, when I was growing up, cosmetics were cosmetics, and you were the first one to come in and to say as you just said, it's a therapy, it's a pharmaceutical, and created this cosmeceutical category. You were the forerunner to that. Tell us how you thought about that. I think that's really fascinating.
Yeah, so
you were a disruptor.
Very disruptive. Although that wasn't the word then. We were just, I remember one time one of our staff gave me a skull and crossbones flag to fly up the flagpole underneath our of course, Stars and Stripes. So I was really proud of that because we felt we're rebels and rebellious, and now the word would be disruptor. What happened was when we were looking at developing a product line and training, I had always felt that the industry I had been trained into was called the beauty industry. At Dermalogica, we call that the B word because we don't use it. Well, it's not about beauty. It's about skin health and wellness and really great business opportunities. And so we looked at the industry and we said we need to develop a product that is a cross between a cosmetic and a pharmaceutical. Am I rattling? Oh. Thank you. It's a cross between a cosmetic and a pharmaceutical, but the word cosmeceutical hadn't really been made up then. And so Dermalogica, the name and the packaging, all looked reminiscent of a pharmaceutical product. We believed the future of the industry was going to be a lot more serious, a lot less about superficial cosmetic application, which is fine, but to me, makeup sits in that category, and it's a personal choice, whereas skin health is really for every single person from birth all the way through. You start with a sunblock at 6 months old all the way through. That was our mantra, was this is about bringing your skin to its optimum level of health and condition. And that created a category, and I truly believe it created an opportunity which was a greater opportunity for small businesses to scale into that category because suddenly it became part of healthcare. And this was 1986 when we launched Dermalogica. It was before the doctor brands. Dermatologists were not developing their own products. They were basically recommending Crisco and Ivory soap and telling us that nothing we did made a difference and it was all creaming and steaming and didn't really do anything. And boy, has the world changed, because now you can look at any of the shelves in any of the salons or stores and you see doctor brands. But that wasn't the case then. We created this disruptive category that so many businesses then got their start in. And really excited to say that 7,000 of those businesses are the salons in the United States that we supply. And they've gone on. And the interesting thing is right now, the category of skincare specialist in the salon industry has a 40% projected job growth between now and 2020 by the US Department of Labor. We are second only to tech in the opportunity for growth. Yeah. I know. Wow, I know. I said the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, something else, Jane, it wasn't lost on me when you said that you kept it private.
Yes.
That is an incredible feat for all of, I've started 3 different businesses. I can tell you how difficult that is. My third one had to go public, just to be able to scale it up. And so I'd really be interested in knowing, because everybody here wants to know about access capital, right?
Yeah.
So could you take us through your capital journey as well?
I will. So we started on $14,000 of self-funding. So how are you going to scale on that? What are you going to do? The first thing was that we never spent any money on anything unnecessary, including clothing. Not that we were running around naked, but Raymond and I had a moratorium. We weren't buying anything that we didn't absolutely need for 3 years. We took $300 a month out of the business for the first 3 years. We did not draw salary. Raymond kept a job as a sales rep for a skincare equipment company. We lived on his salary, which was a very low base. I think it was $1,000 a month. We had a 1-bedroom apartment in Marina del Rey. We had our sales manager who had emigrated here to join us that we'd worked with before, slept on our floor on a futon for 1.5 years. We were frugal. A big night out was, macaroni cheese that I made at home. And boxed wine, which, was never a bad idea. So we scaled because we focused on only spending what we needed to, and we focused on small businesses that everyone was ignoring. The Harvard Business Review in 2003 wrote an article on us, and I don't like the title, but it was the cover page. It was called Bottom Feeders. I know, right? Kind of rude. But the context of it was interesting. What they said was that we had seen an opportunity in very small businesses that had pretty bad credit that nobody wanted to supply product to because they wouldn't be able to offer them credit and terms. Well, the salon professional industry is a COD business. It always was, and it still is. So we shipped everything UPS COD, and we were paid. Our cash flow was positive immediately. We supplied small businesses, often single owner operator, that could not get credit, and they were happy to pay COD, and everyone else was ignoring them. Everyone else was saying they're not big enough to really bother about, they're only going to order a few $1,000s a year. Raymond and I said we need to go shallow, like small businesses, and wide. Shallow and wide. Everyone else was going an inch wide and a mile deep. They were looking for the big companies. And when I hear people say, you know, I really want to get into Whole Foods, or I really want to get into, you know, Bloomingdale's, right? We avoided every single business that would require terms. Our sales force would say, we've got a huge order for $25,000 from a big spa in Las Vegas. And Ray and I would say, no. And they'd say, they used to say we were the sales prevention team. They said, why not? And we'd say, because they'll want 120 days, we cannot carry the debt. We're not carrying the debt. We'd never wanted to put our eggs in a basket that anyone had leverage on our business, and if they didn't pay us, we couldn't survive. So we kept everything, cash on delivery, small businesses. We built relationships with those businesses. We trained those entrepreneurs, those skin therapists. We didn't just train them in technique, we trained them in how to run their business, how to hire staff, how much do you pay a front desk person, should you pay them commission, do you pay them the same commission as the skin therapist in the room? We trained everything from source your trolleys from Target to buy your cotton squares from a medical supply. We became the resource for those small businesses. And we reminded them and thanked them every day and said, if you are not successful, if you can't scale, we can't scale. So we're in it together, and you are going to scale. We're going to drag you kicking, screaming, and biting, if necessary, to your optimum level of success, because if you don't get there, we're not getting there, and we are definitely getting there. So it became this tribal anthem of we were teeny but not weeny. We were small businesses, but we were scrappy. We were going to build our clients and we were going to keep them. And I used to say to the skin therapist, because I am one myself, you need 265 clients to have a full book. 265. Write it at the top of your book every single day. Every single client, take care of them. Make sure they come back. Rebook them before they leave. Do not let them leave. Don't let them go anywhere else. You must secure them, and we will teach you how. I mean, it became... We were like zealots. We were out there. We were calling our salons. We were saying, how did you do today? Did you introduce that service? How fast can you wax a bikini line? 12 minutes is too slow. It's got to be 7 minutes. I mean, I would do videos. We would send them out, teaching them how to do it. We were relentless in making those small entrepreneurs successful. And that not just built our business, it built an incredible industry that all believed in the same mission.
Another applause. Come on, that was phenomenal. That was just phenomenal. Okay. Now, we just interviewed a couple of weeks ago. We had a similar meeting with Kevin Plank. He came to SBA. No one believed that you could put technology in clothing. And this young man said, I believe it can. I think we can disrupt apparel, and came in and asked us for a loan after having been turned down all over town here by everybody. And we funded him with $250,000, SBA did, a local bank. And as a result, he's now the founder of Under Armour. Fantastic. And so it's just incredible. But you and he sound alike in your passion, as you said. You're zealots. You know, it's just like, it's a campaign, right? It's just all out. What I want to know is, and I think the group would be interested in knowing, is you said we're going to succeed. You have to, because we are going to. There was a sense of exceptionalism. There was a sense of confidence. You didn't blink. You didn't let anything stand in your way. You knew your metrics, and you created the atmosphere that you needed to be able to thrive. You created that atmosphere.
Yes.
Now, one of the challenges that we find across the country is girls don't always feel that way about themselves. So how were you raised? Tell us how it was at home that gives you this gumption, this sense of, confidence. Talk to us about that.
Well, as you can imagine, my mum was widowed. She was raising the 4 girls. She was working as often as she could. I mean, she was working a night shift. She was coming home at 7 in the morning. She was sleeping a couple of hours, getting up at about 9 o'clock to take care of me. My sisters went to school. They came home at 4. She went to sleep at 4, slept for another couple of hours, and then went to work. So it was a very high work ethic. So I grew up in that. I also became a brownie, a Girl Scout, went to an all-girls school. So you might say that I was kind of totally prepared for a women's industry. It never occurred to me that women couldn't and didn't and shouldn't do everything, because that was what I saw modeled around me all the time. But I will say something, because I read and hear a lot about girls need more self-esteem, girls need more confidence, they don't speak up, we need to get them to step up, we need to get them to lean in, everything that we're all familiar with the rhetoric. But I will say that I don't know that you can actually teach that. I believe what happens is when you learn how to do something and you suddenly realize, wow, I can do this, I can earn money at this, I can own this, I'm going to be okay, I can take care of myself. I believe knowing how to do something instills that confidence and self-esteem. I think it's hard to say to a young person who's really struggling and feeling a little desperate about what the future might be, you need to be more confident. Let's build up your self-esteem. Where is it coming from? We build on that self-esteem, and I believe the foundation of that is when you say, wow, you know, I can do this. I know when we teach in our training centers, we have 40 training centers, we teach 100,000 skin therapists every year around the world. When we teach our skin therapists and we teach future entrepreneurs, future professionals, and our future professionals master a technique, and we see that moment, that aha moment where they go, wow, I think I can do this. And it could be a movement, it could be a massage movement, it could be waxing, but there's this moment of, wait a minute, I think I can do this. And we go, you've got it, you can do it. And they go, wow. There's an aha moment where we see in that person's face, not only can I do it, I like doing this, I'm good at this, I'm gonna be good at this. And sometimes it's the first time they've really thought, I can do it, I'm going to be fine, I'm employable. There's a 40% job growth predicted. 61% of the salons are owned by women. This could be my shot. That is when the light bulb goes off. And once that happens, that person is unstoppable. And so as crazy as it might seem, I promise you that when I walk around a new city, I sometimes say to myself, okay, if everything disappeared, heaven forbid, what would you do? And I know I could leave this building now. I could knock on the door of every salon I come to. And by the way, I saw about 25 of them in Georgetown yesterday. I've never seen so many salons in a 3-block radius in my life, right? We could all knock on those doors, and I promise you, by the end of today or tomorrow, I will have a job. I know that because I have a very saleable skill. I can wax a bikini line in 7 minutes. And those of you in the room, you know, that's golden. And as silly as that might seem, as trivial as that might be, I can't tell you what that has always done for my confidence. I know how to do something. And that's why for me, skill set driven training, purpose-driven education, or in California now, we introduced 2 years ago a big vocational training piece into high schools. It got a big funding opportunity of over $50 million, and the premise was job-driven education. And I have to tell you, in the state of California, for those students that have stayed in high school through graduation and pursued the job-driven education track, we have a 91% graduation, which is extremely high. California, LAUSD was tracking over a 50% dropout rate in some of our schools. This is huge, because those students graduate knowing how to do something and realizing they have a skill set that they can earn money on and potentially open their own business.
You know, I have to, yes. Yes. You can tell why Jane and I have become such good friends. We have so much passion for the same things. I have to tell you, when I was a poli-sci student, and I was just trying to, figure out I was going to run some education office because I wanted to help other people learn, and that was my intent. And then this gentleman saw me in action at some conference and came to me. He was the president of Westinghouse for the region at the time, and he came to me and he said, I'd like for you to join our company. And I said, I'm a poli-sci major. I'm running a senator's office. What am I going to do for you at Westinghouse? And he said, look at what you do every day. He said, you are running a campaign, so you're trying to get people who think, this way, and you're trying to move them over through the process of a campaign to get them to vote for your senator. And he said, we get people who like red cans, because they're asking me to help them run the 7-Up division they just acquired. They said, we get people who like red cans and move them over to begin to like green cans. And he took me through the process. He says skills are transferable.
Yes.
And that was so powerful to me. And so what you're talking about education, that I thought, gee, I'm a poli-sci major, I'm working in the senator's office, this is what I do. And he just helped me think about it. And I went home that night and thought, what are my innate skills? And how do they break down? And how are they applicable in so many other ways? And so that for me was my aha moment.
Yes.
And then I went into the private sector and learned, ISO certification, ideation, Kanban inventory, all the processes and the metrics, and then left with all those skills to start my 3 different businesses.
Right.
The last one, of course, being a community bank. But I found that, as you say, now I have such confidence about, it's sort of like I'm so comfortable with my core skills that you can put me in anywhere, and I feel I'm going to rise to the top. Do you
You'll
know?
navigate your way through.
You will navigate. And I think that for each of us, it has given me a sense of freedom. So when I worked at Westinghouse, as an example, once I figured that out, I thought, I don't really need this job, so I'm here to contribute to them because I'm so comfortable with what I can contribute. And that gave me more confidence, a little bit more ability to take risks and move the ball forward for the company. And they saw that, and then I became an officer and so forth, an equity partner in the business eventually. But it's that sense of confidence that really does drive me. And then, then all of a sudden the governor called and asked me to run the state transportation system in California, which is a whole lot of fun.
We need to
yeah, right. And then to be called to serve, to run entrepreneurship for the country and in some sense lead it for the world.
Right.
Has really been extraordinary. So I say to you that what you just said, Jane, is so powerful to me. I think that the more of us realize that we have to be comfortable with our core skills and their application can be universal.
Yes.
And I think that's really important to think about. Like, what are your core competencies, and then how do you kind of apply them in whichever field of endeavor you're going to undertake? And I think that's very powerful. How are we doing time-wise? Okay, she's telling me to wrap. Well, then I have, because I'm just now you've had a successful exit, and this is what we all want. We all want a successful exit, and so you can be proud that now you've built a global brand. But what I love most about every interview that I get to do around these, whether it was Qualcomm in San Diego, another gentleman who came to SBIR and now has built a global company, what I find is that they're committed to impact. It's not just about profit and branding, it's about having a positive impact and change on the world in a very positive way. You're now creating this great program called FITE. So would you tell us about what your goal is and how you came to that decision and how people can benefit from that here?
Thank you. Well, we at Dermalogica, we believe that every single brand, no matter what category you're in, really should have a social impact, and it should be baked into the brand. It shouldn't be part of your HR or somebody who handles the philanthropy. It needs to be baked into the global marketing initiative. And so in 2010, we determined that our best social impact was going to be women entrepreneurs. That was my story. It was the story of our industry. 98% of all skin therapists are women. So this is an industry dominated by women. It's a social and economic powerhouse for women. So we set about creating a social impact called FITE. We call it FIGHT. It stands for Financial Independence Through Entrepreneurship. We made a commitment in 2010 to partner with Kiva, who is the largest online funding opportunity, to put 25,000 women into their own business in a 2-year period. We hit the 25,000 number in 18 months, and so far we've funded over 80,000 women around the world. So, thank you. But we've used our industry, the salon industry, as a blueprint of entrepreneurship, even though those women are in many industries, from agriculture to textiles. And now we've become very strong in thought leadership. We focus on education, and we're right now, the first part of 2017, we're launching a brand new, what we're calling a Global Entrepreneurship Accelerator. We've partnered with Operation Hope, and they are writing a financial literacy piece of us. We're going to be working with the SBA to put in a lot of the amazing content and information that we have on our website at the SBA. And we're going to be writing, from our perspective, how you build and run a successful salon. We're putting all of that education that we've been in education for over 30 years, putting everything online. We're going to make it free and available to every entrepreneur in the salon industry, regardless. It has nothing to do with product. This has everything to do with their business. We're going to link our entrepreneurs up so that they have mentoring and they have sharing opportunities, because we know that it's important as a startup entrepreneur to have a campfire to come to and to be able to share your stories and learn from each other. And we're very excited that that's going to go live the first part of next year, completely free to every salon entrepreneur. And we're going to put all of our effort and energy as the #1 skincare brand in getting that message out and making sure that information and all the links get in the hands of every entrepreneur that we can possibly track down and drag into the circle and make them successful. And I have to tell you, right now, standing here at this opening of Global Entrepreneurs Week, and especially in light of every recent event, we are even more determined to make that mark for women entrepreneurs. Because without our women entrepreneurs, we will not have a successful future economy. We need them. It's the game changer.
Wow.
Thank you.
How do we replicate you?
Well, I want to thank the administrator, too, for really making this possible. Thank you, Administrator Sweet. And we're very, very sad and sorry to see you moving on to other new opportunities, which I'm sure will be amazing, and we will be right there along with you, whatever they are.
Oh, thank you. Speaking of, let me just say, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself more fully to some of the new people, the new guests that we have here today. But the reason we love each other so much, as I was mentioning, is that we both came from other countries. Through entrepreneurship, we've sort of made our way through life in some way, and the values that you espouse are so incredibly dear to me. My grandmother, I was talking about my grandmother because I think, for all of us, it was always our grandmother who inspired us so much, and my grandmother Amelia was so much that way. And I still remember when I wrote her, we didn't have Google or Gmail in those days, and I wrote her and I said, "Grandmother, I've become the 4th grade milk monitor in this new country of mine." And she said, "It's not the titles, it's what you do with the titles that you have that matters." And so I've tried in every which way, however humble, in some small measure, to help other people along, founded a women's organization, because my passion is to get women to be politically engaged. And so mine was about, how do I create an institute to get more women involved in the political process? Regardless of what party you belong to, I felt that it was important to have people engaged to ensure our democracy. And so I still believe that, and still encourage people that whether you're running a business, you work in government, a nonprofit, that you do be engaged in the political process. And so that's always been sort of my avocation all the time that I was at Westinghouse in my own business and running the bank, to try to have a voice there. And I have to tell you that, it has served me, and I hope that, as I travel across the country and I see women who have graduated from that institute, it gives me such a great sense of pride, and harkens back to when my grandmother said that although she had been a migrant worker, that she believed that someday through entrepreneurship, building my own business, providing for myself, and building a legacy for my children, that I might be able to someday work in an office and be a secretary. And so the good Lord heard her and allowed me to hold office and to be a cabinet secretary. That is the power of entrepreneurship. And so I believe in this so deeply that through entrepreneurship we can expand democracies, deepen them, expand the middle class, and be able to provide for our families in ways that we never mentioned. So I'll close with what I think is my favorite quote of the president, and he says that entrepreneurship is the most powerful force the world has ever seen to lift people out of poverty. We must, at this day, as we kick off Global Entrepreneurship Week, dedicate ourselves, each of us collectively and individually, to go out and to change the world. Remember that when you now light up your website, you are engaged in global commerce. So embrace it. Don't run away from it. Find your difference and use it as the wind to your back to connect with somebody, whether it's in Peru or in Kenya or it's in the UK. Connect and build new partnerships, because the global entrepreneurship scenario, the global commerce is not just for big business, it's got to be for the entrepreneur as well. So I hope that you'll come to SBA to learn about our Office of International Trade. I saw Tamika here, who runs our counseling operation, Erin runs our women's office. Obviously, Antonella runs the incredible network that we have of women business centers throughout the country that I hope that you'll partake of. And there's so many people here from SBA that I know will stand up and work with you and give you a sense of direction. But I already know these women are already empowered, so you wouldn't be here otherwise. But know that anything is possible, and together we will and we can, and we will change the world. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, you guys, well, that is the end of that White House event about women in entrepreneurship. I have a news presser that I wanted to show you guys about the San Bernardino operation targeting the California Garden Crips street gang. This move follows a month-long investigation targeting the California Garden Crips criminal street gang, which resulted in the seizure of 43 firearms and the arrests of 43 people. Law enforcement officials said that the charges have been filed in 2 murder cases so far. And just to give you a little bit of background on this, this city in California is trying to do something about this reputation there with this gang. A task force formed 5 months ago announced today that the results of this came, that they want to prevent, suppress, and investigate violent crimes committed by the California Garden Crips street gang. Most of those identified and arrested were on active parole or probation for various charges. Those under arrest or still being looked for are accused of murder, attempted murder, conspiracy, solicitation to commit murder, firearms possession, possession of narcotics for sale, and possession of stolen property. So this gang does not mess around, and they are holding, or they held earlier this morning, a news conference about this gang. So let's take you to this live video to see what they have to say.
And did a tremendous amount of work on that particular day. The departments that were involved in that particular operation involved the San Bernardino Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, the California Highway Patrol, the Fontana Police Department, the Colton Police Department, Riverside County Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino County Department of Probation, Redlands PD, California State Parole, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms as well. Takedowns took place on that particular morning. In total, this is what we have from the operation. We believe that we have, or we are very, very close to solving a total of 6 murders. Many of those cases are already solved. They're already filed with the District Attorney's Office. The remainder are very, very close. 5 of those murders happened in the jurisdiction of the San Bernardino Police Department. 1 of those murders happened in the jurisdiction of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. As a result of the investigation as well, we are very, very confident, based upon informant information and evidence that we had, that we intercepted 5 shootings and or homicides, if you'd like to call that, just before they happen, as a result of carefully planned traffic stops with known players moving from location A to location B, and out of that, the primary players were taken down, as well as firearms recovered. We know that we prevented 2 robberies of a marijuana distribution network. We made, in total, 41 arrests in this case, many of them for murder or conspiracy to commit murder. We have 43 firearms recovered in the case, and we served well over 150 search warrants. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the sheriff for just a moment to say a few words.
Good morning. Thanks, Chief. First, I would like to congratulate the team that worked so hard to put this case together and to investigate tirelessly these significant crimes. As we all know, we've seen an increase in this jurisdiction of violent crime, specifically murder, robbery, and drive-by shootings. Collectively, this team worked together to solve those cases and worked side by side to make sure that they did everything in their power to stop these violent crimes. And although some of the victims were gang members and it was gang activity, there were a number of innocent citizens that were just trying to get through life that were victims of these tragic events. That's what matters, is making sure that we protect the quality of life and the citizens of the county of San Bernardino. This is a prime example of how teamwork, regardless of jurisdiction, makes a significant difference. Operation No Boundaries was the title that the investigative team came up with and it makes perfect sense. The suspects in this case have no desire or intent to stay within specific cities. They move from one jurisdiction to the other, and it impacts not only the city of San Bernardino, but all the surrounding areas that the Sheriff's Department is responsible for as well. The men and women of this team did an incredible job, and I'm very proud of the work that they did to help solve the crimes of in this city. It's now my pleasure to introduce our District Attorney, Mike Ramos.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chief. Good morning, and thank you for being here today. This was what I call a true team effort. I'm a very fortunate district attorney, as I have outstanding law enforcement partners. And it was months ago that I came to Chief and Sheriff and said, you know, we should put a team together, and they said, Mike, we're ahead of you. We already have it in place with our federal partners as well. At that point in time, we put together our hardcore gang prosecution unit to assist not only with the filing of cases, but the investigation. And you may ask how. We used an investigative tool, a wiretap, that was up and running, that is now shut down. We can't talk about the details of that, but it was a great assistance in not only filing charges, but keeping other crimes from occurring. At this point in time, we've filed 2 murder cases. 17 individual gang members are charged with gang enhancements, with conspiracy charges to commit murder, robbery, burglary, and a multiple counts of felons in possessions of firearms and concealed weapons. Again, a tremendous effort by our law enforcement partners, and we are currently reviewing other cases that are coming to us as we speak, including more murders. Finally, and I want to be very clear about this, you cannot legislate or vote criminal conduct away from our streets. We will continue to do this job no matter what happens when they say we must change the dynamics of public safety. No. We're going to hold especially gang members responsible to make sure our citizens have a safe community to live. Again, I want to thank my partners behind me and surrounding us, and at this time I'd like to introduce Mayor Davis. Mayor.
Thank you. You witnessed on December 2nd the exemplary service that our law enforcement, in collaboration with the surrounding agencies, performed during that terrorist attack. You're seeing today the culmination of their continued collaboration, their collective work. We are so fortunate to have a police department led by such a seasoned veteran that brings to bear all of those resources, even limited resources, to be able to do such good work in our community. We're grateful as a community to be led by a police department that's committed and dedicated to making sure that our citizens have the best service and police work that they can provide. I'm grateful for the dedicated men and women of our police department, our sheriff's department, how well they work together. We're fortunate to be able to be so well served, and I'm grateful to be able to serve with them. Thank you.
So in just a second, we're going to take a couple questions, but I wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things. First of all, as the sheriff said, incredibly grateful for the work that the men and women assigned to this operation did and for the partnerships that were displayed in this. On the table to my left, or to your right, are a number of firearms. Most of the murder weapons that were recovered in this are not actually going to be up there, but that's an example of many of the firearms that were taken as evidence in this particular investigation. There's only about 7 or 8 of those firearms that are actually reported stolen. We believe a vast majority of them are probably unreported stolens. Some of them are ghost guns. In other words, they were assembled with parts for multiple guns with no serial numbers and essentially manufactured at home. And in many cases, the investigators said that a huge percentage of those guns came into the state when they were able to track them either through Nevada or through Arizona. And then on my right and your left is what we call some link charts. And I'll let detectives come up as soon as we're done, and they can talk about the guns and they can talk about the link charts. But in short, what the link charts are select guns that have been matched ballistically to a variety of cases, including the people that were actually involved in those cases, many of the arrests, the locations, and you'll see many of the homicides that we're talking about, and how the same gun in many cases was used in multiple cases, multiple shootings, multiple murders. So that's what those two visuals are, and I'll let you guys, as we're done here, the detectives can go up and surround that, and you can ask them questions and get some pictures of that. With that, do you have any specific questions of us?
Can you tell us which ones of the homicide cases there were arrests in?
So as you can see, it gets so incredibly convoluted. As we're done here, I'll let the detectives get up there and talk about what specific cases we actually have the filings on, and then other cases that we're still working on, but that'll be part of that part there.
There seems to be a lot of connection on this board. Is there one single thing that really kind of draws all of these together?
Well, I think that we found that in many cases it's a criminal network, a criminal street gang. Quite often it surrounds the drug market and the protection of that drug market, or fighting over that drug market. And then Mike, I don't know if you have something you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I think the sheriff said it.
Yeah, so essentially gangsters, yes.
Gang.
Are we looking at any future organizational crimes that they may be prosecuted for, like, because they're working as a group? As far as the prosecution, is there any particular enhancements that happen?
Absolutely. One of the things we talked about, and we just mentioned, this is a gang. These are gang enhancements, and as you heard me earlier, we charged various counts of conspiracy that all these individuals were working together to enhance the gangs.
I think the other thing too to talk about is that this is not the end. This was the culmination of this particular investigation, but none of us are under the illusion that it just stops here. You know, this will continue in many ways. We will continue to investigate that. We will continue to bring resources together to continue to fight this in our communities. Okay, so with that, let's have some detectives come around, surround the gun, surround the link charts, and you guys can come forward and ask some questions and get some pictures of that. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it.
We have to report it, but anyone?
Like I snuck off these, like anybody sees.
We have here.
Yes, in front of us we have multiple guns that were taken from some of the suspects in this investigation do traffic stops or probation or parole checks at their homes. Some of these guns were in possession of some of these suspects that were felons in possession of firearms and with gang enhancements as well.
Can I just get your first and last name?
Mike and Flores.
And your title?
Sergeant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Amy.
Did they ever go?
I couldn't breathe.
This is a look at all of the members of that gang, the California Garden Crips. Again, San Bernardino has a crime-ridden reputation, and the task force there, formed 5 months ago, announced today that it wants to prevent, suppress, and investigate violent crimes committed by the California Garden Crips street gang. Again, these are some of the pictures that you're seeing of members of that gang. Most of those identified and arrested were on active parole or probation for various charges. Those under arrest or still being looked for are accused of murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, firearms possession, possession of narcotics for sales, and possession of stolen property. San Bernardino has recorded 57 homicides so far this year, far more than the number who died all of last year when terrorists struck the Inland Regional Center. Among those making Monday's announcement were Police Chief Jared Bergen and Sheriff John McCone and District Attorney Mike Ramos. So you guys are just getting a look here at some of the members of that gang that have been arrested.
It's occurred, and we don't really have very much cooperation from victims, from witnesses, but we have physical evidence on the scene. So our job, along with the San Bernardino County Crime Lab, which helped us out a lot, we were able to analyze shell casings and ballistics from different scenes to determine which weapons were being used, how often they were being used and being possessed, and by who. Through the investigation, we were able to determine that even though the weapons were consistent, the people using those weapons were different, but a lot of them belonged to the same.
I'll go ahead on first name and last name and your title.
First name is Nick, N-I-C-K. Last name is Oldendorf, O-L-D-E-N-D-O-R-F. I'm a detective, homicide detective here with the police department in San Bernardino.
Okay, can you kind of describe me what's going on?
These ballistic link charts are as a result of the task force that was put together. Again, this studies the ballistic analysis of evidence that is located at the scenes during the time of the crime. We're able to determine that the same weapons were being used by the same gang, and they weren't the same people involved in specific incidents. So we were able to kind of use this to our favor, and when we recover these weapons, link them back to those specific crimes, but also link them back to that specific criminal street gang.
All right, everybody, well, I just wanted to give you guys a look of that news conference about that California gang, which happened just earlier today, that news conference. I want to take you now to the State Department briefing, which happened earlier this morning. So let's take you now to that video that just came down, the State Department's daily briefing.
I think this is standard. You know, I think at this stage, we'll wait for the transition team. You know, certainly we're poised to help. We're poised to support with a range of administrative, logistical, briefing, information materials. You know, we would welcome that. And as soon as I do have an update, I'll make sure you guys get it.
Just to understand clearly, how is the Secretary's activities, how do you brief the President-elect on what he's doing, what is U.S. foreign policy, from the State Department's perspective, not from the White House?
Well, I think we would back it up and we would take a look at the range of foreign policy issues. We've spoken about this in previous transitions from the podium. You know, there's briefing books, there's oral materials coming in. You know, so it's something that the State Department is adaptable, looking at what the transition team would need, and we look forward to working with them.
Elizabeth, on Syria,
Secretary Kerry has called Minister Lavrov today. Do you have any readout for this phone call?
So I don't have much of a readout. I can confirm that the Secretary did speak to Foreign Minister Lavrov this morning, spoke about the situation in Aleppo. They also reemphasized the need for a political solution to the conflict in Syria. But beyond that, I have no details to offer.
But it looks like the Syrian regime and the Russians are planning to invade eastern Aleppo soon. Did they discuss this? Has the Secretary asked the Russians to postpone this military operation?
So I know they discussed the situation in Aleppo in terms of what the regime or their Russian backers are planning on doing. I'd refer you to them to speak to their plans. But the Secretary did reemphasize again that there's no military solution to the conflict in Syria.
And are you concerned about such an operation?
Well, as we've said all along, we're deeply concerned about the situation in Aleppo. We're deeply concerned about the civilian toll that we're seeing there. You know, what we have said all along is that aid needs to go in, that there needs to be a period where we can get back to the political negotiations. The Secretary, in his conversation with Foreign Minister Lavrov, did emphasize the dire situation in Aleppo.
Since the September 9th agreement collapsed, not too many days after it was actually announced, you guys have spoken about, and then the bilateral contact, or at least in terms of a ceasefire, was broken. You guys have talked about how the teams are still meeting in Geneva.
Which they are, including today.
So exactly what have they done over the course of the last month and a half since the bilateral U.S.-Russia thing broke down?
You know, I'm not going to detail the conversations that we're having in Geneva. What I would say, and I confirmed this morning, is we continue to have conversations there in a multilateral setting, taking a look at the emphasis that we've placed on aid, that we've placed on reestablishing a cessation of hostilities and the political transition. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just wondering, can you point to any kind of success that these talks that you continue to have made? I mean,
I can't point to success, but I can point to the fact that we continue to think that they're valuable enough that we remain at the table.
They haven't, but they produce nothing then. Right?
At this stage, we continue to engage. I don't have a result to point to, Matt.
Right.
No.
I know. And that's the issue here, because you guys have said, and actually everyone has said all the time, or everyone does say all the time, that there's no point in having talks for talk's sake. And frankly, if they've been meeting for a month and a half, and you can't point to a single thing that they've accomplished, I just wonder what is the point of continuing this? It seems just like it's a charade and an excuse for people to, get a lot of expensive room service meals in luxury hotels in Switzerland.
I think where we are very focused on is the fact that we go back to our fundamental principles, where we've focused on in the conflict in Syria, is that there is no military solution. The only solution on this is going to be through a multilateral setting. We are having these talks because we think it's important to have these talks, and we wouldn't continue to engage in these talks if we didn't think it was valuable. Again, I'm not in a position where I can unpack the specific strands of our work, where we've seen progress, where we don't see progress. But what I will say is that we're there, we're at the table, we're in Geneva, we continue to push.
Can you give one reason why you think that they're valuable?
I think they're valuable because what's our other solution? Our other solution is a military solution, and the international community understands there is no military solution for the conflict in Syria. So what we do is we continue to engage every day, pushing for a political one.
Well, that's a very odd way to ascribe value to something, because I mean, if they don't produce anything, they're not productive.
We continue to believe it's valuable.
All right, are we done on Syria?
Hold on a few on Syria, and then we'll move on. We'll go to Saeed then Michelle.
I just want to, according to the Russian Foreign Ministry's readout of the meeting, they're saying that Minister Lavrov raised the fact that you refuse to separate the terrorists from the other groups and so on, and that is basically causing the problems in Eastern Aleppo.
So I couldn't speak to the veracity of the Russian Foreign Ministry's readout on that. What I would say is what we've said all along is we do understand this is a problem. We've talked about the marbleization on that. We've talked about our efforts to pull those groups apart that continue.
So what are you doing in terms of basically pulling them apart from one another, to use your
You know,
words?
this is something that we've spoken about for weeks and weeks, Saeed. We continue to have conversations with the groups on the ground. We've also said how difficult it will be when these groups are under constant bombardment. You know, and this is a situation where it's very difficult for them to pull apart. When they're under threat, they're under attack. We believe it's important. You know, our view on Nusra and certainly Daesh have not changed.
So now, with apparently there is a decision to target Al-Qaeda affiliated groups and so on in eastern Aleppo. That would really include many of the groups under that umbrella, correct? I mean, including some of the groups that you may have supported in the past.
Well, we've spoken about who's included in the cessation of hostilities, the one that was put in place earlier this year. You know, Nusra, Daesh have always been excluded under that.
Yes, Elizabeth, you were saying that there is no military solution, but Russia and the Syrian regime are talking about a military solution in eastern Aleppo, and it looks like the military offensive on eastern Aleppo is imminent.
You know, we continue to believe that attacks like this just push the country further into chaos. They continue to push the country farther from the goal of a nonviolent solution. Leslie?
Also still on Syria, do you, following up what Matt was saying, do you really believe that there can be progress made in the next 2 months, or is it really just a situation
No,
of
we do.
maintaining the situation as it is
No.
until a handover? I mean, it's a difficult situation to be in where, I mean, what progress can one make in 2 months when you've
We
got a new
believe it's
administration?
valuable to be at the table, to continue to explore all opportunities that will alleviate the suffering of the Syrian people and to create that space for a political dialogue. We work at this every single day.
Can I ask, has the President-elect's transition team in any way, I know he's getting daily security briefings, but have they in any way joined or been briefed on this situation?
I would refer you to the President-elect's transition team on that, Leslie.
Stay in the region, but
Sure.
move south a little bit to Bahrain.
Of course.
You will have seen, I believe, that this secular leader has been arrested after giving an interview, or for giving an interview about Prince Charles's visit to Bahrain, and I'm wondering if you have anything
I think
to
you're
say
talking about Ibrahim Sharif.
Sharif,
Yeah.
yes.
We are aware of media reports, actually, that Ibrahim Sharif, the former leader of the opposition Wad political society, has been questioned and charged over comments he actually made in an AP article. We're following the case closely. As we've said before, we believe that no one anywhere should be prosecuted or imprisoned for engaging in freedom of expression, even when that expression is critical. Any charges against Sharif on that basis should be dropped.
Thanks. Do you know?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if you've raised his case directly with the Bahrainis?
We have raised the case of Ibrahim Sharif and other human rights separately, directly with the Bahrainis.
Okay, so this just kind of happened over the weekend.
Yes.
So, but since he was detained, you
It
have
is my
raised it.
understanding,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Leslie?
A reaction to the Colombian government publishing a revised peace accord.
I think you saw our statement from the secretary this weekend.
I actually didn't, but
it was. Let me recap that statement for you. So the secretary actually spoke to this weekend. We congratulate Colombia on achieving a revised peace accord, and we continue to support efforts by President Santos and the Colombian people to pursue a just and lasting peace, the peace that Colombia deserves. The United States has supported Colombia in conflict. We will continue to be a strong partner in peace.
And then on Venezuela, you
Yes.
didn't put out a statement on that.
We did not.
So the discussions, the second round of peace talks on Venezuela. When Tom Shannon was here, he was pushing for the release of prisoners, and said that was the most significant thing that everybody's watching for as they moved into the talks. Obviously, didn't see anything of that happen. So, do you continue to do that? Do you think it's on the way? How did you think the second round went?
So I characterize it this way: is we're pleased to hear that reports from the Venezuelan government and the political opposition that they've made some progress in their dialogue. We understand the dialogue continues. We hope it will continue to bear fruit in the coming days. As we've said before, and I believe the Undersecretary addressed this, is that Venezuela needs a good faith and productive effort to end its political impasse and to address the urgent challenges facing the Venezuelan people. We continue to work with our partners in the region through the Organization of American States to support the dialogue. Nike, I'll get to you, Said.
A quick follow-up on Colombia.
Sure.
What is the U.S. position on the referendum of the revised peace accord? Would the United States support it?
How the revised accord is submitted for approval is really up to the Colombian government to decide.
If I may, can I?
I'm sorry. Of course.
One quick question on South Sudan.
Yep.
A USAID funded radio station, iRadio, was shut down last Friday by the government. Do you have anything on that? What does that say about it?
I do, and thank you for the question. We are aware that South Sudanese authorities recently shut down iRadio. We note this follows the closure of other media outlets. Such actions send the wrong message to the people of South Sudan, who are guaranteed the right of freedom of information and expression by their own laws and constitution. As we've said many times, a society that's free, vibrant, and successful depends on the unrestricted flow of information and ideas through a free and independent press. We understand iRadio and South Sudanese authorities are engaged in talks right now to restoring iRadio and allowing it to reopen. We're also raising it directly with our counterparts in Juba.
Thank you.
Great. Saeed.
Can I go to the Palestinian and Israeli?
Of course.
Very quickly. Yesterday, the Israel's Ministerial Committee for Legislation unanimously approved a law to retroactively, legalize the legal outpost. Do you have any comment on that?
I do. I've got quite a bit to say on that,
All right,
so
great.
give me a second.
Please.
We're deeply concerned about the advancement of legislation that would allow for the legalization of illegal Israeli outposts located on private Palestinian land. Israel's own Attorney General has reportedly expressed serious concerns about the constitutionality of the proposed legislation. If this law were enacted, it could pave the way for the legalization of dozens of illegal outposts deep in the West Bank. This would represent an unprecedented and troubling step that's inconsistent with prior Israeli legal opinion and also break longstanding Israeli policy of not building on private Palestinian land. Our policy, as you know, on settlements is clear. We believe they are corrosive to the cause of peace. This legislation would be a dramatic advancement of the settlement enterprise, which is already gravely endangering the prospects for a two-state solution. This only makes clear the choice Israel faces between building more settlements and preserving the possibility of peace. I would note we understand this legislation has several more steps to go before it's passed. We hope it does not become law.
Mm-hmm. Now, the logical follow-up now, if they go ahead and do this, will you, before this administration, before departing, will they do anything, or they are not likely to do anything?
So that's a hypothetical. I'm not going to get in there. Obviously,
okay.
we made very clear our position on this proposed legislation.
Independent of the incoming administration, are you likely to do something tangible if they move ahead and implementing?
Again, I'm not going to speak to this. We've made our position very clear on this. Let's see where that goes.
Okay, I have a couple more if
Of
you
course.
would indulge me. Also, a couple of days ago, the Israelis, they made a Palestinian family of 12, or a number of families, demolish their own homes in East Jerusalem. I wonder if you have any comment on that.
We've spoken before to this practice of demolition. We believe that any actions like that raise tensions are counterproductive to peace.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add?
Of course.
Your comment on the draft law. you referred to the settlement enterprise.
The idea of settlements, new settlements, the retroactive legalization of existing illegal settlements, so settlements taken as a whole.
Right, but I mean, settlement enterprise suggests that it's.
Should I say settlement issue?
Well,
That's
I don't,
probably better.
I don't know what you, I don't know what you mean by enterprise.
I would say the issue of settlements. It's a good clarification.
Can we go back and find out if, because, I mean, if the administration believes that settlements are a quote-unquote enterprise, that suggests that it's got.
I'll check. I think
got
what we
some
meant is
broader
the
implication
issue
to
of
it.
settlements writ large.
Okay, and then nearby, Siri, just over the weekend, you may have seen some photographs that appeared on Twitter and other social media that appeared to show some U.S. tanks being in a parade, a Hezbollah parade in Homs. Do you know anything about that?
So, I saw the social media reports, very grainy photographs. I have no information on it. I will note that we're working with our interagency counterparts to find out more information and get some clarity on it.
Well, and I realize you will be able to dodge this by saying it's a hypothetical, but
I love it when you set me up
but
like
it should,
that.
well, but it shouldn't really be
Yeah.
a hypothetical. I mean, if it turns out that these were tanks that were sold to the Lebanese armed forces and then ended up in Hezbollah's hands, wouldn't that violate some kind of
Well, Hezbollah is a
US
foreign
law?
terrorist organization,
Yeah, so
clearly.
wouldn't it violate some kind of?
Why don't I look for granularity, get some clarity on this?
I'm not-
I don't want to speak.
I'm not interested in. I mean, I am interested, but I think this is a question that can be answered without you knowing definitively whether these tanks.
Obviously, we would be gravely
were
concerned if equipment ended up in the hands of Hezbollah,
equipment that you sold or gave to the Lebanese armed
to
forces.
whomever.
But there is a precedent.
All right, you guys, we're actually going to get out of this to have a live chat now with Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake here with me.
Hello, how are you?
And we're going to be discussing that
The
news conference
the presidential
today.
news conference. It was a long news conference chocked full of information and sound bites and just I found it fascinating. I listened to it twice. Does that make me weird?
No, I mean, I think is this technically one of his last news conferences before he goes on a
I think
long
it is.
trip?
I think it's his, possibly his last news conference. Well, let's put it this way. It is his first news conference since the shocking election turn of events with Donald Trump becoming our president-elect. And are we showing it right now? Or
Yeah,
is it?
so on that screen you can see him talking.
And we'll talk
we got
about
the
it a
sound
little
down
bit.
so you can hear us. But
And we'll eventually replay it again. You can also find it on Fox News Now, our YouTube channel. So many great things. If you feel like you missed out on something that happened,
Yeah.
I mean, I do this all the time. I'm one of the biggest fans of Fox News Now. I missed out on something I should have seen.
So you go to our page.
I go to your page and I find it, and it's just great. You never have to miss out again, and you don't have to. What I love about it is, right now, if you want to see what the president said during his news conference, you're watching maybe the news channels. You're getting it kind of cut up pieces and chunks. This is the
Right.
whole thing.
Yeah.
We saw so much of that during the election where something might have been taken out of context, or they cut a soundbite to make it sound bad or good, and you just didn't hear it in context. And that's where I think
Right. We're not trying to manipulate anything. We want to show the
no,
whole clip.
exactly. I think people who watch Fox News Now were able to go into the election with just a better idea of what these candidates were without getting everything cut up and spliced. So
Yeah, you're right.
the president is about to depart. By now has departed on his last overseas trip. I believe he was taking off right after this. I'm not sure. I might be wrong about that.
Okay.
But he's heading off to Peru, Greece, and help me with the last location he's going.
Was it Peru, Greece, and
Germany?
Germany.
Was
I
it
believe,
Germany?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We're having a discussion. This is live, and I didn't have everything in order here. And the whole purpose of this was to, when it was announced he would be taking this trip, his last international trip as president, was to kind of, everyone was assuming Hillary Clinton would be president, a president-elect, and to assure the international group that, hey, everything's going to be fine. We survived that ferocious election and campaign,
Yeah.
and everything's going to be cool. My policies will continue on as they have. Well, obviously, I mean, like, hit the brakes and go off the ditch because nothing went as planned.
Right.
And so this turned out to be a really exciting news conference because we have not heard the president speak on what did he really think of how this whole thing went? What did
Yeah,
he
what's
think
he
of the
thinking?
campaign? I mean, here he is sitting down Thursday with Donald Trump, a man who he had slammed quite a bit in the last weeks of the campaign,
yes,
and vice versa. Donald Trump had been going after President Obama nonstop. He was part of the birther movement. And
saying,
here all of a
"Show me
sudden,
your passport."
then they're sitting down together in the Oval Office, kind of like, hey,
So,
sorry about that.
you
know,
made it.
and it turns out, if you watch the Donald Trump interview on 60 Minutes last night, they really didn't. It was almost like they hit reset and didn't talk about the jabs and insults.
Really?
It's almost as if nothing else had taken place with the insults, the jabs, the cut downs, and they
Yeah.
just started from square
What
one.
choice does he really have, you know, when he's elected? I mean, he can't be like necessarily that rude to him and be like, I didn't want you here. You know, he has
True.
to deal
Yeah,
with it.
they spent about an hour and a half together. They were supposed to be there for 15 minutes together. That's how much time was allotted. So they
That's a good sign.
they obviously don't want to go back into the past and rehash all of that. It's been done. The voters have decided.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting. What I found really fascinating was some of the things that he did say about that meeting and how he talked to Donald Trump about hiring really good people around him. It's so important because you have so much information coming your way, and you go from 0 to like 1,000 when it comes to responsibility overnight, and
Right.
it can be inundating and overwhelming and
So
very
he urged
difficult.
him to hire the right people that have his back, and
Hire the right people, and just really delegate people who, if you're not a good delegator and organizer, people who can kind of fill some of those strengths that you may not have. And I know that that's what's happening with the Donald Trump administration. The president-elect Donald Trump is working to fill, I think they said about 4,000 positions need to be filled.
oh wow.
I mean, where do you begin?
And he has to decide all 4,000, or
Well,
does he have some help?
Yes, he's got some help. He's got his transition team, and I think what you do is you build a team of about 15, 20 people, and you start just chugging away at it. And you got to get the inner circle, and then you kind of work out to the staffing in the White House. There's a lot of positions.
Right.
Well, he's going
Even down to the
to
small
create
ones.
some jobs, I guess.
Yes.
Although these are government jobs and they're not permanent.
Right.
But I think one thing I was hearing with people on my Facebook page is, these people in Obama's White House are upset they're going to be out of a job, and he's going to fire them all. Well, that's pretty typical. You don't come in a new administration, a new party, and keep your predecessor's staff. That's not how it works. You bring in your own staff. You've got your
Right.
own ideas, and you've got an agenda that you've been pushing throughout the campaign. So
There's
that was
little things like that I didn't know. Like I was reading, how does it all work? How does President Obama move out and Donald Trump move in? And did you know you have to pay for your own movers?
I
Which
didn't know
I guess
that.
is expected, but I would think that they would just sort of do it for you. But you have
Yeah.
to pay for your own movers, and
It's like, if you want me to take the job, can you help me move in?
yeah. So I thought that
Well,
was
my
interesting.
question on it, and I would love to find out the answer to this, and there's only so many people you can ask who've had that transition of moving into the White House. Is okay. The inauguration happens in mid-January, and on that day, the Trumps will move into the White House. Is it there's still boxes with Obama's name on them that says Obama family, and
That's
then
what I
it's
read.
kind of like,
They're like
hey,
moving out
get your
while-
stuff out, and we're trying to move our stuff in. Is it pretty instant, or do the
That's what I
do the
read.
Trumps spend a couple nights in another residence waiting for it to clear out?
See, I didn't get that. All I read was that they get there, and the Obamas are in the midst of moving out while they're moving in. I think they have tea or something, and then Obamas are out, and Trump meets with like the chef and tells him what he'd prefer to eat now, and meets with the people.
Something tells
that-
me they have more than just like 3 guys moving their stuff out. Like,
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more
you've
organized
moved,
than how I'm
you've
explaining
recently
it.
moved, right? You probably have like your mom and you
Yeah.
and maybe your dad helping.
Yeah.
This is probably a like super snappy.
Probably more than just a family member helping you. But yeah, that's what I read at least, is that that they're not totally out by the time he gets there. That I think they're still moving out while Donald Trump's moving in. And that,
Interesting.
so I don't really know if there's a guest room he stays in or what.
Well, he's got the hotel down the street.
Oh, that's true.
You can always stay there.
It does look like a beautiful hotel.
I think one of the things I learned last night in the interview with Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes was that she said, you looked kind of shocked when you're sitting there with the president. I mean, everyone said that when the results were coming in, it became apparent that you, Donald Trump, you and your team were going to win. You got really quiet. Were you afraid? Were you kind of like, oh my gosh, this is happening? And he said, no, I think it was really everything was settling in of how much our lives are going to change. I mean, you can't go anywhere alone. I mean, he was a famous person before anyway, but I mean, instantly it is like a lockdown. Your child's life will never be the same. Your freedom will never be the same just to move around.
Yeah, he can't just go leave the White House and go to his, place in New York whenever he wants to just hang out and go golf
you
in
have
Florida.
a Secret
you
Service
have to,
group near you at all times, a detail of Secret Service agents.
Totally changed.
All the time.
Yeah.
You slip and fall in the bathroom and they are in the bathroom with you.
Right.
They
right.
hop on in there.
I noticed that he tweeted about those protests. The first tweet was angry, and then he tweeted again, and it seemed formulated by someone else. Like, I wonder now that he's elected president if there's someone saying, you can't tweet whatever you want now. I hope you know that.
He did say last night that he still planned on tweeting. It may maybe change a little bit, but he said it's just an effective way to get what I'm thinking across to a large group of people.
Right.
So that's interesting. Well, let's get back to what the president said. President Obama saying that one of the things he hopes to do on this trip is to reassure our allies that his predecessor, President-elect Donald Trump, has a commitment to NATO. And we've heard Donald Trump complain during the campaign that other members of NATO weren't paying their fair share. Some of that might be renegotiated or changed up, but he apparently got word, maybe during that meeting with Donald Trump, that he is supportive of NATO and he doesn't want to, just pull out of NATO completely. So that's one thing that he was really going to stress on this trip. He's going to 3 countries, Greece, Germany, and Peru.
Yeah, he's flying to Athens and Greece tonight, and then Thursday to Berlin, and then Friday on to Peru.
Thank you, Steve.
He's in the know of everything.
Yes, our assistant news director.
Can you imagine? I'm going to Greece and then Berlin on Thursday.
Yeah. I knew it was Greece, I knew it was Peru, and then I knew it was another country that started with G, and I just couldn't for the life of me remember. Is it Germany? I think it is. So thank you, Steve, for the save on that.
Going to all those places and assuring them not to worry. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to go as as we said, this was initially meant to be a trip to kind of reassure everybody, hey, we survived that very contentious election and campaign cycle, and we're back, and everyone's united. We don't see that unity right now. We don't see that, and that was something else that the president spoke about, how he said when Donald Trump came to his office, he urged him to kind of try to bring people together, because there are groups of people who are offended by some of the things Donald Trump said and did during the campaign, and vice versa. I think, I don't think enough is said for the people who supported Donald Trump that they were offended by some of the policies on the other side as well.
Right.
However, the president has said that he urged Donald Trump to really try to unite, and I think you saw that
important.
In the victory speech. If you were up in the East Coast at 3 a.m. or here after midnight, you heard this effort to say, hey, I want to be the president for everybody. I want to unify this country. We've not seen that on the streets. We've seen protests. And that was not they did not talk about that today, which I found.
That's interesting.
I'm not going to blame the president for not saying something. He had opportunities. He could have, I wish he would have spoken out about these mass protests going on in certain cities across the country. I'm actually a little disappointed that I didn't hear any journalists in that room bring it up.
Why do you think that is?
Because
that's all that's been happening. I mean, we had 3 days straight of protests last week.
I will say this. When I had a chance to go to the White House earlier in the year, and I had the chance to sit in the press room and ask a question, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to ask. It turns out that I didn't end up asking a question. It kind of ran out, and I had to be somewhere. And
but you met him, right?
Yeah, I had to be out to interview the president, so I didn't end up getting a chance to ask a question. But I was trying to formulate a question, and I figured that all the big ones, by the time they got to me, would be taken. I'm wondering if a lot of these reporters just figured, somewhere along the way this question would be asked. I'm
Right.
really just stunned that I did not hear a pointed question about
And there were protests everywhere. So
Yeah.
and I think there were some
like I
this
said,
morning.
I watched this twice. I may have missed it. I mean, it's a long press conference, and I may have missed it in, turning and, answering somebody had a question in the newsroom. I don't think I could have missed it twice. I did not hear the president speak about the protesters, asking for calm, asking for any violence, any destruction to end.
Do you think it's because they want to not address it because they don't want to give these protesters the right to be addressed on television and talked about, or do you think it's just because I can't imagine why they wouldn't want to mention it other than let's not even address it because it's
I don't know.
But you have to. You have to talk
Could he
about
not be addressing it? He's thinking, well, if they didn't ask me about it, I'm not going to address it. It's not a pleasant topic.
Yeah.
Or, could there be more of, hey, maybe it's a good thing for, maybe the president is thinking, hey, it's a good thing for my, for President-elect Trump to see that he's not loved by everyone. Don't want to give him a big head and
Right.
think the whole world loves him.
Right.
I don't know. I really wish it would have been brought up.
Well,
I
yeah.
know I'm not the only one.
Donald Trump tweeted he called them professional protesters.
I think
incited by the
there
media.
could be an element of that, and
Yeah.
and I will say this: I do think that the people protesting on the streets, we're not watching Fox News now and seeing all of these presidential speeches in their entirety. I think what you get when you are watching the media is things that are cut up. And somebody's making a decision on what sound. I do it all the time when I'm putting a piece together. I do an interview, and I have to make a decision. What part of this interview am I going to put into the ultimate final piece?
Right.
When you're taking a presidential speech and you're cutting it up into little sound bites that you're going to put into your piece that go on the nightly news,
Right.
and if you have bias, even if it's subtle, you might find yourself picking sound bites that
Go with your story.
push your leanings, and
Right.
it might not even be sinister. It might be kind of accidental or unbeknownst to the journalists that they're doing that. So I think that I really do believe that a lot of people who are marching on the streets never probably watched a Donald Trump speech in its entirety, or they only saw some of the little bits of some of the fights breaking out, which have been deemed to not have been many organic fights breaking out. They look to be more of instigators going into the crowd and kind of starting
And
up stuff.
A lot of them were saying "Not my president," which was the chant that we've been hearing at most of the protests. But at some, I heard them chanting "Black Lives Matter," and they were chanting that at a lot of the protests. So sometimes I wondered if people even knew what they were there for. Because it was a Donald Trump protest, but then they were yelling, Black Lives Matter and
Well,
other
and
things.
I think too,
but again,
though,
he has made racist remarks.
he's made remarks that some people do not deem to be in support of minority groups and things like that. So we could see, legitimately Black Lives Matter
That could
folks
make
out there
sense
on the
then.
streets. I do
Yeah.
think some of these high school protests, though, kids, if somebody at high school says, "Hey, we're going to do a walkout and march, through the streets of Phoenix," and you're the kid who says, "No, I think I'll stay here in chemistry and learn,"
Right.
what's
Well,
the chance of that happening?
And I was asking here on the stream, if you were a parent, what are you telling your kid? Are you telling them it's okay to leave school and protest?
Oh my gosh. First of all, if I were growing up a child of a teacher, I would have never, I don't care what the reasoning was, walking out of school to do a protest, I would have been in so much trouble
Oh, me
by my
too.
parents.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been met with such...
Yeah, I could not miss school unless I had a legitimate temperature. So, leaving for a
Yeah,
protest
where
would
the
be-
nurse is calling saying, "Please take your child home."
Right.
Yeah, that would not have flown in my house very well. Not that we didn't have a voice and we didn't have discussions and disagreements, but you're not going to walk out of school.
Yeah, some people were saying, I would let my kid, experience that for a day. Others are saying, no way, I'm paying for their school. They're not going to walk out and protest this.
Or just miss a day of school.
Right.
A couple other things I want to pull up from what the president talked about today. One of the really big issues and what we're seeing in these protests are a lot of kids who are here as immigrants. They were brought here as children.
Mhm.
Some people refer to them as the dreamers. They were kids who were brought here illegally by their parents, but this is really the only place they know. This is home. And we have a lot of these so-called dreamers here in Arizona. And as you know, back in 2012, the president signed that executive order called DACA, which is basically deferred action on children who are here illegally.
Okay.
And it pretty much gives them status here in the United States, and it has been a huge relief for a lot of kids, although some of the kids are as old as in their 30s now. But it provided a lot of relief for a lot of these young adults and adults who came here as children.
Yes.
And now President Trump, President-elect Trump, and as you know from watching him campaign, he's going to get rid of all the Obama executive orders. He said on day one, whew, they're gone.
Even the
So,
kids.
any executive order the president signed, he was going to basically null and void.
Okay.
Which is his right to do. So a lot of people are concerned about that, and President Obama spoke of that. He said he will encourage President-elect Trump, his successor, to allow immigrants who came to the country as children to remain. He said that he believes the majority of Americans would not want these young people to have to start hiding again. So we'll see what happens. And, last night on 60 Minutes, Donald Trump, President-elect Trump, spoke of that. He spoke about his immigration policies, and he said, first and foremost, we will, build a wall. Some of it, he conceded, might be fencing, but there will be partially a wall. He also said we're going to immediately deport people here illegally who are criminals,
Okay.
or gang members or drug dealers.
Mhm.
And then he said, and then we will look at who else is here. And he said, really good people, and we'll look at what our options are. Maybe having people stay, maybe having citizenship granted, residency granted. But he really was talking about his promises during his campaign.
Which is that wall and getting out.
The criminal
The
element.
criminals,
Yeah.
right.
So he didn't say, first things first, we're going to, kick the dreamers out. To me, I think if I were somebody who was here and allowed to stay through the DACA program, a dreamer, I would have found a little bit of hope in that, because to me it sounded like he's open to the idea of some sort of a deal that allows people who are here and are taking part, positively in society to stay.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, at least, because I would think that he would want to think of some way around that, because I think there's a lot of good people that are
Absolutely,
worried.
yeah.
So I think his first priority is the wall that he promised for so long. But now you're saying it might not even be a full wall. It could be.
Well, Leslie Stahl asked the question. She said, well, some Republicans in Congress are saying, we're talking about fencing. And he said, well, some of it might be fencing. Obviously, you can't build a wall everywhere.
Right.
Across the entire border. It's not possible.
Right.
But he really did reiterate his desire to secure the border, which we've heard for so long, but it's always been kind of vague at how that would happen or if it was happening.
Yeah.
So we had some of the interesting points that, I've got to run. I've got 2 minutes to the show.
She's got to be on TV, people.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you,
We'll talk.
Carrie. Always good
Bye.
talking to you. All right, you guys. Well, that was Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake, just giving you guys the latest on this President Obama news conference for you guys. We will replay that for you later on in the show. It just aired live moments ago, so I don't want to re-show it to anyone that maybe has already seen it, but stay tuned with us because we will replay that for you. Let me just give you a live look of New York City right now. That is live in the beautiful New York City, everybody. In the meantime, we're going to take you back to just the end of that State Department briefing, just to show you guys the very end of that, because I know that we did get out of it for just a few moments. So let's take you back.
Can we go back and find out if if the administration believes that settlements are a quote unquote enterprise that is that suggests that it's
I'll
got,
check. I think
it's
what
got
we
some
meant is
broader
the
implication
issue
to
of
it.
settlements writ large.
Okay, and then nearby, Siri, just over the weekend, you may have seen some photographs that appeared on Twitter and other social media that appeared to show some U.S. tanks being in a parade, a Hezbollah parade in Homs. Do you know anything about that?
So, I saw the social media reports, very grainy photographs. I have no information on it. I will note that we're working with our interagency counterparts to find out more information and get some clarity on it.
Well, and I realize you will be able to dodge this by saying it's a hypothetical, but
I love it when you set me up
but
like
it should,
that.
well, but it shouldn't really be
Yeah.
a hypothetical. I mean, if it turns out that these were tanks that were sold to the Lebanese armed forces and then ended up in Hezbollah's hands, wouldn't that violate some kind of
Well, Hezbollah is a
US
foreign
law?
terrorist organization,
Yeah, so
clearly.
wouldn't it violate some kind of?
Why don't I look for granularity, get some clarity on this?
I'm not,
I don't want to speak.
I'm not interested in I mean, I am interested, but I think this is a question that can be answered without you knowing definitively whether these
Obviously,
tanks,
we would be gravely concerned if equipment ended up in the hands of Hezbollah.
equipment that you sold or gave to the Lebanese armed
To
forces.
whomever.
But, there is a precedent for this. It happened in the middle 70s. I mean, the Lebanese army basically broke up and everybody went to his own group, so to speak. They took the
Again,
tank.
what we're
So it
looking
could-
at is sort of a Twitter feed with some grainy photos. As I said, we're trying to look for clarity on this. As I have more information, either we can discount it or we have more, I'll definitely come back.
How urgently are you
Very
looking into this? Okay.
Leslie? Okay,
That's it.
Matt?
Nope, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, you guys, here is a live look at New York City right now. Coming up in just a few moments, your host Mike Page will take you into the next few hours.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page. I'll be with you for the next 2 hours. I'll come back in just a little bit for my Here's the Issue segment. And what we're going to be talking about is this University of Michigan's law school had planned a self-care event designed to help students cope with Donald Trump's election. We'll talk about that coming up in just 1 minute. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Appreciate you guys with us this evening. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Now, here's the issue. Get this story, everyone. The University of Michigan's law school canceled a planned self-care event. Now, this event was designed to help students cope with Donald Trump's election. I'm serious. This was an actual event that the university was planning. And when I get into these details, it's to help students to work out their Trump-driven anxiety with stress-busting self-care activities, including coloring, blowing bubbles, sculpting with Play-Doh, and positive card making. What are these students 2? No, they're more like 22. That's an issue. And for the school to even think that this would be something that would help. I mean, figure, folks, college tuition, a lot of money to go to this law school. And they wanted to do some Play-Doh activities. Coloring the book because some students and maybe some professors just couldn't handle the fact that Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States. That is really, really, really shocking and just absolutely mind-boggling when you think about that a major university was even planning this. Now the law school has responded because there were so many calls and online support to bash this, really, to tell the school, look, you're out of your mind. You got to get this off. So the school responded by removing the event from its website, and instead there will be a more professional event this Friday featuring a panel of 3 of the school's law professors discussing the limitations of executive power. Now here's the issue, everyone. They want to treat adults now like babies because, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of these adults, young adults especially, these millennials, are really acting like babies during this whole, we've been seeing it the last 5 days, protests all across America, when they're really protesting democracy. the people need to accept the fact that Donald Trump will be the president. And I really wish that President Obama today in his news conference would have tried to alleviate some of the stress from these protesters by saying, please, you don't have to block the streets. You could protest however you like legally, but don't block the streets, don't block the highways. I wish that would have been said. So that's the issue, and I wanted to pass that along with you, but I just thought it was out of control when we're talking about a major university having activities such as blowing bubbles and having Play-Doh to try to get their students' minds off the fact that Donald Trump will be the next president. Out of control. I'm glad that they canceled the event and are putting a more professional one on the books for Friday. Wow. Some things. Thank you guys for being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Now what we want to go to is just how Donald Trump won the presidency. The RNC had a press conference today on that very fact. They went over analytics and their fundraising efforts to get Donald Trump to the White House come January. Take a look.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Spicer with the RNC. Want to introduce the panel today. To my right, your left, Bill Skelly with Causeway Solutions, who's going to talk about our data operation. Chris Carr, our political director.
Bill's also the senior data guy for the RNC.
Right. I'm sorry. Chris Carr, our political director. Katie Walsh, our chief of staff, and Garrett Lansing, our chief digital officer. Today, the goal is to do two things. One, talk broadly about where we are as a party after Tuesday's election, and then secondly, and also as important, is talk about how we got here, and what we did as a party, and the investments that the chairman made to help us win up and down the ticket. It was interesting for those of you who were watching Morning Joe this morning. Former DNC chair Howard Dean was on, and he was talking about where their party is after the election, and said, quote, what the DNC is about is mechanics. It's about being everywhere. It's about training people up. It's having an adequate tech system, which we no longer have. What matters is mechanics matter. You have to have you can have all the ideals in the program you want, and I totally agree with what former Congressman Harold Ford was saying. That's how you move forward. If you don't do mechanics on the ground, you can't win. I think that's a message that Chairman Reince Priebus said after 2012. He talked about data and a year-round ground game and minority outreach, and then working with this Trump campaign and harnessing that with President-elect Trump's message and movement, we were able to create a recipe for success on Tuesday that not only resonated at the top of the ticket, but came all the way down to the state house level, where you saw continued Republican success throughout this country. And so what I want to do today is walk through, as I said, where we are as a party and how we got there. And with that, let me turn it over to Katie Walsh, our chief of staff.
Thank you, Sean, very much. Let's see if is that on. Can you guys hear? There we go. Thank you, Sean, and thank you guys for coming today. This briefing is really a culmination of 4 years of work that Chairman Priebus has put into making sure that our nominee, as well as everyone running down ticket from a nominee this cycle, had every possible tool available to them to win on Election Day. And I think the results speak for themselves. And I think Howard Dean's quote today, this morning, was pretty telling in terms of saying that I think the Democrats took their eye off the ball following the 2012 election and did not deliver tools to their candidates that we did and that Chairman Priebus was committed to do. As we know, Chairman Priebus has invested over $175 million over 4 years to make sure that our candidates, from a ground game, digital, and data perspective, had every single tool available to them. I can't find another party committee that's ever invested that level of, at least federal party committee, obviously, that's ever invested that kind of money into a ground game data infrastructure to elect all candidates up and down the ticket. And it's a permanent ground game. Reince has had staff on the ground for 4 years. You can't run a 90-day sprint and expect to win. He has had men and women across the country in communities, in swing states, speaking to minority groups, speaking to millennials, speaking to voters for 4 years now. And it's not a small investment, and it's a huge change in fundamentally how party committees operate. We took a lot of heat over the last 4 years about why we weren't stashing up our money and spending on television. And the answer is because we knew that wouldn't give our candidates the tools they needed to win. And so Reince very clearly announced after the 2012 election what he believed the role of the RNC would be. There's a lot of conversation that goes around about what the role of federal party committees is moving forward, and I think Reince has just set the gold standard of what a federal party committee should do for their candidates. And I think you saw Howard Dean this morning basically say that they should be doing that as well. What Reince did was build a structure for all candidates on the Republican side of the aisle, which is very different than what we've seen the Democrats do the last 2 cycles. Obviously, President Obama built a very successful operation for President Obama. Hillary Clinton, I think, tried to build off that. And I think what we saw is that you can't translate a machine built for another candidate to try and sell a different candidate and have success. And so what the Democrats have tried to do over and over again, at least the last 3 cycles, is build a structure for one specific candidate. And that did not translate for them in 2016, either at the top of the ticket or, quite frankly, down ballot. This was not a situation where Donald Trump won and then down ballot folks did not. It was also not a situation where down ballot folks won, and obviously we had success at the top of the ticket as well. And so what you see here is an investment to speak to all voters across the country, give tools and analytics to every candidate running on our side of the aisle. And it's a fundamentally different approach that I think Reince is going to end up getting a lot of credit for years to come. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Bill Skelly, who Sean introduced earlier as our senior data advisor for the Republican National Committee, and it's going to talk you through our voter score program. Oh, I'm sorry. Just kidding. I'm going to go first for 1 second. One of the things that I think is really important, and Chris Carr, our political director, talks about this over and over and over again, is that, you know, the Clinton campaign expected turnout to be the highest ever. And there's no data following Tuesday night that shows that that was accurate. We expanded the electorate into states that we have historically not been competitive in the last few election cycles: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, obviously Florida, which is always a target state, but we have not had success in the last couple elections. Chris's ground game and Bill's data under the RNC's investment was able to really bring the ground game and the fight to states that we haven't been in cycles. And so I think we've expanded the map to a place that I think makes it very hard for Democrats to argue that we haven't been successful in ways that they haven't. And so not only did Hillary Clinton, I think, feel the effects of a lack of investment from the DNC, but so did their down ballot candidates, from Katie McGinty in Pennsylvania to Russ Feingold in Wisconsin. They just simply didn't give their candidates the tools that Reince Priebus gave both the top of the ticket and the down ballot candidates to ensure that they had what they needed to do to win on Election Day. We have an unprecedented success on Tuesday night. We have 220 counties that were won by Obama in 2012 flipped their support to President-elect Trump. That's not a fluke. I mean, 220 is a pretty significant number. We maintain the majority of the U.S. Senate. We maintain the majority in the U.S. House, and we have total control over Supreme Court nominations. These things don't happen by accident. This is 4 years of work. And so we want to make sure we walk you all through what we've done the last 4 years. But I think the success speaks for itself. From a governor's perspective, we have 31, we went from 31, to 33, net gain of 2, still waiting on North Carolina to be decided. If we were to get to 34, it would be an all-time high of Republican governors across the country. We held 31 lieutenant governor seats. We now have we held 31 of 45 lieutenant governor seats. Attorney generals, most GOP in history, with 28 currently, will be 29 with Governor Sununu appoints an AG in New Hampshire. Secretary of States, we went from 29 to 30 with 4 gains, and legislative chambers remained at 69 of 99. We were able to maintain control of the same number of legislative bodies while flipping 3: Kentucky House, Iowa State Senate, and Minnesota State Senate. And that just shows you literally from the State House to the White House, we were able to turn out voters with candidate-specific messages, working with their campaigns hand in glove to make sure that they knew how to talk to their voters. And so with that, there we go. I will introduce Bill Skelly, who's our senior data advisor and has really spearheaded over the last 4 years kind of the rebuild of what we call our voter score program and how we work hand in glove with candidates up and down the ticket. Bill?
Thanks, Katie. Really, one of the things we set out to build when this started was to build a platform upon which all candidates could grow and have a baseline from which to start. The voter score program was essentially a way to assign a predictive value to every single voter on our voter file, 198 million, a percent likelihood that they would exhibit some trait, behavior, or activity throughout the course of the election. When we looked back at previous cycles, we would look at a state like Ohio, and many campaigns would invest in the same predictive analytics over and over again and create duplicative values. They would each create a party model. They would each create a turnout model. So what the committee set out to do was provide that baseline. If we could identify what everyone was going to invest in and put that out there for them, one, we would have a standard so that we know that all campaigns are operating on the same playing field. And two, we could potentially save our campaigns money by providing that one universal set that everyone could act upon. What the voter scores program basically is a large-scale big data predictive modeling program that, like I said, predicts their likelihood to be a Republican, their likelihood to be a Democrat, and then throughout the course of this cycle, we were building named ballots. How likely are they to support Mr. Trump? How likely were they to support Secretary Clinton? All the way down through the Senate and generic congressional levels, so that we could evaluate each of these models against each other and provide really downdrafts or coattails as they existed to help all of our candidates be successful. We had an opportunity under the chairman's leadership to really begin building this program out in 2013, and that allowed us to dry run a lot of it through the 2014 election cycle when we had enormous successes at the Senate level. Here's an example in North Carolina. Throughout the spring, all public polling had Senator Tillis losing. Our voter scores showed a path. They were very optimistic, and from September on, we showed Senator Tillis with an opportunity to win, in fact, a lead all the way through September. As early voting was coming in, as the race was beginning to unfold, we still felt confident in our numbers. Final polling averages at the end had Senator Tillis losing, and our voter score showed a path. So we went into Election Day feeling really confident in North Carolina. It gave our political department the confidence to continue their plan without making rush judgments or spending rash dollars in the final days of the campaign. We had successes in almost every state we ran it in. We predicted every single Republican pickup in 2014 and had tremendous accuracy with our turnout predictions as well. So coming out of 2014, our goal was to be able to provide that baseline in all 50 states, regardless of who came out of the nomination process, regardless of who was running for Senate or down ballot. What it really is, what goes into a voter score is really the hallmark of the RNC's data department, which is the voter file. At the middle of the voter file stands every single registered voter in the United States, all 198 million of them. And we rely on all sorts of external operations to enhance that. Beginning with publicly available data, just simply what's available from Secretary of State's offices, county clerks. We have a team of people that do nothing but go out and collect that public data and compile it into a single national voter file. We conduct large sample size surveys to identify behaviors and attributes and candidate support. We rely on several different consumer inventories. This includes everything from financial to demographic to behavioral attributes that we can purchase at large quantity and append them to the voter file. Chris Carr's political operation has been out in the field, as he'll talk about here, for close to 4 years, collecting voter contact information, identifying which candidates people support, how likely they are to vote, what their interest in again, ideologies and behaviors are. And then on top of that, everything that Garrett's operation is bringing in. The voter warehouse, which we'll get to here in a second, is now north of 300 terabytes and contains a really robust set of data that we could build each of these predictive models on. The entire operation has been just a consistent life cycle. This year alone, we've done a total of 683 voter score refreshes. Each one of these refreshes was generating about 9.9 billion predictions on the entire U.S. electorate every time we did it. It's just an enormous amount of data that allowed us to create a really robust data set. Year to date, we created 115 billion predictions on the U.S. electorate. Ohio is a great example. We were conducting these nationally every single month dating back to last July as the candidates were beginning to announce and the electorate was beginning to unfold for the primaries. In our target states, in about 20 battlegrounds, we increased that frequency to weekly in the final weeks of the campaign from about August on. Every time we did this in Ohio, we scored all 7.7 million voters across about 40 different predictions, and that resulted in about 300 million new predictions every time we scored the file every single week. Ohio alone was retrained 21 times this year, and we were able to measure this information, not just vertically, who do you support for president, who do you support for Senate, how do you feel about the congressional ballot, but also longitudinally. We were able to watch as people moved in and out of our universes or in and out of support over time to identify where we needed to make up ground or who we could persuade in the final days. We felt that predictive modeling and investing in this was a better resource than polling. First and foremost, we've been much more accurate with this. We're analyzing every single voter on the voter file every single time we do it. And it allows for a much deeper crosstab analysis. What we had found with some of the survey research, you get your crosstabs and you look at small subsets and cells. We were able to look at every single voter on the voter file every single time we were doing these analysis. And more importantly, we can then provide actual lists of voters to our candidates, to our state parties, to our partners to make sure they were contacting the people that we identified needed to be reached out to. It was really an enormous data effort. Liam O'Rourke and his team deserve a lot of credit for moving all this as frequently and rapidly as we did. We made 25 million calls as part of the voter score program. That is essentially trying to contact 1 out of every 8 people in the United States this year to get their opinions. We completed 388,000 surveys. Those aren't just traditional auto dials. Those are highly stratified, quota-controlled survey research dials. It is an enormous effort to make sure we're talking to really good subsets of the population and have a really good understanding. During our weekly retrains, as I said, we're creating about 9.8 billion scores every single week, which amounted to about 200 gigs of raw data. Just an enormous voter file asset that we've now created for use in the cycles moving forward. Here are just some numbers. One of the things that I think is most impressive up here, and it kind of gets buried in the slide, is the number of voter file rebuilds. And this is the times that we go out, sometimes town by town, sometimes county by county, to actually collect updated public records. In 2012, we had gone back and collected about 109 times the voter file assets from local elections officials. In this cycle alone, we collected 300 refreshes. We were building a national voter file that was more up to date and more complete than has ever been done on the Republican Party and potentially ever has been done in politics. The team that has done this was focused solely on just getting this information out quickly and completely from the elections officials. The data itself is just absolutely enormous at 300 terabytes. It provided the analytics, the ability to not only be refreshed very, very rapidly, but very, very accurately, which we'll talk about as well. This is more, I covered a lot of this. The most important point is that we were able to constantly provide actual lists of specific voters to Chris Carr, to the campaigns, to the teams, so that they could go out and act on them. If we saw movement in the electorate, we knew who moved, and then we were able to provide those universes directly to the campaigns, and they could be reaching out to them within days of when we first saw the movement. So it was a really great coordinated effort. I think we worked hand in glove with political like never before, and everyone bought into the program, and it really provided unparalleled success. So with that, obviously the action is the main part of it, so I'm going to turn it back over to Katie to introduce Chris Carr.
Thanks, Bill. Chris Carr joined us from Nevada in 2013. He was, I think, Chris, you were the Romney State Director for Nevada in the 2012 election. I think Chris saw firsthand some of the tools that he wished that Governor Romney and the ticket had in 2012 that would have aided in making sure that we'd had better turnout in 2012. And Chris spent the following 2 years in the 2014 cycle opening up a voter reg company, an organization in Nevada to register more Republican voters. And so the chairman aggressively courted Chris to come be our political director, and I really feel like Chris is the best political director in the country. He has completely revamped the way the RNC does political and ground game, and he will share that with you now.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. And welcome, guys. Welcome to the RNC. Thank you for coming out for the briefing today. So just a couple of things about the change in the field program, really dating back to the 2004 election, which was the last time that Republicans had won a presidential election. We went and basically did research on lessons learned in 2004, what we did well then, and then we also looked very carefully at what the Obama campaign had done in both in 2008 and in 2012. And our findings were is that we just were not utilizing the data assets that the RNC currently has and actually had in 2008 and 2012. But we just weren't utilizing that, and I have an example of that shortly that I'll share with you guys. Also, the early recruitment and better training of our staff. We were putting staff in, as Katie mentioned, the last 90 days of an election cycle, and frankly, that was no way to compete with the Obama campaign, where they had staffers out literally for years at a time. And then engaging our communities. This is another big change in the field program. Jenny Korn, she's back over here, who handled our strategic initiative program. And in the past, the RNC and and a lot of campaigns across the country would have their political and ground game, and then you'd have coalitions separate. And what we learned was, we could be far more effective if we're all working the same program. So we took the strategic initiative program, which was one time called coalitions, and we integrated into the field program. So everybody was basically doing the same program. The turf model, I'll show you guys a map of our turfs in Ohio. But this was a way for us to really drill down to the actual voter. And the criteria of a turf is 8 to 10,000 target voters or unallocated voters and low propensity voters. So this allowed us to really have a neighborhood campaign, other than just working out of victory offices like we had done in the past. And then the last thing, which I'll talk about in a little bit, is the Republican Leadership Initiative, which is our Fellows program. Very proud of this program. This is something that we actually learned from the Obama campaign, and we had a lot of success, and I'll go through some numbers on that as well. Some other changes to the program. In the past, the Victory program, literally, dating back since 2002, as you all recall what happened in 2000 when that race was basically decided in the Supreme Court, the RNC really invested into research and realized that the RNC and Republican campaigns weren't as focused on the final 72 hours, as we used to call it, with turnout. The Democrats were better. And then we became very good at turnout. But we were skipping the first two steps, which is registration and persuasion. In 2004, we did some registration, but the bulk of our registration done in 2004 was all through paid firms. We didn't have any paid firms this cycle doing voter registration. Because we were able to have field staff out in the field since 2013, we focused on training our volunteers on knowing how to do voter registration and doing it effectively. So we did quite a bit of voter registration. Again, we didn't do this in 2008 and in 2012. And then persuasion. This is something that we had never really done before. And, with President-elect Trump's message out in the field and the volunteers that they provided to our campaign, we were able to take the message straight to the voter, to their door. And then finally, turnout, which again, we felt like we've always been very good at turnout. We just weren't doing the first two steps. This is basically the turf model. On the right is the wheel, the turf wheel. FO stands for field organizer. That's the only paid person within a turf. The rest are all volunteers. NTL stands for neighborhood team leader. And then CTM core team member, again, all volunteers. But one big difference from the past is that our volunteers, in order to become a neighborhood team leader or core team member, you had to actually earn that title. You had to go through a training program. Another big difference is that in the past, to the left, you can see the FO, field organizer, and volunteers. We would open up these victory offices with 3, 4, 5 months before election day and expect volunteers to come to us. Whereas with this new program in the turfs, we had volunteers actually stay within their neighborhoods and do voter contact from their own homes. Again, this just breaks down the different folks within a turf. Neighborhood team leader, 10 plus hours a week that they would do, trainings, everything again from voter registration, knowing how to do a Super Saturday walk, a staging location at their house. And then the ideal situation was to have right around 55 volunteers per turf. And there were 1,221 turfs in 13 states. This gives you guys an idea of the turf map for Ohio. We had cut turfs in literally in all the states, but we were able to put a sizable field staff and volunteers in the battleground states. Don't focus on the dark lines. That represents the county boundaries. It's the different shades of color. And one thing you guys probably cannot see from where you're seated, but there are little red stars. Those represent where the OFA offices were in 2012. And what's interesting is that they line up almost exactly with our turfs. What showed us after we had done this research was that we had the same basically data as them. We just, again, to my point, we weren't utilizing the data and putting our resources where the data was telling us to. Our fellows program, again, we were operating in 34 states. We had 467 trainings. Very popular program because we had 20,175 applications. It was so popular that we opened up an RNC office in Queens, New York, and one in Southern California. Very diverse program. And another great aspect of this program is that we had a trained pool of operatives to hire our field organizers from. So 58% of our paid field staff came from the RLI program. Just some top lines right here. The number of doors knocked, 24 million. I'll just note to you guys that we did 11.4 volunteer door knocks in 2012. Of this total 24 million doors that we hit this cycle, 9.4 million were done the final 4 days. So we really focused on the remaining voters who had not voted, cast a ballot in absentee or early voting. Phone calls, 26 million. This is another big change, guys. I mean, in the past, it was always the total number of our voter contacts was always 70% phones, 30% doors. You can see it's almost even this cycle, and we did that by design because we knew that door-to-door efforts were far more effective than just the phone calls. This shows the contrast between 2012 staff levels and this past cycle. When you add the fellows and the staff in the target states, it was over 6,000. If you look at all of the 34 states where we had fellows, it's actually over 7,000 organizers that we had in the field, and this compares to 876 that we had in the field in 2012. This is a breakdown of the states of the voter contact. You can just see that we blew away the number of contacts in the battleground states in each of these different states. Voter registration, again, I've been very passionate about voter registration coming from Nevada, which is it's always a voter registration battle there. They have a high number of unregistered voting age population in Nevada, but we took this nationwide into Florida and North Carolina and Ohio. But this just goes to show you how many more Republicans were added to the rolls over the last 2 years. Since June of 2015. And I can tell you guys, I mean, you go back and look at 2012, the voter registration trends, this was the exact opposite for Republicans in 2012. AB and EV, I spoke to a lot of you guys during AB and EV, and we kept hammering away, I think, almost every day when we would do the phone calls on AB and EV. We were successful with AB and EV. Yes, we were behind a lot of these states, but you can see the gap was cut in half. I'll just point out Florida, where Governor Romney and team, we went into Election Day down 168,000. This cycle, we were down 85,000. So I think that was a big testament to our field operation. Chase, not only pushing absentee ballot requests at President-elect Trump's events, but also our Chase program was very effective as well. And now I think it's Garrett Lansing.
So we had a fairly practical problem, which was we had to build this field team. We had to go find a bunch of people to apply and train and go through the whole thing. And so we knew we had a lot of energy out there, and we needed to capture it. So one of the things we did is we built this whole program, an advertising campaign around the hashtag LeadRight2016, which you can go on right now and check it out. People still use it quite often. And so we led with these videos we made, and we'll show one of them right now, and I'll talk through how we utilized it.
I'll never forget the date. We finally had a diagnosis. She's on the spectrum. She has autism. I felt there must be other people out there that are going through the same situations, and I needed to be a voice for them. I joined the RLI program. They gave me the tools that I needed to be a better leader in the community.
To all those moms who just make it work, where you lead, others will follow.
The Republican National Committee is responsible for the content of this advertising.
So, what am I pointing here? Spicer, maybe you figure that out. Oh, there you go. So, we made 5 of those ads in-house. Several of them ran on TV. And we put together this larger program where we wanted to focus on telling stories about people in the field who were doing this. And we, in fact, launched our own Instagram account that exclusively covers the field team. It's not about getting like 1 million likes or 1 million followers. It's just about covering the field team so that people felt like they were involved and that they could relate to people far away in different states that they were doing the same things. And so we knew, again, that there was a lot of energy, and this is how we came up with capturing it. And so over the course of 5 weeks in January and late December, actually, We would release a teaser, like a 10 to 15 second on Wednesday, and then the full ad on Friday across Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, to a group of people that the data department had modeled for us that looked like all of our current volunteers. So we went after a larger audience and then found them on those networks and then delivered them those ads. At the end of 5 weeks, through email and cost per acquisition ads, we got people to sign up, actually apply for the program. We got about 10,000 applications in 13 days. And our goal for the spring was 8,000 in 3 months. So again, we think we did a good job of capturing that energy and then delivering it over to Carr, where he could train these people up and then deliver them into those field team models that you saw he just went through. So a big part of what digital has to do is it raises money and win votes online. Those are basically the two things, and we try to avoid everything else. And so we just talked about some of the winning votes online and building that team. Email is involved in both winning the votes and raising the money. In fact, with all the fancy technologies and data out there, it's still the killer app, we like to say. And we wouldn't be able to do nearly as much without it. And so we made a $12 million investment starting in about mid-15 through mid-16 in building up our email file and our email team, along with all the infrastructure behind it. And for a federal committee to be able to do that and put hard dollars behind that it's a big investment. And I credit Katie and Chairman Priebus for following through on that, because it wasn't easy to do, but it ended up paying big dividends on the winning votes and on the money side. So in the 5 months that we teamed up with Team Trump, we raised $250 million online. That's about $1.6 million a day. On the voter side, on vote.gop, where we directed everyone to go request an absentee ballot or look up an early vote location or register, we drove 710,000 actions to vote.gop, and our cost per registration on email was 6 cents. So an incredibly valuable thing to be paired with a large field team that was talking to people in person, but also following up with people on their email and on advertisements. And so this cycle, this sort of ballet where you talk to someone or show them something online and then they see someone in person from the field team either the next day or the next week, let's say, is a pretty complicated thing to put together. And overall, it involves the data team and the technology department and the digital team. And so overall, we saw 2 billion API calls into the RNC data warehouse in 2016, with 600 million alone in October. So that means if you're using RNC tools and data as a city councilman in Oklahoma, let's say, or you're the president-elect of the United States, you're using the same tools and calling into the same data warehouse. And if you are requesting an absentee ballot on vote.gop, but you don't return it, we'll maybe email you, and then if you still don't return it, we'll send someone to your door from your local neighborhood to ask you to actually return it. And so accomplishing all that is pretty complicated. It's kind of the 90% of the iceberg that's underwater you can't really see. But the 2 billion API calls is a good metric to demonstrate the scale of that whole operation. So another large part of the just the fundraising side was what we were doing on Facebook. And so Facebook has really distinguished itself as the key fundraising and advertising platform in digital politics, I would say. We spent $200,000 to $300,000 a day on Facebook for 150 straight days, and we were positive ROI every single day. 2 of our biggest days, we spent over $1.5 million, and again, we were positive ROI every single one of those days. So part of this was, how do you set this up to scale as large as possible? We had a competitive buying structure where there was multiple buying teams competing for a percentage of that day's spend every 24 hours. And every 5 minutes, we would be altering the ads that those buyers would be able to get. And at the end of the day, at usually about 3 in the morning, an API would split the next day's buy based on the performance of the previous day's buyers. So if Sean was one of the buyers and he did really well, he would get more than I did the next day because he was making better ads or was utilizing the data better, whatever reason it is. And so that adds up to 40 to 60,000 different ad variations in a single day, every day for 150 days. And again, on some of our biggest days, we did over 175,000 different ad variations in one day. And so Facebook rewards people for putting that amount of variations because it wants to show the best content to its people so that people will engage with it. They don't want to show all the users bad stuff or else it's going to ruin the advertising platform. So it rewards you to spend more time and to set up a structure where you're altering the ads and ad combinations at a really high rate every 5 minutes, and again, 40 to 60,000 a day. And that operation was run by Gary Kobe, who's an RNC staffer, in close collaboration with Brad Parscale and his team on the Trump organization.
I'm going to just touch on one quick thing before handing it back over to Bill Skelly. But one of the things Garrett talked about was the 2 billion API calls that goes back to our data warehouse. Those happen because people work, candidates work with us all the way down from the state house to really obviously the nominee and now the president-elect. But this just gives you an idea. I think there are a lot of questions that have come at me the last 2 years about our Senate candidates working with your data. And I can say unequivocally, every single Senate candidate running for Senate this cycle across the map worked with with Bill Skelly in our data warehouse. You can see literally the names of the staff members that we worked with on a daily basis. We had weekly calls over the weekends with them, and then daily, requests would come into Bill Skelly and Liam O'Rourke and Ashley Burns on our data team that would say, hey, can you guys build me a specific universe for my candidate in my state to talk to my voters about this? And then literally Liam and Ashley and Connor and our team would build them a universe, and then they would go send their mail piece out. Do their auto dials, put a walk program together, whatever it might be, to make sure that they were talking to the voters that they wanted to be talking to. But I think it's really important. The overall goal, one of Reince's overall goals with this, and something that we've been really forward-leaning on, is that there's no reason that every single time a voter contact is made by a Republican candidate, that every single person running for office as a Republican shouldn't benefit from that voter contact. And so that's the idea here. And so I think you'll have a lot of candidates have realized over the last 4 years, and it really came into focus on Tuesday night, exactly how valuable having all of that data stored in one place is, and the only place for that data to live is the Republican National Committee. That's been a major focus of Chairman Priebus's, and it really came to be helpful on Tuesday night for every candidate. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Bill so he can talk to you guys about what we were seeing leading into Tuesday night.
Thanks, Katie. Really, what I'll start this point off with was something that Brent Seaborn, who worked with me closely and the team closely, would say over and over again as we were talking to people, that this is indeed predictive analytics, but it's really prescriptive analytics. Our goal was not an academic goal. It wasn't to see how close we could predict the election. It wasn't, it was to give everyone a path moving forward. Now, obviously, accuracy helps with that path, and we'll show you that here shortly. But this wasn't, a study in big data or a study in how we can conduct better survey research. It was how can we use this research to get people elected up and down the ticket, and that was really the outcome we were shooting for. In August, when we sat down, and we're going to walk you through a plan of how we developed some of these universes. This is the battleground map that we were looking at that was plus or minus 3 points in either direction. So as we put this path together with the campaign, working with Brad and others up in New York, this is kind of what we were staring at. By October, the map had shrunk considerably, but the goal was to continue skating to where the puck needed to be. We didn't alter the path. We didn't alter the plan. To everyone's credit, we stuck that we could get people back to where we needed to be. And I'll walk everyone through that here shortly. But the goal was to, we set a goal early. It was going to be data-driven. We knew where we needed to be at the end of the day, and we continued on that path throughout the entire course of the election. By the first week in November, the map had expanded pretty considerably, as you can see. We now had 13 states in play, and we felt confident in all of them. We looked at what we had done. We had built a 50-state voter scoring operation. So when states like Michigan and Wisconsin come into play, we don't have to scramble to put together universes. We didn't have to scramble to build a path to victory. We had a plan in place. We had an incredibly robust data set, and we were able to immediately begin operating and spinning up a path to 50 plus 1 in those states. As you can see, we ended up winning 9 of those 13 states. Excuse me, I skipped ahead here, but here's the U.S. Senate map. Not only were we looking at this from the presidential level and from down ballot, but we were also looking at Senate races. As Katie mentioned, we were working with each of them on pretty much a daily basis. We were very confident in our ability to hold the majority. We had 52 seats in our models, predicted where we would end up, and with Louisiana pending, we should end up in that ballpark of 52 seats. So we're really happy with how the models work to help put that in play. Some of these states, Wisconsin and New Hampshire, were moving so rapidly at the end of this election, we were retraining our data all the way up until Election Day to get a better understanding of exactly who was going to vote for Election Day universes. Here's how we kind of stepped through getting the 50 plus 1%. We started by projecting turnout in every single state. And this is a Florida example as of October 1st, just to kind of walk you through how we got there. At that point in time, we expected turnout to be about 9.4 million, 9.413 to be exact. And we set all of our vote goals at 50 plus 1. And we got asked a lot of times, why did you set them at 50 plus 1? There's third-party candidates in the race. You didn't probably need that. We wanted to set it high. We wanted to set it at what we knew we would need in order if we wanted to win outright. We weren't sure exactly what the third-party candidates were going to get. They always poll higher than they show on Election Day. And so we wanted to make sure that we were giving Chris Carr and the field program a lead enough that they would be able to hold regardless of what those third-party candidates came in at. At that point in time, we had Mr. Trump's vote at about 4,047,000, meaning we were about 753,000 short of the vote goal. We needed to find, in this period of time, about a month and a couple days, we needed to find 753,000 additional votes. Again, just because we showed that we were 753,000 votes short, we weren't saying we were going to lose. We were just saying this is prescriptive analytics. We now need to come up with a path to victory. How do we find these people? And here's what we did. First of all, we started with solidifying the base. We had a large number of what we call underperformed Republicans, people that had maybe shifted 15 points in their support of the Republican Party or of the nominee from February through the end of the election, or maybe they were supporting Senator Rubio more than they were supporting Mr. Trump. And we mapped them out, and we saw that we were performing pretty well up in the Panhandle, North Central Florida, but we had room to improve down in the Southeast. So we turned these underperforming Republicans over to Chris Carr, over to the television buyers, over to the digital team, and we began hammering them to move them home. We felt that was the lowest hanging fruit, and if we can move these people back to where we thought they should have performed in a generic sense, we knew we'd pick up a couple points. From there, we went after what we called the unallocated. These weren't necessarily undecided voters. They were just voters that we felt hadn't come all the way home yet. Again, it's kind of the next iteration of those underperformers. These were Republicans. They were leaning Republican, but they haven't yet committed to supporting the Republican at the top of the ticket. They were pretty well distributed across the state. Again, whereas in the Panhandle and North Central Florida, we felt that we were performing just fine, we still felt that there were some unallocated votes. So as we begin providing these universes, what we might talk about in the southeast part of the state is completely different than what we're talking about in the Panhandle. And as we talked about those walk apps and dynamic scripting, we were able to go door to door, individual to individual, and give them a customized message through the volunteers and through the field organizers that were talking to them. Third step was then, after we've cleaned up that, try and win the remaining unallocated by a 2-to-1 margin. This isn't winning the independents 2-to-1. This isn't winning the undecideds 2-to-1. It's just simply taking the Republican-leaning people that haven't committed and getting 66% of them. We felt that was a completely attainable goal, and we knew that it would net us a couple points at the end. And then really the low-hanging fruit among the lean Democrats, which we handed over to the campaign to begin wedging away, was what we called Hillary change voters. Throughout our models over the course of the year, we identified people that leaned in the direction of Secretary Clinton, but they just repeatedly in our model showed up as wanting change from Obama's policies. So we were able to hand that up to New York, and they were able to hammer away. We felt this was the lowest hanging fruit of lean Democrats. And again, this is where parts of Southeast Florida and Hillsborough and Pinellas counties began to pop. And with that message of this is another 4 more years of the Obama policies, we were really able to wedge away some of these lean Democrats to bolster support where we needed to get across 51%. This was all fed into our television targeting. We had grids that literally broke down the entire electorate by ratings by 15-minute day part across every single network. So all the buys were able to be targeted exactly to who we thought. For example, different parts of the state would maybe want to get an underperform message, whereas there would be markets where we would want to talk to the unallocated. There would be markets where we wanted to talk to Hillary change. In fact, it could get as granular that one 15-minute day part of one network would be underperform and a different 15-minute day part of that network would be unallocated. So the teams that we worked with, Deep Root Analytics and Target Point Consulting, did a great job of helping provide us with really targeted television buys that we were able to feed over to the campaign. And as Katie mentioned earlier, we weren't making the creative, but we were using our data to hand that over to all the campaigns so they could understand exactly who they needed to talk to, what day parts they needed to buy, and what messages needed to go into those day parts to be most effective. So really the purpose of this was to turn the data into votes. So what we did, we felt that we really did a really good job of securing the underperform. Chris's team and the people in the field, the campaign, were able to get those Republicans home. The map on the left is what I showed you earlier, where we were really doing just fine in the Panhandle and North Central. By the end of the campaign, you could see we had really brought them home in Miami and Palm Beach and Broward, Hillsborough and Pinellas. We did a really good job of getting the base back, talking to them, getting a message in front of them, and more importantly, getting them to show up and vote, which was an enormous lift by Chris and his team. We also persuaded the unallocated. The left, you could see that the unallocated were pretty well distributed across the state. By the end of the campaign, the remaining unallocated voters we felt were really focused in the Miami DMA, Hillsborough, Pinellas, places that you traditionally have to swing to win Florida. So we had taken care of the low-hanging fruit. We had gotten as much as we could back heading up into the final days. We're able to hand those universes, as I'll show you, over to the campaign and allow them to really get the ball across the finish line. Here's some examples, and they're on your chair and around the room if you want to take a look. But we wanted to give you kind of a rundown of what it was like to be a voter in one of these universes. So we picked a voter, and the names have been changed, obviously, about the individuals. But we picked a voter from the Hillary Change universe, from the GOP Lean universe, and then from the Underperform universe, and followed our voter contact plans step by step as we reached out to each of them. Stephanie P., who is, I think, page 3 of the brochure, I would highlight. She received 12 mail pieces, 20 emails between August 19th and November 6th when she finally voted. So it was a pretty robust operation. We were constantly either at people's doors, in their mailboxes, on their phone, in their inboxes, on their Facebook feeds, continuously at an individually targeted level. We knew what we needed Stephanie P. to do, and we stayed on top of her until we had an opportunity to observe that she had voted, at which case we turned off the fire hose and we moved on to the next voter and began harassing them with our message until the election day. But it was a tremendously streamlined operation. There are times when, if you look through some of these voters, as soon as they voted, the fire hose was turned off and we were able to shift our attention to the next voter. By people using the API, tracking their contacts, by Liam's team, who collected all this data at a clip we'd never done in the past, we were able to make sure we weren't wasting contacts. As soon as an operation happened, we were able to move on to the next voter, get them the contacts they needed, and continue moving on. Garrett, if you want to talk about the kind of the matching for the GOTV.
So these slides concern vote.gop and how we drove people to that site to take an action, and then so that we could go secure that vote. So I think there's a lot of confusion sometimes about how online ads work. These are the 4 blocks on this slide sort of lay that out. So if you start on the left, data gives us an audience of people that we need to turn out. So they go to the voter file and they say these people need to turn out. So we take that data and then we go to all these ad networks like Facebook, Google, LiveRamp, a dozen different places, and we say, do you have these people on your networks? And because of the quality of our data and the maturation of the ad industry online, we were getting an 80% match rate. So if data gave us 100 people for this one precinct in Florida, we could target 80, we could send an advertisement to 80 of those people in that precinct, in that turf. And so you can follow along here where we're getting an 80% match rate, and then we deliver them creative, and then they click on it and go to vote.gop. And so, next slide, where's the clicker? So on vote.gop is a shared party resource. And so people would arrive there, take an action, and then appropriate follow-up would happen, whether online or in person, or often a combination of multiple channels. And so if you're a Republican and you're running for anything in the United States, you can use vote.gop, and you send people there, and we send you the data back, and the field team helps turn them out. And so we've partnered with everyone under the sun to do that. We've sent over 700,000 actions were taken on vote.gop. 85,000 people filled out an absentee ballot application, and 63,000 looked up a voter registration form. So we talked earlier about the value of emails for raising money and winning votes. And so this really started to come to the fore in the last few months when we were driving people to vote.gop. Again, you can see here a cost of a registration of 6 cents. And then the national change of address list resulted in over 22,000 registrations in our target states for an average cost of $4.24. Again, an invaluable resource the email file was to be able to take multiple kinds of different actions. So we knew we had to win Florida, so we spent a lot of focus on that state. And in Florida, over 50,000 of those actions were taken on vote.gop. In 1 week, we got over 8,000 early voting location lookups in Florida, an average cost of $10. From email and advertising efforts alone, 25,000 AB applications. And of those 50,000 requests, 31% have already voted, and another 7% requested or been mailed on an absentee ballot. Again, part of that sort of ballet where you can do something online and then an in-person action or phone call or another mail gets to you. And there's a circular science that goes into all that. Results.
Just pass the baton back and forth. So now I'll go into some of the results, some of the data that we saw and how we use that to kind of leverage the final couple days in conjunction with the team up in New York with Brad Parscale and with Chris Carr to try and help get across the finish line. As I mentioned earlier, we had 13 battlegrounds that we had identified by the Friday before the election that were within 3 points. We ended up winning 9 of those 13 states. So we were very happy with our ability to really quickly turn on our data program and have the field program that was already in place and had been there for a while and begin executing it at full speed. For turnout nationally, and this was one of the things we really kind of focused on, was if we could paint the playing field correctly, if we could understand all the players on the field and turn that over to our campaigns, we felt that we would have given them a lot of information to really understand their best path to victory. Our projected turnout nationally was 135,824,656 voters. Right now, they've counted about 127 million ballots with states like California, Washington, Alaska, Connecticut still coming in. There's a whole litany down the bottom. As it's coming in, we've seen projections, and some of our initial analysis is going to have turnout between 134 and 135 million when all is said and done. So we're really confident that we will have predicted national turnout within about 1 million votes, which is very helpful when we can turn that level of accuracy over to our candidates and really have them have an understanding of who's going to vote. So we're going to continue updating this as information comes in. Give a couple examples here in Florida. Our final prediction as of Friday, our final voter score round had Mr. Trump down 2.8 points. But again, as I said earlier, this was less predictive analytics and more prescriptive. We ended up projecting turnout at 9,409,777, and actual turnout was 9,386,750. So we missed turnout in Florida by only 23,027 votes, which is about 0.24% of the total electorate. So going into Election Day, and I'll skip ahead here to a little bit, but remaining unallocated in the middle, down 2.8 points in our predictive models, but we identified 699,000 voters that we believe were the remaining undecided voters, the remaining unallocated voters in the final 96 hours of the campaign. It's about 6% of the electorate. Exit polls showed that about 7% of the electorate made up their mind in the final days of the campaign. So we're pretty confident that exactly these 699,000 people that we were talking to, that the Trump campaign was focused on, that the television buys were targeting, that digital was hitting, was the people that were making up their mind in the final days. So we were not wasting resources. We were talking to exactly the people who were making up their minds, and we knew what we needed to do to close that gap from down 2.8 to the eventual margin we had in winning Florida. We ended up only about 99,000 votes off of what we felt our predicted goal was, and some of that was made up by third-party candidates. But again, we tried to shoot high. So we were able to execute, turn out the unallocated voter in the final couple days of the election that we felt played a big role in getting us across the finish line. Michigan's another state that we saw close very, very rapidly. And again, we were really successful in our ability to predict turnout there and ultimately the final outcome. We had projected turnout in Michigan to be about 4,806,396. It was in actuality 4,789,450 with a difference of only 16,900 votes. So again, another place that we felt we had a really good understanding of the electorate, and we were walking into Election Day knowing exactly who we thought was going to vote and how to speak to them. We had us up 0.2 of a point in our model. The final margin ended up, is currently sitting at 0.3. It has yet to be certified. But we knew there were about 485,000 unallocated voters, which again mimics a lot of what we see in the exit poll. So we knew that we had a lead. We felt very confident in it. We also knew that people were still making up their minds. And those were the people we focused on in the final days, and we were able to, through Chris's operation, and again, through the great work by Brad Parscale up in New York, we were able to hold on to that lead and carry it across the finish line. It appears we're gonna end up with a win in Michigan when all is said and done. There were other places. Iowa was a great example where we knew what we needed to do to win, and we had to execute. And at the end of the day, We had our turnout off by a little bit. We had about 83,000 votes more voting in our prediction than actually showed up. But where we really feel we were successful is that we actually got really close to where we thought we needed to be to win. We were only 14,000 votes off of our vote goal. So we provided, again, Carr's team and Brad and everyone that was doing operations with exactly the votes that were making up their mind at the end of the game. In the final days of the election, they executed. We hit our goals, and from all appearances, it looks like the Clinton team and the Democrats didn't show up and didn't turn out their vote. But because Chris was able to execute, because their team and Brad's team and everyone were able to get out the vote, we hit the maximum number of votes we felt we could obtain, and by being successful with our strategy, that's all we could control, and we were able to be successful in Iowa. And then we saw the same thing in Ohio. Very confident in Ohio going into Election Day. Our models have us up. Again, we had only missed turnout by about 3%, so we have a really good sense of who we thought was going to be voting in the electorate. But again, we knew there were about 527,000 unallocated voters going into Election Day. We had to operate. The Ohio team, Chris, Brad, everyone that was operating in Ohio did exactly what they needed to do. They maximized our vote goal. We ended up being off what we felt we needed to win by only 1%, and we were able to hold on to the lead and actually expand our gains because we executed, and it's possible that the other side didn't. So we have some fun facts. Katie, if you want to run through the fun facts.
Sure, Chris, I think Chris should do
Yep, Chris.
Sure. Again, these are just the total door knocks and phone calls, and then calls to what Skelly and these guys did, the total number of calls for the voter scores, targeted mail pieces. This is what we did here for for the Republican Party ticket, part of the Victory program, and then the paid GOTV phones that proved to be very, very effective, and then the emails that Garrett Lanson and team and Brad Parscale's team. Also, I just want to mention to you guys as well. We worked very closely, very well with the Trump campaign, especially out in the field. They had a small. We had daily calls, 11 a.m. Eastern every day, between the Trump state directors and our state directors. So we were always on the same page as far as executing our program. And then with Mr. Trump's travel, which was far more aggressive than the Clinton campaigns. I mean, he was going obviously to all the right places, but it was it was what the staff was able to do at these rallies. I mean, in terms of the number of registrations, the number of volunteer signups that we were doing, the absentee request at these events were. I mean, I've been involved in campaigns and presidential campaigns since 1988, and I had never seen events such as the Trump events. So the goal was, midsummer, late summer, was just to harness all that energy and plug all that manpower into our field program. And once we did all the trainings and got people involved in the turf program and bought into it, and they became neighborhood team leaders. I mean, those guys out in the field who were carrying President-elect Trump's message in the field obviously proved to be very successful, and we saw it with the turnout on Tuesday.
If there's one takeaway that I think we threw a lot of numbers out in terms of number of knocks and emails, I think the point is we have gone from a party in the last 4 years that truly understands who is voting, how they are voting, so that it's not just knocking on a door, it's knocking on the right door with the right message. And so knowing who is going to vote and how they're going to vote and when they're going to vote is what really is important, because as Bill and Chris and Garrett are all noticing, delivering the right message to the right person at the right time so they take the right action is what this all comes down to. And so I think that is what we as a party, the numbers that are important is looking at that total number of turnout, knowing that we know who was going to show up and what it was going to take to get them there is really, I think, a testament to the investment the chairman and the building and Katie and Ryan's made over the last 4 years to get us where we are now, and gave us the confidence that we had going into Election Day that we had the momentum on our side. With that, we'll take some questions.
Sean?
Yeah.
Could you use the example of Missouri in this regard? Senator Blunt was in a very close re-election campaign out there, and he had a friend of his who raised almost $1 million in his own super PAC to do voter contact somewhat himself. He was out doing voter contact and voter ID and that sort of thing. How much of that was done independently in this cycle? How much did that impacted on it? And also, can you explain how Missouri went from on your map in October or September as a swing state, then in October off the map, and in late October the Clinton campaign spent $500,000 there?
Well, yes, because luckily we have a Missouri expert, Katie's from there, spent a lot of time on different campaigns, so she is the perfect person to answer that.
Bill should join me in answering this question on Missouri. But one of the things I think is important, you talk about, I think you asked a question about a super PAC that Senator Blunt's campaign, or I'm sorry, super PAC, you're saying a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. My understanding, and I don't work directly with these super PACs, I can't communicate with them, what we encourage super PACs to do, and I believe every super PAC that was working in Missouri on behalf of the Republican Party did do, was work with a firm called the Data Trust, which is an outside data vendor that the RNC uses. It's the exclusive data vendor that the RNC partners with. It's the only outside data vendor that has access to the RNC voter file. And so we strongly encourage anyone that's going to get in the business of contacting voters on behalf of Republican candidates up and down the ticket to work with Data Trust. Because of our relationship with the Data Trust, they can access and get value and benefit out of the RNC voter file and everything that the chairman's invested over the last 4 years. And so my hope is that that organization worked with the Data Trust, and my inclination is that they did, but I did not work with them directly.
The question basically was, how much did that happen nationally over all the states? How much independent voter ID and voter contact was there in your estimation from what you've observed?
I mean, I think it's very hard to quantify. I mean, I don't know if Bill, it's,
The takeaway, though, is that we're the only entity that provides data to the campaigns up and down the ballot that can say, here's who you have to get at in the message. We're the only ones who do it. So other people may or may not have been out there doing some voter contact, but because the campaigns can utilize the RNC and the data and the team, they had a support center that they could call into and literally work with the people on the data team and say, okay, can you get us that new file? Who are we missing? And again, it's not polling. It's not saying, here's a subset. They're being provided names, addresses, emails of actual voters that fit into those different universes.
Bill, you mentioned longitudinal changes in tracking these data points over time. How much of an effect did the president-elect have here, and how much did that change from before he was the nominee to when the RNC started working with him, and then in the last few months?
Well, overall, I mean, there was a consolidation that happened after the primaries. Republicans began to come home, and we were able to track that by and large. I don't know that I saw any difference from maybe 12 years ago. I mean, it took Governor Romney a little time to consolidate the base as well. We saw some really good movement after the convention. We
the
saw
largest bounce in history after our convention, I think.
Yep, very large bounce after the convention. Coming into September, we started to see some of the Democrat groups begin to engage, and their numbers began to flatten out. But then by the end of October, early November, everything began moving back in our direction again pretty quickly. Really, the longitudinal changes that we were focused on was voters who started moving in our direction, but maybe stopped flat of where we thought they needed to be. So it was really used for kind of finishing, identifying people that we could finish the movement upon.
Steve, is it?
In the last few weeks of the campaign, Mr. Trump did a lot of strategic visits to places. How did you decide where he needed to go, and who made this decision of where he needed to go, and particularly talking about Michigan and Wisconsin?
I think Bill mentioned this. We were in everyday contact, and I was in New York a lot working with Brad Parscale, making sure that they had all the data that we had that showed where we thought swing voters were. I mean, ultimately it was up to, obviously, President-elect Trump, Steve Bannon, Kellyanne Conway, Dave Bossie, with the constellation of Reince Priebus, to determine the schedule. It was our job, in our estimation, to deliver every piece of data we possibly could. At the end of the day, the campaign is going to run the campaign that they want to run, and they obviously made some very good decisions. And we hope that our data helped in those decisions, and we believe that it did. But those were decisions made by campaign leadership.
Team CBS? I don't know, who's that? Hold on one sec.
You guys have talked about all the data you accumulated. Was there ever any security concerns or any issues that came up as has happened to the other party?
No. Here again.
We obviously took enormous precautions. The weakest part of any security system are the people who interact with the software and stuff, and so that's where you start. And so we were taking precautions from the beginning of the cycle, but yeah, obviously it was a ever-present concern.
So you're saying there were no breaches?
No. Not that we're aware of.
Hold on. Emily, first.
Just going back to the beginning, what you guys were saying, Republicans have taken the House, the Senate, basically Supreme Court, the White House. What's going to be your priorities moving forward?
Well, I think we're going to continue to build on this program. I think we've seen unprecedented success on Tuesday night. We'll have a special election in Virginia, and well, no, we won't actually anymore. We were going to prepare for that in a worst case scenario, but I mean, we're heading into 2018. I mean, we'll have real midterms to look at. We have an incredibly favorable map in 2018 on the Senate side. Obviously, success in the House will continue to try and grow on, although we have, almost an unprecedented number of seats in the House of Representatives right now. So my understanding is the campaign and President-elect Trump are encouraging Chairman Priebus to make sure that the RNC stays on the course it's on, and invest in a data and ground game that we've spent over $175 million on.
All the way in the back. Just wait for, hold on one second, Natalie.
Thank you very much to both of you. This is kind of a double-barrel question. One is that with news that Chairman Priebus is going to be White House Chief of Staff, what are the plans to carry on this program after he has left? And the other one is, what are your plans, considering that there are 4 Democrats in the Rust Belt state that President Trump swept? What are your plans to take on those Democrats in the Senate for 2018?
I'll let Sean take the first part of that.
Which was what's his, I think, look, the RNC will have an election for its chairman, and Chairman Priebus will, President-elect Trump will have an impact on who that chairman is, as tradition has always been the case, who that chairman is. But I think that they've been wildly impressed with the operation and unequivocally already, want to make sure that it's maintained.
As it relates to Senate map, I mean, of course, we'll work closely with the National Republican Senatorial Committee to make sure, they play a large role in candidate recruitment, make sure we have quality candidates. And once we have a candidate, we're going to provide them with the tools that our candidates had this past Tuesday to make sure that they're successful.
Shane.
Hillary Clinton over the weekend blamed in part James Comey for losing both the first announcement and then the second announcement. I was just curious if you guys saw any movement along those lines, especially the second one where he basically said he wasn't continuing to review her emails.
I mean, I can tell you, I'll let Bill answer, but I think there's a lot of things that happened at the end. The disclosure from, sort of Clinton Inc., the pay-per-play stuff, the Obamacare rises, the strength of the ABEV program that Chris Carr talked about. There's a lot of factors that kind of collided at the same time in the end of this cycle. I don't know how much we can isolate one factor or another, but I think anyone would be hard-pressed to say that it wasn't one of several factors.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bill made this point too. I mean, in late October, the map shrunk substantially, and then in early November, it grew substantially. And I think the race was very fluid all the way up until the end. And so it is hard to isolate things like that.
Yeah, there was a ton of movement in a lot of these states that began in September and bounced around.
Leanne?
Are there, and do you guys have a percentage yet of voters that weren't on your radar who came out and voted for Trump?
Well, I'll let Bill talk to this specifically, but I think, just looking in Florida and Michigan, no. I mean, we predicted turnout within, 1 to 3 to 5% in worst case scenarios. So I don't think we saw a ton of voters.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys being with us. In just about 10 minutes here, our very own Fox 10's Jude LaCava is going to come on and talk about the Arizona Cardinals. Wow, a close win that really should not have been a close win yesterday against San Francisco 49ers. So we'll have that breakdown in just a little bit here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I just have a couple of more campaign 2016 related news for you, politics here. Wow, this one's another head scratcher. A California history teacher has been placed on leave. This is what the teacher did last week. It all came after a complaint over a lesson where, yes, the teacher did compare President-elect Donald Trump to Hitler. Yep. The Monterey Herald reported that Frank Navarro was asked to leave in the middle of the day after a parent sent an email to Mountain View High School expressing concerns over the comparison. The area's superintendent, Jeff Harding, confirmed the incident but refused to detail the complaint. Navarro has been a teacher there for the last 40 years. He's an expert on the Holocaust. He told the paper that school officials didn't disclose what the parent's complaint was. They also declined to review the lesson plan. This feels like we're trying to squash free speech, she said. Everything I talk about is factually based. They can go and check it out. It's not propaganda or bias if it's based on hard facts, he said. The complaint comes in the midst of an uproar over Trump's Election Day victory over Hillary Clinton. The Democratic nominee won the state's 55 electoral votes in California. Navarro had received complaints in the past about his lessons being one-sided, but insists that his plan was based on facts and not opinion. So there we go. Just another head-scratcher there as people are having a very, very hard time really comprehending that Donald Trump will be our 45th president of the United States. They don't want to deal with it, and they're trying to do it in ways now. Look at a teacher of 40 years trying to do a lesson plan of comparing him to Hitler, and then he says it's based on fact. I'll keep you updated on what happens with that story and if there's any repercussions. We'll see if he's suspended. We'll see if he's fired. Who knows? But, you know, we're always breaking down the news here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We'll be back in just a little bit with our very own Jude LaCava in just a little bit, folks. You're not going to want to miss that discussion. All right, everybody. Welcome. Fox 10 News Now stream here with Jude LaCava. We're going to be talking about the Cardinals' big win yesterday and some big Coyote news as well. So we're going to break that all down.
There's a lot on the table, Mike. I mean, a win is a win is a win. It was ugly. It wasn't pretty, but they won, and that's all that matters. It buys them another week to look at this road trip to Minnesota. But I thought there was some negatives and positives. The biggest takeaway for me was the great play of Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
133 yards, receiving 12 catches.
Still coming through.
Yeah, and Michael Floyd, finally, we've been seeing these drops.
I know,
he's kind of a non-factor, and then he comes up with a really big catch at the beginning of the game and a huge catch at the end of the game to set up that field goal. So those are positives. The negatives, the run game was really anemic. I mean, it was, take your Geritol, man, take your vitamins, whatever you got to do. I mean, they got two replacement players, two backups. They got John Wetzel left tackle. They got Roloff at right guard, and it showed. I mean, when David Johnson can only rush for 55 yards on 19 carries, you got issues.
Oh,
and,
sure.
And this is against the worst run defense in the league. So can they scheme around that moving forward? I talked to Bruce Arians today about what do you do with these, and he admitted it. He said, look, we played horribly along the offensive line, a little better in pass protection. Carson Palmer, on the other hand, was excellent throwing and moving out of the pocket, and he made some of those great throws to Fitz and Floyd under a lot of duress. The defense played fairly well. Anytime you keep a team 20 points or less, you're doing a good job. You didn't get killed on special teams. Catanzaro made the field goal. But there's still a pathway. There's still a way to get there. It's not going to be easy. I think the only real downside is just how well the Seattle Seahawks played at New England, beating New England.
Yeah, I know.
And they're starting to hit a stride now, and now you're starting to see that mobile Russell Wilson who can roll out of the pocket and do so many magical things at times. And you got Cam Chancellor back, and you've got Rawls coming back to run game. And I just, anytime you go to New England and you beat the Patriots at their place
on Sunday Night Football,
you're trending upward on Sunday Night Football. That was a big, big, big win. But I also know this, the ratings for all those really great dynamic games have gone up. What I tell you, after the election.
So many people were worried. They said, is the NFL slipping and all this stuff? No.
The Trump factor, the Trump effect.
Trump had a good factor on that. So
some great finishes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely great finishes. And it was finally great to see the Cards on the better half of winning with a kick, right? Because we've seen those last-second kicks not go the Cards' way this year.
I think everybody had sweaty palms. Here comes Catanzaro. Is he going to make the kick 34-yarder? And he did. That's a confidence booster for him. But it wasn't easy. This was a win, but a struggling win in a sense that it was difficult. It wasn't easy against an inferior team. And I think a lot of people came away saying, well, if they had that much trouble barely beating the Niners, where are they really at? I don't look at it that way. I think strategically they played well. They matched David Johnson up against a slower linebacker, and they did well in the red zone. Defensively, they played well. Question is, can they get healthier and better as they get to November? And November and December is all about health and injuries in the NFL. It's an endurance test. And they're not going to get any of the linemen back soon. So how do they scheme around it? And that's going to be the real problematic issue for this team as they go to Minnesota. They got to go to Atlanta. Can they do it? Yeah, but they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to eke out these wins. They're going to have to play great defense. They're going to have to force some turnovers. Carson's got to be that guy that played really well last year. Fitz has to stay on the field. He's got a banged-up knee, an MRI today. So there's a lot in play, but it's not out of the question.
Absolutely.
They needed to win. They got the win.
There it is. And keep your questions coming. We'll try to get to some in just a little bit. What did Coach Arians say about the upcoming trip to Minnesota, how they're planning for that?
Well, one of the things he said is that being from Minneapolis, Larry Fitzgerald, he says there's no way he's not playing. If he's got to play with a big brace on, and he did have an MRI, there was some concern about the meniscus ligament being injured. He took some shots in that game yesterday. Eric Reed got underneath him a few times. But I think Fitz will figure out a way to play. If this is last year, he's not playing against the Vikings. I think he looked at this Vikings team. Again, they start out 5-0. They were red hot, and they've kind of crashed because of injuries. Bradford's kind of dialed it back a bit. But they've got a really impressive front seven defensively. Everson Griffin, who was from Iowa Free High School, went to USC. He's on that front line. They've got some really talented players, linebackers, defensive players. So this is no easy task. And Mike Zimmer is known for his defensive schemes and very aggressive blitz packages, so they got their hands full.
Absolutely. Let's get to some of the comments here. John and Regina saying hitting the last-second field goal is a big plus and confidence builder.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there were smiles coming off that field. You win a close game, so no game's easy in the NFL. I mean, look what Tennessee did to Green Bay. They
That's
clobbered
true.
them
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah, that
So,
wasn't even a game.
You know, it's that old line any given Sunday, but you realize that just win the game, move forward, take on the next challenge.
There we go. Sheila saying Cards still need more work. They need to get back into their winning mentality like last season.
Yeah, that comes with winning, and you know it comes with a close game win. But now the challenge begins, because let's look at the schedule here. They got to go to Minnesota, they got to go to Atlanta, they got to go to Miami. They're going to the Rams. Christmas Eve they go to Seattle. The question will be, will that be a relevant game? If they're within a game,
sure.
Let's say they trip up the Seahawks do, does that game swing with the NFC West on the line? That's what you have to hope for. But they dodged a bullet in beating Buffalo last Monday. And Sunday night, last night, they beat New England. So those were two games I thought they'd lose at least one of them.
Yes.
They're going to lose to the Bills or the
split
Patriots.
one of them, yeah.
They didn't. And that concerns me, because now you get into the wild card mix, and man, it's a crowded mix in that NFC for the wild card.
Yeah, it just seems like Seattle's heating up at the right time for them, the wrong time for us.
That's for sure. They looked like a true Super Bowl contender.
David saying this shouldn't have even been a nail-biter of the game. Something is missing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's missing, the offensive line. And the offensive line has been an issue since training camp. They just don't have the same consistency, continuity, aggressiveness. We saw Carson just take so many hits and sacks the first half of the season. You know, it was an issue against the Niners. So the question is, how do you get around it? How do you coach around it?
There you go.
How do these guys get better? And that is an issue. You already had issues with the line when they had their starters in there. Evan Mathis gets hurt. Jared Valdir gets hurt. Now you got Wetzel and Watford in there, and it's a challenge. Let's not kid ourselves. That if there's one area I'm looking for, Mike, it's the offensive line performance.
Sure.
That will dictate the fate of the rest of this season.
Well, we'll see how that definitely goes. And, you know, Cardinals aren't the only team right now that people are talking about here in Arizona.
Dallas
It's also
Cowboys.
Cowboys. Wow, we have 8-1.
Very impressive win over the Steelers, and that statement with Ezekiel Elliott's final touchdown run, that breakthrough run, man, that was impressive. And you know they're doing it with a rookie.
What a storyline that is.
It's a great storyline. And the other thing is, you and I have discussed this, is that name the best offensive line in pro football. It's the Dallas Cowboys. They're talented, they're young, they're physical, and it shows. I mean, Elliott's probably going to be Rookie of the Year, or if it's not Elliott, it's going to be Dak Prescott. Their defense is really good. A guy that used to coach here at ASU many years ago, Rod Marinelli, is a really brilliant, inspirational coordinator. He's got a lot of talent on that defense. They're not doing it with sophisticated plays. They're doing it with fundamental football. Great running game, enough in the passing game, and just playing aggressive defense. And you got to hand it to them, man. They're 8-1, and they're a Super Bowl contender. When everybody wrote them off when Romo got hurt.
Sure. They were wrote in. Another entity that it's really happy for them is the NFL. They're like, well, here comes our ratings now.
You got that right.
The election's over.
Yes.
Dallas Cowboys,
team,
America's
back.
team's rolling.
Anytime Dallas is in the hunt and is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, playoff team, it does help the game. If you look at what I call your primetime teams, you know, your Packers, your Giants, the Dallas Cowboys, the Steelers. Now Seattle's kind of moved into that class with their Super Bowl appearances. It elevates their national brands when it comes to football, and it just elevates interest, and the Cowboys have done that.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about from the field to the ice.
Yes.
Arizona Coyotes. This is going to be something here, a possible move to Tempe?
Well, this is a very interesting announcement today by Anthony LeBlanc, who is with Ice Edge, ownership, a chunk of the team. Announcing today that they have a plan in place that they will explore that will utilize ASU property near the 202-101 split right there. And they will look at public financing, which won't be easy. It'll probably be some type of bond issue that will finance this project. That would be a 16,000-seat arena that the Coyotes would use, ASU basketball could use, ASU hockey, now Division I, could use. and it would be on the campus of ASU. They would set up a tax district that would create revenues to pay off the bond over a period of time, similar to what they've done in Glendale, ironically. But when you look at this plan compared to what we announced a couple weeks back, the Pima Indian Nation at Talking Stick, their plan is almost privately financed. So I'm kind of curious to see how this plays out. They've got till June, the announcement today, to put in a plan. They're going to need a really sharp Arizona lobbyist, because we know when you go to the public and say, help us create a loan that we can pay off, and you guys need to sign for this, voters of Maricopa County or Tempe, whatever the combination might be, it's a sketchy proposition, because the tone in today's economy is we're going to pay for you guys to have success when we've got an educational system we need to improve, we got roads and all, so on and so forth. So that's a dicey argument. It's a creative plan. I know that Ray Anderson, the athletic director at ASU, is very excited about it. I know that LeBlanc and his group is saying, look, this is a great location where we can look at Tempe Marketplace, which would be close. We could look at a real hub, fairly easy access, but there's all kinds of infrastructure costs. There's a lot on the table. This is going to be very challenging, and I think there's plenty of hurdles to look through here. As for the Pima community, I think their plan has a lot of substance as well. So at least there's a couple of choices. We'll see who moves to the head of the class within the next 3, 4, 5 months.
There you go. And talk about how a new stadium not only rejuvenates the team, but even the fan base. When you get a new stadium, we've seen it with what happened to the Arizona Cardinals when they got that new stadium. How does it really get the fan base really excited for it?
Well, I think the biggest thing it does from a business standpoint is that if it's the right kind of deal, it allows an organization, let's say like the Cardinals, for example, to use the revenue streams to become very aggressive in free agency. It creates a certain freshness with a new facility. It also allows your season ticket holders, if you're successful with the product on the field or on the ice. And the Cardinals have been sold out ever since that stadium was built. Okay, so that's impressive. Now you've got revenue, you've got season ticket holders, and you've got a thriving league. For the Coyotes, they've never had a strong enough season ticket base. They went from what was America West Arena out to Glendale, all right? Those weeknight games to get from Mesa all the way out to Glendale for kids or hockey fans, not easy. So their numbers go down quite a bit. And they're more beholden to season ticket revenue than any other professional league. They need those kind of dollars. So they've been shoestringing this franchise, just trying to survive. You know, sadly, they're even currently in last place. However, if you can create a new energy, a new season ticket base, kick up the revenue where you can be active in signing big name free agents and add to a good base what they've got of young players, you have a chance. To me, hockey fans, Mike, are really passionate. Man, they love the game. They're very loyal. They're very dedicated. It's almost like a niche where you know you can have a core of 6, 7, 8, 9,000 fans, and then you try to add to it with a successful team on the ice. But I think the key would be location. It's got to be convenient. It's got to be easy to get to. Make it easy during the week, whether it be downtown, which they did. They had great crowds downtown years ago with the whiteout. Where they had Jeremy Roenick and Keith Tkachuk. Make it easy to get to. Create some success on the ice with a good winning product, and just allow fans to enjoy the hockey experience. The hockey can work in this town, but going out to Glendale so many times during the weeknight games in particular, people would say, man, I can't take the kids. I got to get them back to school.
Absolutely,
and it's rough to get all the way out there and get all the way back. So location. Just like in real estate means everything, and it means everything where they position this new arena, if in fact they can pull it off.
And if they can, so this is expected for the 2019 season, 2020?
They would like to have everything finalized, the financial plan in place by June of this coming year, June of 2017. And then if they can put a shovel in the ground, they would like to have this thing ready to roll 2019.
Wow.
Now, but like I said, I think they're going to need a public assist. There's going to be a bond issue here that has to happen to help finance it. I don't think that Andy Barroway and Anthony LeBlanc are multi-billionaires that are going to come in and say, well, we'll pay for half of this. I don't think they have those kinds of deep pockets. So that's going to be the dicey proposition. Is there a sharp enough Arizona lobbyist that will package something that works for this group to pull this off? And if it doesn't pull off, can they fall back to what I think is another reasonable offer, and that's the one at Talking Stick as another plan. So they've got two options. This is their best option time for both of them. Let's see who surfaces as the winner.
There you go. Now, if that didn't go through in Tempe, you're saying with a Talking Stick, would that be on the same time frame or
yes,
no?
I think Talking Stick, to my knowledge, is about 3 or 4 months away from trying to finalize everything they need to present to the league. So this is the best chance they've had in the many years they've been here to get, I think, on the right side of town. Not to demean Glendale, but I would have to say that if this plan that was announced today falls through, there's still one plan B, and that's the Talking Stick that could be an option.
Okay.
The challenge for this plan announced today is going to be, will voters in Tempe or will voters in Maricopa County, however they decide to frame it, step up and say, I want to vote for this. This is great for commerce. This is great for ASU. Now, there's some very positive, creative aspects to this. This serves a pro team and Arizona State University.
That's true.
And you've got that great loyalty base for ASU hockey now in basketball that says, hey, this is pretty cool. We got a pro college arena that we all can share, multi-purpose, and you've got a great loyal fan base for ASU. So I'm not going to demean this offer. I'm just simply saying there's a number of hurdles to jump through.
Yes. Now, say they do get it in Tempe. Now, could the Talking Stick still try to get maybe the Suns to go over there?
That's a great question, and that's a question for Robert Sarver. I know how desperately he wants it downtown, and the light rail drops fans right off in front of the arena. But let's just say, again, it's back to that bond issue. The city of Phoenix says, you know what, we don't want to be on the hook for this. We're not going to go to bat for the Suns and put together a $250 million bond issue that's going to help you build this new arena, or $300 million, whatever the case may be. So, and I do think that going to the public to get their assistance in this climate today, with all the other issues we're battling in society today, whether it be education or infrastructure, is a very, very difficult task.
There we go. Well, Jude, we always appreciate your insight.
Sure.
Not only the Cardinals, but the Coyotes now. So
it's an interesting time in town, and I think that the Cardinals are still a very relevant team. They've got their work cut out, but don't count them out. I think Arians does his best work when he's an underdog coach. I mean, he's kind of like, not the favorite.
Yeah.
And there's still
they seem to like to fight for that.
They do, and there's enough core veterans. Larry Fitzgerald, Carson Palmer, David Johnson's an electric running back. Everybody loves this guy as a fantasy league running back.
Yeah.
And they've got some talent on defense. If Tyrann Mathieu, who might get back for the Minnesota game and on the field, if these playmakers can get in the mix again and stay healthy the rest of the way, it could be interesting.
Be good, and hopefully next Monday we're talking about another Cards win.
We'll see, buddy.
All right. Well, thanks so much.
You got it, Mike.
Jude.
Thanks for having me.
Yep, no problem. All right, folks, we are going to go to breaking news now. This is in Seattle, where once again, for the 5th day, protesters still out and about for Donald Trump election. All right, everybody. Mary Kate is coming up next for you by popular demand. She's going to have a big show today, coming up in a couple of hours. Her exclusive interview with our very own John Hook and his big story that's airing only on Fox 10 News at 9. Who killed Bob Crane? You're not going to want to miss that very exclusive moment here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're here for you.
All right, everybody. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the fifth night of Donald Trump protests that you're seeing, and this is out of Seattle tonight. And if you've been watching with us lately, you know that these protests have been happening everywhere across the U.S., including Chicago, New York, especially outside of Donald Trump's hotels, which of course are in Chicago, New York, and his new one in Washington. They were protesting outside those establishments, as well as protesting in California, where a papier-mâché model of Donald Trump's head was actually lit on fire, and they were causing fires in the streets there in Oakland, California. Again, right now, though, this seems like a fairly peaceful protest. The other day, a reporter in the field asked one of the protesters, what is the main purpose for being out here and protesting? And she said, just to let Donald Trump know that we did not want him as our president. So that was one take from one of the protesters out there, that they just wanted to make a statement to let him know they didn't want him as their president. One of the main things they've been saying and chanting at these protests are, not my president, not my president. That's what they've been chanting quite a lot at these protests. But again, you guys are watching this live from the news chopper. If you're wondering why there's no sound, that's because it's coming from hundreds of feet above in that news chopper, so we aren't able to hear what's going on the ground right now. But if we're lucky, we might be able to get some footage on the ground, which we will take you to live. And you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. And if you guys are wondering what Donald Trump is thinking while hundreds of people are out protesting, he did tweet, this was on November 10th, he tweeted, quote, just had a very open and successful presidential election. Now professional protesters, incited by the media, are protesting. very unfair. So he was calling them professional protesters. And then on November 11th, just a day after that tweet, he wrote, quote, "Love the fact that the small groups of protesters last night have passion for our great country. We will all come together and be proud." So the first tweet obviously seemed like he was defensive and angry about these protesters, calling them professional protesters and cited by the media. But then the very next day, he tweeted a much more positive statement, again saying, "Love the fact that the small groups of protesters last night have passion for our great country. We will all come together and be proud." So I think he's trying to take a more positive turn on it because President Obama has really been urging him to sort of bring America together, since right now it seems pretty divided with the two sides, the ones that, wanted Hillary Clinton to be president and the ones that wanted Donald Trump to be president. And President Obama has really been urging Donald Trump to try and bring everyone together and be a little bit more positive about everything. Now, they did have a press conference in Portland to address these protests that are happening across America. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner so you can see what law enforcement officials have to say about these protests.
And we want to make sure that people know that here in Portland, this is a good place and it's a safe place for you no matter who you are. And that's important for everyone in our community to know and believe at a time where we're not sure what we know or what we can still believe. So that's one message that I want to make sure we get out to the community. This is a safe place and a good place, and it is your city. It's our city. And you have a right to protest, which we support and believe in and celebrate in this city. The First Amendment should always be real here. And last night we had over 4,000 peaceful protesters making their opinions known on the streets of our city. But we also had some anarchists who hijacked that event and did terrible damage to our neighbors and friends. That's a crime, and it is unacceptable. And they spread violence and fear and detracted from the legitimate exercise of that First Amendment right. Those activities, those crimes are not a reflection of the Portland values that we do know we can believe in and that are still true here. I want to thank the Portland Police Bureau for their work last night and over the last couple of days to do everything from try to mitigate the damage to public and private property that those vandals caused, to safely direct motorists while there was a lot of disorder on the streets, to employ de-escalation techniques and really be thoughtful about the use of force in a situation that, again, has been occasionally chaotic, and to appropriately make arrests for criminal activity. Chief Marshman is here, and he'll talk about those arrests. He'll talk about the investigation, the detective team that we have working, we hope with a lot of cooperation from our friends and neighbors who were participating last night, about who was it who smashed those windows and who did that harm. Mike will also talk a bit about permits, because we want organizations that want to conduct First Amendment activities to get in touch with the Police Bureau and get a permit so we know what your route is and so we can help support the event. It's not about telling you you can or cannot protest. It's about making sure that we have people in contact with your leadership so that if something does start to go wrong, we can help wall off that problem. Another message I want to make sure we all know and believe in, and that is this is a good place and a safe place, and it's a great city, and we should not stay home in fear because a few people practiced fear-mongering and did harm to each other's property last night. There's a lot happening in our city tonight. If you have tickets to the Blazer game or the Winter
All right, everybody. I just wanted to let you know that we're going to temporarily shut down the stream for a little bit and start up a new stream because we are doing a special project tonight on the murder mystery of Bob Crane, the star of the hit TV show Hogan's Heroes. He was brutally murdered here in 1978 in Scottsdale, Arizona, and we have a special guest with us tonight and also Fox 10 anchor John Hook. So coming up, we're going to have that interview, and then we're going to take you into that special exclusive coming up tonight about the murder of Bob Crane. So we'll be back in just a few moments.